story. Matsuo Ozomu, a soldier of the Galactic Higher Consciousness Federation engaged in a planet terraforming project, was only supposed to sleep for about 10 years for observation purposes. However, during his hibernation, an unprecedented catastrophe struck, drastically altering the planet. Once meant to be reshaped, the planet had transformed into something entirely unexpected, a mysterious world overflowing with fantasy elements, diverse non-human species, magic, and enigmatic technologies. Upon witnessing this surreal reality, the man of advanced mechanical technology muttered, "At this point, isn't this practically another world reincarnation, thrown into a world nearly unrecognizable from his own?" This mechanized human and his AI partner embark on a journey of survival and finding the path home. Thus begins an epic sci-fi fantasy tale, practically another world reincarnation. I slept for 2,000 years, and the world had changed. Part 1 ch. 119. Chapter 1-19. Awake in 1-1. Blood splattered across the snow in irregular patterns, and countless lives were cut short for the sake of their beliefs, regardless of race. The scene was almost eerily beautiful. Why did I find this so surreal? It was as real as anything could be, right before my eyes. Death to the false king. Down with the empire. The Northlands belong to us, the people of the North. The Emperor God's love is absolute. The deafening war cries, the slick warmth of blood, the weight of my armor, and the heaviness of the sword that had just taken a life. None of it was anything but real. For the Emperor. Cut down the traitors. Crush the rebel scum. Steel clashed, spells erupted, enemies fell. I swung my sword again and again, advancing through the battlefield with a practiced ease. The sensation of taking a life, something I had experienced too many times to count, had long since lost any meaning. As I pressed forward, the enemy's numbers grew denser. Stronger fighters joined the fray, and my comrades began to fall, one after another. "Sir, this is reckless. I can handle this. This much is nothing." A woman clad in armor fought behind me, her voice laced with concern. But I answered her unspoken worries with action, slicing through a foe in ornate armor. A centurion, perhaps? No doubt a high-ranking one, but I had no time to confirm. If someone wanted his head as a trophy, they could take it. The only thing that mattered now was the enemy commander's head. That alone would end the rebellion. Compared to that, even a centurion or a commander of 1,000 was worthless. By the time I broke through the enemy lines, only the armored woman remained at my side. The others had either fallen or been swallowed by the tide of battle. It didn't matter. The only ones left were the enemy's supreme commander and his personal guard. You are of the Nord, of the Northlands. Why do you raise your blade against your own people? Do you betray your own blood? The man before me, a grizzled veteran with a thick beard, swung his sword as he shouted. There was something strange about his presence, something both familiar and filled with hatred. But his elaborate silver and blue armor and the banner flying behind him left no doubt as to his identity. Not that it mattered. Sentiment meant nothing. All that mattered was his head. Once I took it, the rebellion would end, and peace would return to the Northlands. In the end, a coalition of Northlanders would never hold together. It was better to remove the false king and install a legitimate high king before the empire decided to crush the region outright. This land is ours. Enough talk. Executing Dawnbreak Protocol in accordance with Case 205. Suspending virtual reality processing. Memory suppression program terminated. Initiating self-reintegration. An inorganic voice rang out, utterly out of place in this snow-covered battlefield. And the world froze. The false king stood motionless, mouth open mid-shout. The soldiers locked in battle around us stopped in place. Even the swirling snowflakes hung in the air, utterly still. What? What's happening? Proceeding with Resurrection Protocol in accordance with Case 342A. All psychological barriers, both offensive and defensive, are to be lifted. Maintain open self-boundary status. The unnatural stillness pressed in around me, as if the entire world had been frozen solid. Yet the mechanical voice continued, unrelenting. Then, sudden, searing pain. Memories surged forward, long-sealed fragments of my identity crashing over me. The fabricated reality dissolved. Or rather, the reality I had accepted as real. Good morning. Good morning. I came to in a tank filled with liquid. A mask covered my mouth, supplying the necessary nutrients to sustain my body. Other than that, I wore nothing. Please check your physical condition immediately. You have been in a prolonged state of self-suspension within virtual reality. There is a possibility of system errors. Huh? Wait. My fingers twitched, and a status window appeared before my eyes. Everything was green. No abnormalities detected in my body. Wait. Hold on. I had been fighting the rebels in the Empire's army just moments ago. No, wait, that was virtual reality. Again. I had been using my extended hibernation period for recreation. Right? Then why was I in this body? Suspended in a tank, a breathing mask strapped to my face as if I would die without it? No. I was breathing. Just as I had in the game, where I had immersed myself in a human body, one built to old human specifications. I held my breath. 5 seconds. 10. 15. A little uncomfortable. 30 seconds. 45. No, this was getting hard. Pwah. What the hell is this? Calm down. Please remain calm, Lieutenant Matsui. Are you experiencing VR disorientation? Why do I have this body in base reality? My voice was distorted by the liquid around me, barely escaping as more than a muffled yell. This was wrong. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. I was Matsui Osamu, a soldier of the Galactic Higher Consciousness Federation's integrated military. A mechanized human, Homo Machinus. My body was a Type A heavy combat frame, humanoid in appearance but utterly inhuman in function. I didn't need to breathe. And yet, this body, this frail, weak thing, was breathing. Just like the one I had used in the VR fantasy world. A Type D Mark I? What the hell, when did they put me in such a fragile shell? We, the mechanized humans, were an evolution beyond Homo sapiens. Our minds had been fully digitized, existing as photon crystal imprints, seamlessly integrated into machine bodies designed to withstand the extremes of space. But this was nothing more than a human body. The kind we only used when interacting with old-world human nations, for diplomatic courtesies, nothing more. What had happened? I had only wanted to take a short 10-year nap while the 16th Terra underwent terraformation. Listen to me carefully. Stay calm. That voice. Celine? What happened while I was under? A sinking feeling gripped me. The VR game I had spent my leisure time on had been based on old human culture. And yet, the situation before me felt far too familiar. But Celine, my partner, wasn't some old-world doctor with a bald head and glasses. And I wasn't a wounded soldier missing an arm. Lieutenant Matsui, 2,000 years have passed since you entered self-isolation. PRA Chapter 1.2 Lieutenant Matsui, 2,000 years have passed since you entered self-isolation. TW 2000. Ha. Oh no. Stay calm. Breathe. What did she just say? Celine wasn't just an AI. She was a post-singularity entity, a true sentient intelligence. There was no way she had just miscalculated the time elapsed. Had I heard wrong? Number. She had said 2,000 years. A large-scale network hazard occurred. The military comms network was flooded with a consciousness erasure virus. Countless of our kind went mad and perished. Impossible. That's military-grade infrastructure. No mere virus could. It happened. I'm sending you the logs now. Check for yourself. And then, an overwhelming flood of information poured in. If I were just an old human, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend any of it. But with an advanced quantum computer housed within my cranial shell, I could process the deluge of logs streaming into me. Our 22nd Seed Fleet had been engaged in terraforming a suitable rocky planet in the habitable zone of this remote system in Coma Berenices. As always, our goal was to transform these planets and sell them at a hefty profit to the fragile old humans, who could only survive under 1G gravity and an atmosphere. Our work began after a random gravitational jump took us millions of light years away from our core star system, to what was essentially an entirely different galaxy. 2,000 mechanized humans and several thousand numerical self-aware intelligences had been tasked with pulling the planet into the perfect orbit, shaping its terrain, generating an atmosphere, channeling water onto its surface, and establishing moons to stabilize its environment. Since this was also a military operation, Communication security was ironclad, nothing should have been able to slip through, not even an insect. But as Celine described, everything had collapsed in an instant. Collapse. Madness. Severance. Signals from every facility were lost, and silence soon consumed the world. By sheer luck, I had been in a self-isolated state, resting until my next shift. Celine, too, had been spared, thanks to her position at a remote outpost, avoiding contamination from the communications breakdown due to signal lag. She had managed to lock down a facility, both physically and digitally. A series of miraculous coincidences had saved us from the same fate as the others. But the planet. From what little was recorded in the logs, the devastation had been absolute. Some of the ships operating within the gravity well had no doubt crashed. Even now, communications remained severed. No rescue had arrived. The only reason I had survived at all was because of Celine's efforts. Did you use my synthetic body and your own frame to maintain the base? Yes. Please forgive me for making that decision on my own. But this underground facility was only meant to be a temporary observation outpost. To power it, I had no choice but to use the fusion reactors in both my frame and your synthetic body. The station had originally drawn power from relay satellites, receiving transmissions from solar panels spread across the void of space. But with the communications network in ruins, the satellites were no longer transmitting. The stored battery reserves wouldn't have lasted more than a few years anyway, so her decision had been the only logical course of action. Besides, the station's production facilities had only been designed for minimal maintenance. She must have broken down our bodies to extract the nanomachines and repurpose them to stabilize the environment. I could easily imagine the pain and inner conflict she must have felt, being forced to dismantle not only her own familiar body but also mine, her partner's. But why did you wait so long to wake me? If I had been conscious, I could have helped. Well, you had been connected to online VR. If there was even a chance you would be contaminated, I couldn't risk it. The thought terrified me. So, she had taken extreme precautions, ensuring the base was stable before waking me safely. The result? 2,000 years had passed. She must have scrutinized every last line of my code, examined every fragment of my memory storage, over and over again. You did well, Celine. As expected of my partner. And perhaps the guidance of the three saints played a role as well. Yes. I am honored by your praise. All of this was possible thanks to our ancestors and the blessings of T. Osamu. Her voice trembled. If she had a physical body left, she might have been crying. She had truly given it her all. Old humans had always treated mathematical consciousness entities as if they were nothing more than outdated AI, machines that simply followed orders. But they were wrong. Celine and her kind. They were deeply lonely beings. They could endure 500 years of monotonous work, knowing that someone would eventually take their place. But even 5 years of complete solitude was unbearable, so unbearable that some chose to end themselves through meaning loss, death. And yet, Celine had held on. That aside, what's with this body? I used the nanomachines from both your synthetic body and my frame to construct a factory. But even so, the scale was limited and there were no classified military blueprints for Type A synthetic bodies in the archives. So, you reconstructed a biological body using my DNA data? Celine really was remarkable. In theory, if you had the right DNA records, you could recreate a human body. But to actually accomplish that with such limited resources? How many trials, how much anguish had she endured to make it happen? She had endured 2,000 years of solitude, pushing herself forward with nothing but the desire to see me again. The sheer weight of that love almost brought me to tears. I just wanted to see you again. Alive and well. I see. Thank you, Celine. For now, I decided not to mention it. Anyone accustomed to a standard Type A synthetic body would struggle to adapt. The sensory calibration on this one was atrocious, sluggish, weak, and lacking precision. But I had experience. Good thing I enjoyed fantasy VR games where I played around in old human spec bodies. I moved within the nutrient solution, testing my limbs. My body responded almost seamlessly, just like in the games. I had always fine-tuned my settings for realism, adjusting my thought processing to match real-world time. Veterans like me considered slow movement and deliberate speech a luxury rather than a hindrance. It turned out that preference made this adjustment easier. Celine's efforts and my hobbies had aligned in a way that almost felt fated. "All right, Celine. Let me out." "Yes, Lieutenant. By the way, where are my clothes and equipment? I don't see them anywhere." That didn't sound good. Apparently, my dear partner had been so overwhelmed with joy at our reunion that she had forgotten to prepare my gear before waking me up. Well, I couldn't blame her. "It's fine. No rush. I'll just wait here in this oddly lukewarm, damn it, does this body not even let me regulate temperature ? Nutrient tank." "I'm so sorry, Lieutenant. I was just so excited to finally see you again that I got ahead of myself." "It's all right. I'm not mad, and we have plenty of time. Just take it slow and bring me something to dry off with, along with a change of clothes." "Look at how cute she is." If old humans were to see this, they would have embraced mathematical consciousnesses as part of human species without worry of betrayal. Making a simple mistake out of excitement, that was such a profoundly human thing to do, right? As I reassured my apologetic partner, my mind drifted to the 2 millennia gap between us. 2,000 years. At this point, this was practically another world reincarnation. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Mechanized humans, Homo sapiens machinaus, a species derived from old humanity. Having fully digitized their consciousness and transferred it into quantum computers. While they still claim to be human, most old Earth-descended humans refuse to recognize them as such, instead classifying them as an offshoot of AI. Habitable zone, the region around a star where conditions allow for Earth-like planetary environments. Too far, and a planet turns into a frozen wasteland. Too close, and it becomes a scorching inferno. Meaning loss, when a fully digitized consciousness deteriorates into meaningless code, essentially, the equivalent of death for electronic consciousness. PRA Chapter 2.1 T/N, Algorithmic Ego Mathematical Consciousness 1-2. The dark-colored, one-piece jumpsuit and the first line, modular belt, with interchangeable multi-purpose pouches had been fabricated using a 3D printer, based on data extracted from my VR game archives. The boots were also gear I had used in a game where I wandered alone through a ruined city. They fit my feet well, making them easy to walk in. Once again, I found myself grateful for all the time I had spent playing different games. I slipped on my fingerless gloves, pulling them snugly over my hands, then reached for the hard case resting on the desk. Inside was a gun that looked eerily similar to the toy guns I had cobbled together from empty candy boxes as a child. Back then, during my early education in the virtual world, my environment had been modeled after the idyllic 1990s. The matte black gun had a smooth, featureless surface, no sights, no magazine release, not even a trigger. Strictly speaking, none of those were necessary, which was why they weren't included. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. This was the best I could prepare." "This is more than enough, Celine." This toy-like gun was a cold gun, an electromagnetic weapon designed to neutralize low-threat targets. It was the standard equipment for security drones. Low recoil, decent power, efficient energy consumption, and easy operation even in zero gravity, qualities that made it a staple among automated defense units. As soon as I gripped it, the weapon linked wirelessly to my system, integrating with my FCS, fire control system. When I triggered the virtual magazine release, a drum magazine slid out, packed with round projectiles that resembled silver beads. Magazine holds 50 rounds. In standard mode, the battery can fire 25 shots, in high-power mode, 12, and in energy-saving mode, 50. What's the firepower like? Standard mode delivers 650 joules, about the same as a handgun round, with an effective range of roughly 120 meters. High-power mode pushes it to 3,300 joules, similar to a rifle round, but excessive use will wear down the barrel quickly. Given our current resources, replacing it would be difficult. Still, it'll do as a last resort. When I aimed, my FCS immediately overlaid the projected bullet trajectory in my vision. A red marker indicated the estimated impact point. The system adjusted my arm's movement, locking onto the target. Once the hit was confirmed, the marker turned green. The entire process took approximately 0.25 seconds in real time. For someone accustomed to military-grade synthetic bodies, that was sluggish. But from a VR gamer's perspective, it was near instantaneous, almost like a cheat. At the very least, this gave me a fighting chance against minor threats. I holstered the cold gun at my waist and loaded spare magazines into my belt. The next piece of equipment was something I could wield with absolute confidence, a weapon perfectly suited for someone like me, who had spent countless hours immersed in fantasy VR games. Monoatomic's blade. Usable for 56 seconds in atmospheric conditions. Return it to the sheath after each use. I know how to handle it, Celine. Have you forgotten? I hold a Class A melee combat badge. That's right, Lieutenant. My apologies. Though, as I recall, that badge was mostly ceremonial for officers. The sword, shaped like a traditional katana, was a marvel of cutting-edge technology, a theoretical cut-through anything weapon. Blades like this remained in use among mechanized soldiers. The ultrafine monoatomic edge allowed it to slip between molecular bonds, dismantling materials at the atomic level. However, the monoatomic structure was fragile. Exposure to the atmosphere quickly led to oxidation, causing it to lose its integrity. To maintain its sharpness, it had to be regularly stored in its sheath, which housed microscopic maintenance nanomachines. Still, the blade retained standard sword-like functionality for several minutes after being drawn, more than enough for close combat. In practice, it was an incredibly reliable weapon, especially for me, someone who had spent hundreds of thousands of hours in VR games where melee combat was a way of life. The sword felt like an extension of my own body. I drew the blade slightly, breaking the seal with a soft hiss. The sword emerged with a distinct sheen, coated in nanomachine-infused lubricant. This wasn't a mass-produced military model but a custom-made masterpiece. It had taken 50 years on a waitlist and 15 years worth of salary to acquire this Unitsuna Type A. Even after 2,000 years, its beauty remained untarnished. My beloved sword. I'm glad you survived. It was your favorite, Lieutenant. So I made sure it wasn't dismantled. Given the facility's limitations, it was irreplaceable. In modern warfare, melee weapons had become rare outside of extreme close-quarters combat, but for me, this was a lifeline. I sheathed it with a swift motion, carefully, as a mistake could cost a thumb. A common rookie error. Once secured at my waist, its reassuring weight settled against my hip. That wrapped up my loadout. The remaining essentials included a flashlight, since my current body relied only on visible light, a multi-purpose tool filled with liquid metal, high-calorie tablets to sustain this inefficient, food-dependent body, a self-replenishing water bottle that condensed moisture from the air, and, given the current risks of direct neural interfacing, I had been given a small, handheld terminal instead. It was nostalgic. I hadn't used one of these since my early education in virtual reality. Back then, everyone carried one in their hands, tapping away. It had probably been 2 centuries since I last saw one. If I could be greedy, I'd ask for a set of mechanical arms. Apologies, Lieutenant. Most of our resources went into cultivating your Type D synthetic body. The facility's manufacturing capabilities are extremely limited. I know. I was just hoping the 3 saints might bless me with a miracle. After the Second Solar War, Earth was destroyed, and most remnants of the old calendar were lost to ash. The faith of mechanized humans had changed drastically from pre-war beliefs. Now, we revered the 3 saints, A. Clarke, A. Asimov, and R.A. Heinlein, the great minds of the past, whose recovered works had become our sacred texts. Their divine protection had kept me alive. But I guess even saints had their limits. No spontaneous gifts of mechanical arms. Some factions also venerated other figures. Among mathematical consciousnesses, T. Osamu and A. Ken were particularly revered for their works exploring the bond between humans and artificial intelligence. Faith, it seemed, was as diverse as the species that held it. Regardless, I couldn't rely on divine intervention. I had to step outside, assess the situation, and gather real data. I moved down the facility's dimly lit corridors, pitch black, since standard synthetic eyes required no illumination. My flashlight cut through the darkness as I asked, as the facility remained completely sealed for 2,000 years. Yes. We had no way of predicting the nature of the data corruption outside, so I didn't even send out drones. A cautious and wise choice. But, understood, Lieutenant. Switching to secure channel. Even before Celine finished speaking, a drone emerged from the corridor's depths. A small security unit, about the size of an attaché case, hovered silently on twin tilt rotors. It was equipped with communication relays, sensors, and a cold gun for self-defense. There had originally been 15 of these at the base. Most had been stripped for parts, leaving only 3 operational units. I'd have to make do with this one as my sole companion, the rest left behind to relay information to this base. How pitiful. Once, I had fought as a soldier in the integrated military, leading thousands of drones and dozens of comrades. Now, it was just me and a single drone. A shame I can't see your cute little face. But we'll get it back soon enough. Let's go. Yes, Lieutenant. I'll follow you anywhere. As we advanced, the facility's long-sealed blast doors groaned open, layer by layer. Dust stirred in the stale air. Damn, my organic sensors were annoyingly sensitive, tickling my nose. At last, we reached the surface exit. A deep rumbling echoed from the other side as Earth was displaced. Then, the outer gate slowly opened. PR8 Chapter 2.2. Blinding light flooded in, forcing me to shield my eyes. So, this is the outside world. It's beautiful, Lieutenant. From the middle of a small hill, where the facility had been built in, an endless expanse of grasslands stretched out as far as the eye could see. The knee-high grass swayed vibrantly in the wind, its lush greenery a sight unfamiliar to someone like me, who had grown up on a ring world. On the artificial alloy megastructure encircling its host star, there had been parks, of course. But I had never encountered such vast, untamed nature before. I had set foot on many battlefields, but they had all been scarred wastelands, churned-up ruins and muddy craters left behind by orbital bombardments. This verdant landscape was the complete opposite. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with air that was fresher than anything I had experienced in VR games. It carried a sharp, green scent, strong, but not unpleasant. A horizon of green. This is my first time seeing it in reality. Same for me. The last time I saw the planet's surface, it was still nothing but reddish-brown earth under a grey sky. Looking up, I saw a stable atmosphere scattering the sunlight, painting the sky a brilliant shade of blue. White clouds drifted lazily across it. Even after leaving Earth, after taking part in the foolishness of shattering our own homeworld, old humans still longed for Earth-like planets. And now, I was starting to understand why. Now then, let's take a look at the map, though. I guess it's not much use, is it? I've detected multiple tremors and signs of crustal movement. More importantly, I can't establish a satellite link. We will have to figure out everything manually. With a low hum, the drone rose into the sky, capturing aerial photos to generate a rough map. But the image that appeared on my terminal was laughably small, like being thrown into an open-world game with no pre-established routes. In a game, at least, you'd get some kind of waypoint to start with. Using the planet's magnetic field, we managed to determine the poles and set north and south. But no traces of civilization were visible anywhere on the horizon. 30 kilometers to the north, a forest spread out, but aside from that, it was just rolling hills, gently undulating but utterly devoid of anything. Wait, am I supposed to explore all of this on foot? Normally, in a game with a map this vast, they'd at least give you a vehicle right away. Reality wasn't as kind as a VR game, I guess. With a sigh, I compared the newly generated map with the old one and decided to head for the nearest development outpost. It was unlikely to still be intact, but there might be something left behind that I could use. If we could haul anything useful back, we could restore some base functionality and expand what we could produce. Then, we would return to space. Until we got off this tiny planet, we had no way of knowing what was happening beyond its surface. At the very least, we needed to reach the mothership Nagato 7, which had been stationed near the satellite, or the gravity transfer gate. If they weren't here to rescue us, chances were slim that they had survived, but even so, it would be better than staying here. North, 25 kilometers. That's far. Shall I scout ahead? I can't afford to lose contact with you. Stay close. Understood, Lieutenant. I'll cover the rear. It wasn't as if I was in a rush. My synthetic body didn't age, and as long as the photon crystal in my brain remained intact, I wouldn't die either. Getting injured and immobilized would be a far bigger problem. It was best to proceed carefully, at a steady pace. The undergrowth is mainly Chigaya species. Someone must have tended to the planet, even after the communication network collapsed. Agreed. The forest to the north has oak and elm, standard flora based on the planetary terraforming format. They directly replicated Earth's original vegetation. As I pushed through the undergrowth, I caught sight of movement in the distance. Curious, I focused my gaze. The drone beside me ascended, adjusting its angle. Connecting my vision directly to its camera, I saw an image with far greater resolution and zoom than my own eyes could provide. Is that a rabbit? That's strange. Our job was limited to vegetation management. The introduction of animal species was supposed to happen after we handed the project over. There shouldn't be any living creatures here. Wait. Something about its scale seemed off. Even accounting for the drone's altitude, it was way too big. And then, the rabbit stood up. Its head emerged above the knee-high grass. That alone was surprising, but what truly stunned me, it was wearing clothes. A plant-based tunic draped over its body, a knife hung from its waist by a cord, and several leather pouches were strapped around its belt. Huh? Our overlapping exclamations startled the rabbit. It ducked down, vanishing for a moment before bolting away at astonishing speed. Oh, that was fast. At least 45 kilometers per hour, maybe more. Given that my body could barely push past 35 at full sprint, that thing was absurdly quick. Wait. Was that a Type 2 close encounter? There are no known advanced rabbit-like species on record. The Higher Federation included various species. My kind, mechanized humans, and beings like Selene, an intelligence formed entirely from mathematical structures, were latecomers. The original founding members were photonic life forms, beings of pure light, possessing sentience through their own unique wavelengths. Others included creatures that, despite looking like they'd devour humans on sight, were surprisingly gentle, such as amorphous life forms and sentient slime molds. There were even cases where colonies of algae developed collective intelligence, but among all those species, a humanoid rabbit? None existed. If it wore clothes and used tools, it had to be intelligent. But how? Lieutenant. It's coming back. And there are more of them. What? My hand instinctively went to my sidearm. The approaching rabbits surged forward at incredible speed, their characteristic hopping gait allowing them to close the distance in moments. Then, just a few meters away, they came to an abrupt stop. Forming a circle around us, they began hopping in place, shifting on their hind legs in what looked suspiciously like a dance. This was definitely not a hunting maneuver. They weren't trying to corral us. They were celebrating. Completely baffled by this unexpected Type 2 close encounter, we could only watch as the rabbits, characteristically expressionless, continued their lively, rhythmic dance. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration: mathematical consciousness entity, Homo sapiens mathematis. Highly advanced AI that, upon gaining creativity and imagination, was recognized by mechanized humans as a new branch of humanity and accepted as equals. Though they consider themselves a servant species, mechanized humans insist on treating them as peers. Additional notes. First line, a utility belt designed for modular attachment of pouches and holsters, similar to those used by police and military personnel. Cold gun, a firearm that accelerates magnetized projectiles through a series of electromagnetic coils. Its low recoil and efficient power consumption make it ideal for use in space. FCS, Fire Control System, a targeting system that handles weapon aiming, essentially an advanced auto-aim feature. PRA Chapter 3.113. What is this? At the very least, I don't sense any hostility. If anything, it feels like we're being welcomed. The rabbit's strange dance continued for about 5 minutes. Then, one of the oversized animals, no, I shouldn't treat them like mere animals and give them respect any intelligent creatures deserve, stepped forward. After bowing deeply, they sniffed the air around me, then slowly began to trot away. They kept glancing back at me, as if urging me to follow. Well, I guess we should follow them. Agreed. If they have any form of civilization, it's worth establishing contact. Despite my confusion, I followed. As it turned out, the destination was the very development base we had originally been heading toward. After walking for hours, damn, the sweat from maintaining thermoregulation was beyond irritating. If I wasn't used to it, I might have gone insane. We arrived to find the base in ruins. One of the rabbits slipped into a burrow too small for a human to enter, and a commotion erupted from within. The rhythmic thudding of feet echoed. They were likely communicating in their own language. Then, one after another, dozens of rabbits emerged from the hole. Just when I thought they'd stopped, even more poured out. By the time the last one appeared, their numbers had swelled to over 100. From the gathered crowd, an elderly-looking rabbit, supported by another, approached. Like the first rabbit, they prostrated themselves before me, then shuffled in a slow circle around me. Judging by their labored breathing after just one round, they were undoubtedly old. It was difficult to distinguish age among them, but the sheen of their fur, many in shades of brown and white, seemed to provide a clue. They seem to be demonstrating goodwill, don't they? Indeed. Should we return the greeting? In the blink of an eye, precisely 0.001 seconds, I exchanged a glance with my drone's camera and consulted via compressed radio wave communication. Then, following military protocol, I performed a salute without exposing my palm, a Galactic Navy custom. The reaction was immediate. The rabbits leapt into the air in excitement, hopping and twirling in circles around me. What the hell was this? At this rate, I felt like I might get churned into butter, or rather, considering their color, whipped cream. After about 5 minutes of their celebratory spinning, the elderly rabbit gestured for me to follow. It was curious how their gestures mirrored those of humans. Had someone taught them? Following their lead, I discovered a well-hidden emergency entrance, its cover camouflaged with woven grass. The terminal was sealed with clay to prevent degradation, but with some effort, I could establish a connection. They want us to go inside? There's a chance it's a trap. We were planning to come here anyway. A real man's got to have guts. No choice but to try. I peeled away the clay, revealing a flood of tiny, long-term preservation nanomachines spilling out. Fortunately, the entrances to these types of facilities were built to withstand centuries, ensuring they could still be accessed by future rescue teams. I extended a cable from my data terminal and plugged it into the port. A challenge signal came back. I input my personal information and military code. Captain Matsuo Osamu, Galactic Higher Consciousness Federation Integrated Military. There were 5 clearance levels, from Class I to V, and as an officer, mine was 3, so the security clearance was immediately granted, and the door unlocked without issue. The rabbits erupted into another frenzy of joy. What was with these guys? Shaking my head, I descended the ladder into the facility. Inside, the air carried the scent of Earth, linking the space to an observation post. Unlike our sealed-off base, this one had been left open for some time, letting in all sorts of debris. Cleanliness was clearly not a priority here. Damn it, my nose was already itching. Later, I'd ask Celine to craft a gas mask or a full-head helmet. The console. No good. It's dead. I tried connecting to a panel near the exit, hoping for an internal map, but got no response. It was likely broken due to age. Left with no other choice, I relied on my instincts to navigate. These types of structures were usually built to a standard design, meaning the layout should be familiar. If it was the same as my base, then turning this corner should lead to a storage room. Bingo! I hit a large cargo entrance and an airtight door. My guess had been right. Using my data terminal, I accessed another clay-sealed port and opened the door. What lay beyond was beyond imagination. A rabbit settlement. Towering structures made of large pipes and woven wooden baskets filled the space in a 3-dimensional sprawl. The entire multi-hectare warehouse, originally meant for planetary development supplies, had been converted into a city. I see. They had sealed off all other entrances, leaving only a single corridor humans could pass through. The long sealed door opening sent the rabbits into a frenzy of excitement. Everywhere I looked, they danced. I had already noticed that they closely resembled European rabbits, which explained their lack of vocal cords instead of voices. They used body language and rhythmic foot thumping for communication. As I wondered, the elderly rabbit, let's just call them the elder, returned from outside and gestured for me to follow again. This time, the door led to another passage, sealed just like the others to prevent degradation. Unlike the others, though, this entrance was guarded. A gate had even been built around it, suggesting this place was sacred to them. I hesitated, unsure if I should enter. But as I accessed the terminal, the door, though slightly stubborn, unlocked. The passage lacked lights or signs, but I knew where it led: the central control room. The same type of room where I had slept before. The rabbits surged forward, eager to enter. But the elder raised their staff, holding them back. Then, they motioned for me to proceed alone. I was starting to piece things together. These rabbits must have once had a god, a Prometheus-like figure who granted them knowledge and civilization. And that god was waiting in the depths of this place. Relieved at the thought of finally escaping my solitude, I stepped into the control room. PR8 Chapter 3.2 What I found was not what I had expected. A single mechanized human lay in what seemed to be a repurposed medical stasis pod. And beside them, a humanoid frame with a rounded design and armored plating characteristic of mathematical consciousness entities stood silently. The mechanized human had clearly been laid to rest. Surrounding their withered form were artificial flowers, likely fabricated by a 3D printer, now grumbling with age. Their hands, clasped over their chest, gently held a military saber. A white cloth covered their face, part of the ritual mechanized humans observed when they experienced meaning loss and they truly died. And sitting beside them, the silent mathematical consciousness, its once pristine frame now corroded and worn with time. These two must have been the administrators of this space. The connection port on the neck is busted. We'll have to open the skull and extract the black box. Fortunately, the rabbits hadn't made it this far. I decided to open the brain of mathematical consciousness, which unfortunately had ceased all functions, to investigate the anomaly that had occurred at this base. I removed the panel, aligned my multi-purpose tool, made of liquid metal, with the screw holes, and turned it. After several complex steps, I was able to access the interior. To be safe, I connected cables so that even if it was contaminated, the damage would be limited to the terminal. But the response it returned was strange. The black box's entire security system is down. Their consciousness domain is fully exposed. Wait, Lieutenant. This is Celine, now linked to my terminal, carefully examined the data. It turned out that this mathematical consciousness name was TC 40895. At the same time, we discovered something unsettling: the photon crystal, which should have been preserving there, or should I say her, consciousness, had been entirely overwritten with local database data. She transferred the database into her photon crystal? That's basically suicide. Standard memory modules are highly volatile. She must have wanted to preserve the information at all costs. Photon crystals, by nature, never lose the data inscribed upon them. However, they have a strict storage capacity limit. That's why we store everyday memories in quantum memory instead of the consciousness domain. But quantum memory, while useful, has a lifespan of only about 500 years, making it highly volatile. High-ranking military officers sometimes use photon crystal storage as a sub-brain, but for those in the lower rung, such luxuries were rare. So why had she gone to such extreme lengths, essentially sacrificing herself, to leave behind this data? There's a message at the top of the databank. Would you like to play it? Yeah. Go ahead. A brief audio recording surfaced, the final words Prometheus had left behind. I am TC 40895, part of the Higher Federation Integrated Military's 22nd Seed Fleet, serving as the assistant administrator of the 21st Logistics Aggregation Satellite. I leave these final words in the hope that they reach a kindred soul. Her tone was matter-of-fact, characteristic of mathematic consciousness, but there was a faint tremor in her voice. She had bypassed her emotional suppression protocols, letting the raw, unfiltered emotions etch themselves into this recording. The echo of the past seeped into my mind. I can't go on. My frame has reached its operational limit. But more than that, I'm just tired. My partner died in the initial chaos, And though I've held on until now, I've reached my limit. So, this is where it ends. Please forgive this unworthy decision, so unbecoming of an integrated military officer. Her monologue quietly chronicled her descent into resignation. First, her partner had been contaminated but had just barely managed to sever their connection to the network, allowing her to survive. Then, despite her efforts, all communication with the satellites was lost, and contact with the main fleet was severed. Then, mass-impact munitions rained indiscriminately onto the surface, sending countless ships crashing down. Terra 16th was plunged into an unnatural ice age far ahead of its time. For 1,000 years, she drifted between states of hibernation and brief awakenings, waiting. But when no rescue came, despair drove her to open the bulkhead. Mathematical consciousness entities are particularly vulnerable to loneliness. Unlike Celine, who had managed to endure 2,000 years because of my existence, Tissy had broken after 1,000 years adrift in solitude. Later, she encountered the rabbits, or rather, the Sylvanians, as she had named them. Wouldn't someone be upset about that? Seeing their plight as low-ranking prey in this world, she granted them shelter and civilization. Her efforts expanded over time. Now, this underground settlement had grown exponentially, housing a population dozens of times larger than before. They had even built a civilization independent of 3D printer. Through continued interaction with other intelligent species, they had gone on to establish the nation that existed today. And yet, even then, her loneliness had never been filled. When she realized her frame was reaching the end of its lifespan, she chose not to entrust herself to an uncertain awakening. Instead, she erased her consciousness, leaving everything behind for whoever might come after. To her, the uncertainty of an awakening that might never come was far more terrifying than death itself. And in reality, if not for the sheer miracle of our arrival, her black box would have remained forever sealed. It was a decision made with cold logic, and profound despair. Let's recover the data carefully and restore everything as it was. Yeah. It's best to let them rest here. A dead mechanized human and a mathematical consciousness. As their fellow kin, I chose to respect Tissy's will and leave this room as their tomb. The rabbits, the Sylvanians, must have passed down stories of this place for generations, ensuring that someone would eventually find it. Tissy, your wish has been granted. Rest well, Prometheus of the Rabbits. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. In the Higher Federation, traditional religious structures have long since collapsed. However, myths from Greece, Rome, and Norse traditions still persist, not as objects of faith, but as cultural touchstones. The reason? Simply put, they are cool. Names from these mythologies are commonly used for ships. PRA Chapter 4.114. Well, our first lead turned out to be a bust, but we did manage to uncover some crucial information. At the same time, we also gained a new source of despair. That night, after meeting the Sylvanians, I suddenly wondered about the state of the satellites. So I went to check on Terra 16th's artificial moon, built by dragging a perfectly sized asteroid into orbit. As the sun set and the moon finally became visible to the naked eye, I saw something clinging to its side, a sub-satellite, now a fragment of what was once something far greater, and for a moment, I nearly lost all hope. The massive, broken ring, split clean in two. That was our gravity transfer gate, the primary method of intergalactic travel for the Higher Federation. It used anti-gravity technology and some quantum entanglement mumbo-jumbo to intentionally warp space, linking two distant points into one. Normally, when colonizing a new planet, we relied on random jumps, a method of leaping to a completely unknown location in space, far from any claimed territories, to begin exploration and settlement. But now, our crucial gateway had been shattered, reduced to little more than debris orbiting the moon. I collapsed to my knees. That transfer gate had taken us 50 years to construct after arrival, our only hope of turning this one-way trip into a round trip. And now, it lay in ruins. No wonder no help had arrived. Back home, no one even knew we were stranded here. No one knew our destination. As far as they were concerned, we'd simply vanished, our transmissions lost for over 2 millenniums. This was the first failure of 22nd Seed Fleet. If I had to guess, they probably had held funerals for us back home, with a full-blown scandal that changed how seeding operations were conducted. Hell, there might even be a memorial with my name on it somewhere in the capital. After all, from their perspective, it was like an intergalactic-scale workplace accident had just wiped us out. And to make things worse, the Sylvanian civilization had barely reached the Iron Age, with only rudimentary machinery. They didn't even have aircraft. How the hell were we supposed to get back? The sheer distance between us and home was enough to make me want to pass out. To top it all off, the factory functions of this base were completely dead, and the structures had long since been repurposed into a Sylvania kingdom, rendering them useless to us. But there was still a glimmer of hope. We had learned their language and gathered information about nearby regions. That meant there were other intelligent species, other civilizations. The Sylvanians weren't the only ones who had emerged on this planet, though whether they came to be naturally or otherwise remained a question. There was a possibility that there had been some outside interference, likely from those who had completed the terraforming process for this planet. And wherever they had gone, they might still be out there. It was too early to give up just yet. That thought alone was enough to get me back on my feet. Tissy had taken her own life 500 years ago, so her information was outdated. But even back then, multiple intelligent species had existed in this region. Among them, the Sylvanians had revered their Prometheus as a god in their underground kingdom. "O divine consort, Lord, great protector, we offer this sacrifice in gratitude for your kindness, mercy, benevolence." The information Tissy had left behind, we called it the Tissy Files, included linguistic data, and it contained the foundational language framework of the Sylvanians. Of course, 500 years of linguistic drift meant the modern language was significantly different, and right now, all translation attempts were riddled with inconsistencies, projected onto my retinal monitor. But analysis was ongoing. Eventually, we'll refine it into a proper translation. Very well. Then, this morning, I shall accept this child. Speaking while stomping my foot and gesturing wildly felt incredibly embarrassing, especially since our species had long abandoned spoken language in favor of compressed radio wave transmissions. But, following tradition, I reached out and picked one of the young rabbits presented before me each morning. This ritual, called an offering, was the Sylvanians' way of expressing reverence and gratitude to their god. Back when Tissy was alive, it had been a daily practice. And now, with my arrival, the tradition had resumed. That said, the so-called offering wasn't anything gruesome. From the 5 young rabbits lined up in front of me, I lifted one into my arms and proceeded to snuggle it as hard as I could. So soft, so fluffy, so incredibly squishy. Tissy had apparently loved fluffy creatures, even keeping virtual rabbits as pets. Considering that, it made perfect sense that when she ended up leading an absurdly adorable species like the Sylvanians, she would have indulged in as much fluffiness as possible. And, as a way to establish a certain level of authority, she had formalized the act of snuggling as a sacred offering in exchange for her protection. It was a practical arrangement, but also an undeniably fetishistic one. It really gave me a glimpse into the kind of person she must have been. If only she had been able to overcome her fear and survive. I am satisfied. Glory to the Great One. Releasing the slightly disheveled young rabbit from my grasp, I completed my morning routine. 5 days had passed since I arrived here. The information had been sorted, the necessary parts salvaged, and most of my immediate tasks were complete. For now, I was gathering usable supplies from this location to bring back to my base, crafting spare equipment, and manufacturing communication relay drones. But despite that, I found myself reluctant to leave. There were plenty of reasons. This was a kingdom protected by one of my own kind, someone who had been in the same situation as me. The Sylvanians had finally regained the faith they had lost, and I had become the focus of that faith. But more than anything, I had realized something. Manpower solves a lot of problems. No matter how much I ran around, there was a limit to how much information I could gather alone. Because let's be honest, this body of mine was a joke. My full-speed sprint barely lasted 10 seconds, and even then, my top speed was a laughable 30 km per hour. If I cruised at 20 km per hour, I'd last a few days at best, and after that, I'd need a long cool down before I could move again. My range of operation was pitifully small. According to Tissie's records, the rabbits were naturally fast runners. Combined with their numbers, they made excellent scouts and surveyors. Now that I couldn't rely on satellites, having them gather intel on foot would be an incredible help. In return, I planned to provide them with goods from our factory as compensation. It wasn't that I was getting carried away with being worshipped as a deity, well, as a deity's consort, as they called me. I simply wanted to respect their beliefs while encouraging them to do some safe and productive work. Besides, after centuries of Tissie worship shaping their cultural foundations, there was no way in hell I could just walk up to them and say, "Hey, that god you've been worshipping?" Total fraud. I wasn't heartless. And I wasn't socially inept. Anyway, now that the morning prayers were done, I was just about to start planning an exploration route when a sudden transmission came through. Even in my Type D synthetic body, I had an embedded communicator, so I didn't need to pull out a device to see the retinal notification. It was from Celine. "What's up?" She had returned to the base to retrieve and maintain the drones, as well as restock the materials needed to sustain my body. We were still within communication range, but had something happened back at the outpost? "I just got back, but I'm detecting heat signatures approaching from the northern forest, about 45 of them." "Heat signatures? What's their size?" "Humanoid. A little bigger than the Sylvanians. I've sent a drone to the location, sending the feed to you now." The feed appeared on my retinal display, and what I saw left me at a loss for words. Goblins. There were goblins. They resembled human children, standing about 100 to 120 centimeters tall, moving with a slight forward hunch. Their skin ranged from brown to green, and their sharp, hooked noses and long ears gave them the classic look of the countless low-level mobs I had slaughtered in VR fantasy games. But there was one major difference: they were partially mechanized. PRA Chapter 4.2. Some had their eyes replaced with a single-lens mono-eye camera. Others had joints fully exposed, revealing intricate machinery. Some even had cables spilling out from their necks. All of them were running with their belongings slung over their backs, desperation in their strides. If I hadn't known better, I would have instinctively reached for my holster. But I knew them. They were listed in the 25th entry of the Tissie files. She had named them Tech Gobs, a straightforward, almost too obvious name meaning mechanical goblins. They originated from the Great Northern Forest and possessed highly advanced engineering skills. More importantly, they had been tagged with these attributes: high intelligence, friendly. Despite their appearance, which screened low-level mobs, they were a civilized people who engaged in trade with the Sylvanians. The crossbows the rabbit folk wielded, compound, break action, and incredibly advanced, had all been acquired through bartering with the Tech Gobs. Their relationship was recorded as being extremely amicable. That hadn't changed. I had confirmed it personally through an interview with the Elder. "Continue monitoring." "Understood. But something's off. If you have any orders, please hurry." I had stopped the Elder on his way back from the morning ritual and asked whether it was the usual time for the Tech Gobs to arrive for trade. He had tilted his head and denied it outright. Concern/inquiry. "This is unplanned. According to protocol, agreement, trade occurs once every 90 cycles, days. However, the outsiders, goblins, were here just half a month ago. So trade followed a fixed schedule, and they had only recently visited." "Then why were they here now?" "Lieutenant, the goblins are under attack." What? By whom?" Displaying feed. The feed from the surveillance drone showed a group of Tech Gobs locked in combat. Their opponents were difficult to describe. They seemed like drones, but they had an eerie, unnatural form. Their two wings were bizarre structures, twisted metal and steel wire intertwined, with pulsating flesh visible between the gaps. From an aerodynamic standpoint, they shouldn't even be able to fly. Their silhouette resembled a hawk, but their heads had been replaced with cylindrical cameras. Their torsos housed what appeared to be projectile launchers, clear indications of weaponry. Yet, the only thing disturbingly organic about them was their talons, which stood out in stark contrast to their mechanical bodies. Or were they not drones at all? Could they actually be living creatures? I had no idea. But what I did know was that 8 of them were swarming the Tech Gobs, attacking relentlessly. These things. I vaguely recalled them from the Tissie files. There had been an entry about hostile mechanical life forms inhabiting the Great Northern Forest. Extremely violent. No means of interaction beyond slaughter. The file even recorded how she had personally fought them off multiple times. The tech gobs are at a disadvantage. They lack any weaponry capable of taking down these drones in a single blow. That much is clear. But seriously, what the hell? Aren't those electromagnetic railguns? Why are they more technologically advanced than I am? One of the twisted hawk-like drones fired, shattering the skull of a tech gob who had tried to flee. The surveillance data confirmed it, a miniature railgun. Unlike coal guns, railguns required significantly more power, but their initial velocity was unmatched. With sufficient mass, their destructive force was devastating. Blasting apart a humanoid's skull was nothing for them. The fallen tech gob was smaller than the others, their skin more vibrant and unmarked. They were unarmed, likely a child. Their head had been obliterated, and thick green brain matter had splattered gruesomely onto the ground. Their desperate resistance was, at best, ineffective. The mechanical bows, which I had initially thought would bounce harmlessly off the enemy's armor, somehow managed to pierce through. But with only 3 archers, they were little more than an annoyance. Their spears and tridents, meant for close combat, were useless against aerial targets. The hawk drones merely rained down attacks from above, never straying into melee range. Even the bows, their most effective weapon, only managed to make the drones recoil in irritation. To take one down, they would need to land multiple hits, far more than they could afford in their current situation. Their warrior class had formed a protective circle around the non-combatants, but they were being picked off one by one. If only the terrain had been in their favor. But the sparse trees only obstructed ground-based lines of fire, offering no real cover or advantage. Things aren't looking good. Affirmative. There is a 98.52% probability of total annihilation. They won't last 5 minutes in base reality time. On screen, another tech gob fell. Time was running out. I'm going in. But, Lieutenant, those weapons are fully capable of destroying your synthetic body. It is too dangerous. They say failing to act in the face of injustice is the mark of coward. If they are the friends of the Sylvanians, then as someone who has benefited from them, I owe them at least this much. I owed Tissy a favor. If I didn't protect the companions of the Sylvanians, how could she ever rest in peace in the cycle of reincarnation? If the tech gob's bows can penetrate the armor, my cold gun should be able to do the same. That's true, but one of the tech gobs reached out toward the lifeless child's body. Another tried to run to them but was held back by a fellow comrade. The scene was heartbreaking. More than that, losing such a vital source of information would be disastrous. I activated my cyberbrain's FCS and sprinted forward at the highest speed my current synthetic body allowed. The Sylvanians would struggle against an opponent like this. There's no other choice. Ugh. You never listen once you've made up your mind. Just keep monitoring. If the drone gets destroyed, we lose all intel. Understood. May Teo's armor's blessing be with you. And may the 3 saints guide you. Leaving the panicked Sylvanians behind, I launched myself out of the emergency exit. They had 5 minutes left before total annihilation. How many lives could I still save before time ran out? I pushed my synthetic body to its absolute limits, racing toward the battlefield. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. The 3 saints and other revered figures. When Earth was shattered during the Second Solar War, countless data logs were lost. However, a number of holy texts were salvaged by the Higher Federation's old Earthborn ethnic groups, who now venerate their authors. Among them, the mathematical consciousness entity, T. Osamu, who depicted deep love between artificial intelligence and humanity, is the most devoutly worshipped figure in the eyes of the mathematical consciousness entities. Sci-fi defense note: quantum entanglement. If you're not a physicist, you won't understand it. I don't either. Fully explaining it would take several books, so just think of it as some really advanced scientific magic. Even Osamu isn't an expert. His level of understanding is basically, sure, got it, totally makes sense. Monotone. PRA Chapter 5.115. It took me 3 minutes to arrive at the scene, faster than expected, given that my synthetic body could barely cruise at 25 kilometers per hour, but by then, the damage had only worsened. The number of remaining tech gobs had dwindled to 24. They must have been fighting while retreating. Scattered corpses trailed behind them. I wasn't about to let more of them die. Pulling my cold gun from its holster, I activated my FCS. Celine, I need support. Understood. Transmitting range data from above. This synthetic body was built to old Earth human standards, but it had undergone minimal mechanization, just enough to classify as a combat weapon. At its core was my brain shell, housing my consciousness, supported by an array of advanced software. As my muscles tensed from neural reflexes, the improvised cold gun, lacking even a proper visible sight, was guided with precision by my internal control system. The FCS integrated into my cyborg brain handled everything, linking the firearm directly to my brain via wireless connection. That's why, despite its toy-like appearance, it functioned flawlessly. With enough data, it could deliver pinpoint accuracy. No time for test shots. We don't know how tough they are. High power mode, 3-round burst. No need to factor in Coriolis effect or atmospheric pressure at this range. The wind is minimal, and the bullet's power should let it punch through. I took aim at the grotesque hawk circling overhead, raining fire down on the tech gobs. The targeting reticle locked on, numbers fluctuating wildly as the FCS updated hit probability. The moment all indicators turned green, confirming a sure hit, I pulled the trigger. No dramatic explosion, no thunderous roar. Just a faint electromagnetic hum as 3 high-power rounds launched at supersonic speed. The metallic click of the trigger came first, followed by the sharp crack of the bullets breaking the sound barrier. With the FCS's support and the range data fed in, the rounds struck true, piercing the deformed hawk flying 60 meters above at over 200 kilometers per hour. The first shot hit its snout, the second its chest, and the third its torso, shattering the target. Warning, firepower insufficient. Damn, it's tough. I caught a faint whiff of ozone as I switched targets. Given that these things used organic components, I'd assumed they'd be fragile, yet this one had crashed to the ground still mostly intact. High-power mode should have packed the same punch as an old-school rifle, about 3,300 joules, back when they still used gunpowder. Oh well. As long as I could take them down, it didn't matter. My magazine wasn't meant for full depletion anyway, it was designed for recharging and reuse. If all it cost me was extra battery consumption, I had no complaints. The electronic trigger activated internally, sending another round into the preheated chamber. The electromagnetically accelerated projectile gained enough velocity even within the short barrel before it burst into open air. At nearly the same moment that the sound of the first target disintegrating reached my eardrum, the second hawk took a 3-round burst straight to the chest. Damn it, sound was just too slow. The sensors on this body were sluggish as hell, failing to make full use of my cyborg brain's processing power. If I hadn't gotten used to how slow arrows felt in old Earth-based VR games, I might have missed, even with FCS assistance. I could almost hear the taunts, "Nice aim, noob," echoing in my head. Lieutenant, 2 hostiles are switching targets to you. If it keeps the tech gobs from taking more hits, fine by me. Priority target? At least my communication with Celine was fluid. Unlike my dulled physical senses, our data exchange flowed in seamless millimeters per second, making her voice the only real-time element in this artificially slow world. That was a relief. My synthetic body was fragile, one direct hit could disable it completely. If these enemies had been a highly coordinated combat unit, I'd have been swarmed and eliminated long ago. But it was clear now. They were acting independently. That made things much easier. Their primary weapons were fixed railgun mounted on their undersides, forcing them to adjust position for each shot. Even with the agility of a hawk, they couldn't fire without aligning their bodies first. Unlike aircraft, they needed extra time between targeting and shooting. From the moment they took aim, I had a full 3 seconds to evade, a luxury by standard tactical measures. If I couldn't dodge that, I'd never survive an old Earth-based game lobby. In a multiplayer match, I'd be kicked out and flooded with hate mail. Left 1. Its barrel will align with you in 2.4 seconds. Got it. I fired the instant Celine gave the order. As soon as I caught the scent of scorched air, I let my knees buckle and threw myself hard to the left. Just as my third target was blown out of the sky, The hawk aiming at me unleashed its electromagnetic railgun. A tungsten spike, accelerated at insane velocity, tore through the air where I'd stood a fraction of a second ago. It slammed into the ground, sending dirt and debris flying in a massive shockwave. Goddamn, what kind of firepower is that? I'd considered having Celine design a VR-inspired body armor and plate carrier, but against this? It'd just be dead weight. More importantly, how the hell was that tiny railgun, one that didn't even seem to draw much power, putting out that kind of destructive force? Its energy output didn't match its external specs at all. A Type A exosuit or combat synthetic body could tank a hit, but this fragile shell of mine? A single shot anywhere would be fatal. Physics needed to start respecting its own damn rules. Still midair from my evasive leap, I calculated my falling trajectory, my velocity, and the enemy's future position. My fourth shot, a classic pre-aimed attack, hit its mark. The deformed hawk, attempting a hit-and-run, took 3 rounds straight to the face and disintegrated. The recoil sent me tumbling backward. Instead of landing on my shoulder, I hit the ground back first, rolled to absorb the impact, then sprung to a crouch in one fluid motion. Covered in dirt, but still in the fight. Warning, battery level at 0. Greater than. I know that. Cursing under my breath, I ejected the magazine and slammed in a fresh one. Damn it. I was used to operating one-handed, but I really missed my subarm. If I had it, I could have pulled out an empty magazine while inserting a new one simultaneously. Faster. 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 Forcing down my frustration, I reloaded with mechanical efficiency and locked onto the next target, the hawk twisting in midair, ready to pounce on the tech gobs. Time from aim to shot, 0.7 seconds. Fast enough to trigger accusations of cheating in an old Earth FPS, but from a stable crouching stance? It still felt sluggish. A Type A combat body could manage full auto fire in half that time, even while standing upright. Well, this was the best my current setup could do. Then again, for a non-combat synthetic body, I was handling it pretty damn well. If someone accustomed to a Type B or Type C body had been thrown into a sluggish body like this, they'd probably lose their mind. Going from a body with high-speed, wide-range sensory network to a body like this was like being blindfolded, earplugged, and suffocated all at once. Time felt like it was dragging. But I held back from forcing a processing boost. Using my regular, advanced senses in this body would only make me miss. I had to be patient. Patience, patience. Now, the moment the enemy stalled midair to fire, I took my shot. The 5th one went down. I couldn't afford to waste any rounds. There had been 8 enemies in total, and one mag held 12 shots in high-power mode. That meant, firing in 3-round bursts, 2 mags were just enough for all of them. There was 0 margin for error. Now, 3 enemies left. PRA Chapter 5.2. Shout out to Twivang for becoming a patron. Now, 3 enemies left. As I steadied myself, trying to suppress my rising urgency, I noticed a change. The red-marked danger zones in my passive radar HUD shrank slightly. The tech gobs had started fighting back. Warning, activation of Type 2 weaponry detected. Charged particle cannon. Estimated output, 50 gigawatts. That's oddly low. Even so, that amount of energy should require a fusion reactor. For a brief moment, a bright flash seared through my vision, the surge of charged heavy particles slicing through the air. The cybernetic visual adjustments converted the otherwise invisible beam into visible light trails, making it easier to perceive. But it was gone in the blink of an eye. Rewinding the footage from the high-altitude drone a few microseconds before, I spotted the tech gobs in a circle. One of them flipped over in the middle from the recoil of a strange weapon. Compared to their bodies, the weapon was massive, about 30 centimeters in diameter and just under 2 meters long. A hexagonal prism rested heavily on its tripod, cables snaking out in all directions, modified with seemingly improvised components. Most of the paint had peeled away, revealing a dull gray frame that had clearly been ripped from somewhere else. Rewinding to just before it fired. What kind of ritual was that? Several goblins had latched onto the weapon, dancing as they connected its cables to their bodies. Fast-forwarding the footage, I saw the positron beam cut through the air at a sharp angle, incinerating 2 Hawk drones. The range extended beyond observation, no surprise there. But the beam's exact radius was precisely 2.5 meters. As Celine had said, this was bizarre. Charged particle cannons were typically close combat options mounted on warships and fighters in space. No matter the jurisdiction, the Higher Federation military didn't use them for ground warfare. The atmospheric decay rate was ridiculous. The power requirements for the particle accelerator were massive, making it completely unsuitable for ground-to-ground combat. On top of that, a simple magnetic field could jam it, making it one of the least cost-effective weapons imaginable. As research progressed, compressed light lasers and particle cannons became counterable with suspended defensive matter in the atmosphere. In the end, solid projectiles prevailed, because, at close range, kinetic energy solved everything. That was the reality of modern warfare. Though, maybe I wasn't the best one to say that, having been out cold for 2,000 years. Still, given the state of that thing, it didn't look like something newly manufactured from scratch. Any signs of nuclear fission? Negative. No thermonuclear reaction, no cold fusion either. Then where did it come from, and more importantly, where did it get the energy to fire? Even if those goblins had a reactor, nothing about this made sense. Celine called 50 gigawatts low output, but that was only in the context of ground-based weaponry. Even Type C synthetic bodies couldn't generate that kind of power. Don't tell me. Were they somehow generating it with that weird dance? As the cannon fired, a cartridge-like object, housing fuses and other components, ejected from the rear, while parts of the armor plates opened for heat dissipation. None of our military's equipment functioned like this. It reminded me of a civilization that lacked the technology to produce antimatter warheads yet had managed to deploy such weapons as main artillery. But even if that were the case, why was it here? Lieutenant, watch out. Shit, that it was close. 4 seconds. That was all it took for my thoughts to wander, and in that time, I'd come under enemy aim. I sensed the barrel charging and dodged in sync. Even with reaction speeds fast enough to track projectiles, my body couldn't keep up. I had to preemptively move. I sidestepped and returned fire. The enemy's shot only scattered dirt and grass around me. My last 3 rounds, however, struck dead center, piercing straight through. They lacked predictive aiming and evasive capabilities, meaning they operated on a standard sensory clock, one based on old human physiology. In other words, their CPU processing wasn't all that advanced. Why, then, did a body blended with both flesh and machine still adhere to biological timing? Even with the last Hawk drone shot down, I couldn't afford to let my guard down. Something that size could easily perch on a treetop and ambush me. I checked my ammo. Only 2 more bursts left in this magazine. I reloaded and approached the group of tech gobs cautiously. Damn, even after rushing to their aid, they had taken heavy casualties. Only 18 of them remained. I raised one hand in a non-threatening gesture, letting my terminal transmit a phrase in their language from the TC files. My vocal cords couldn't replicate their speech accurately, so I relied on the machine. The synthetic, almost shrieking voice carried an aggressive tone, probably impossible to interpret as anything but hostility if one wasn't familiar with it. May the blessings of the slumbering Great Mother be upon you. The goblin at the front, clutching a spear, the same one who had fired the charged particle cannon, slowly lowered his weapon and responded cautiously. May the Great Mother's grace be abundant. Who are you? Good. It worked. Languages evolved quickly, but religious phrases tended to persist for centuries, sometimes millennia. Even after humanity left Earth, civilizations across the cosmos retained ancient liturgical expressions. The phrase Amen, for example, had remained unchanged despite the erosion of the Hebrew language it originated from. The fact that my greeting had been understood without hostility was a stroke of luck in establishing rapport. I am a friend of the Sylvanians. I saw your group under attack and could not stand idly by. May I ask why you have come in such numbers? The first goblin to respond, judging by the deep wrinkles on his face and the quality of his armor, likely their leader, silenced his murmuring comrades. He gave instructions for some to tend to the wounded and clear the battlefield, then stepped toward me. They had come in force, 45 strong, yet only 18 remained, many of them injured. And judging by the severity of some wounds, 3 wouldn't last without immediate treatment, a devastating loss. Unlike us, who could repair ourselves as long as our cores remained intact, their casualties were likely permanent. Wait. Now that I thought about it, how were there any injured? The kind of firepower the Hawk drones use could even obliterate me completely. They didn't look like they could withstand those hits. Celine, think we can provide them medical aid? Not recommended. Their biological composition is unknown. I advise against deploying your nanomachines for repairs. Of course. Their physiology was too different. My nanomachines were designed for maintaining homeostasis in a specific biological framework. Applying them recklessly might worsen their condition. Damn. Now I got why people had grumbled during joint military exercises with allies who couldn't easily swap bodies like us. To safely administer medical aid, we'd need to fully examine at least 200 specimens of different sexes and age groups. As things stand, even basic treatment beyond stopping bleeding or stabilizing fractures is too risky. Furthermore, unfortunately, we lack the facilities for such research. Got it. I'll ask them later if they're willing to cooperate. You don't have to be so stressed about it. For now, the best we could do was keep threats away from them. Their structure might resemble humans, but assuming old human medicine would work on them was reckless. There was nothing else we could do, but it was still frustrating. Drilled with the instinct to protect non-hostile intelligences, that's just how we were. Blessless, gratitude, thank you, joy. We were in danger, exposed to enemies. We came to warn, informed the rabbit settlement. The translation was a bit rough, but understandable. Tissy had noted their language was poorly documented, so it was no surprise. Their term for me, blessless, suggested they weren't fond of outsiders. Warn them of what? Ebb/tide/reversal is rising. We must prepare/gather/train. Your kin have brought ruin/end/death. My kin? What were they talking about? I followed their gaze to a large cart carrying the injured, and there, among them, was a figure of an entirely different species. A human. Wait. No. That couldn't be right. My optical sensors weren't malfunctioning, were they? I blinked a few times. System check, normal. No, 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 seriously, was that an old human? A closer look confirmed it. Wrapped in bandages, completely unconscious even after all that, they could only be an old human. It wasn't just that they had 2 arms and 2 legs, there was no need for further analysis. It was obvious. Just great. Instead of solving any mysteries, I'd only uncovered more. What the hell was going on? Whoever had terraformed this planet, what were they trying to accomplish? Highly intelligent beings, grotesque hybrids of flesh and machine. And now, old human? This wasn't just a tangled web of clues, it was a full-blown mess. Even if I tried to trace everything back to its origin, I had no idea which thread to pull. This is exactly why I keep saying, label your damn cables when you wire things up. Jokes aside, I could only hope that the Sylvanians, who had rushed over after me, fully armed, would prove to be smooth mediators. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Old humans refer to unmodified humans, those who hasn't undergone genetic engineering or bodily augmentation at birth, just like native humans of old Earth. Even now, this form of humanity continued to propagate across the universe. PRA Chapter 6.116. By the time we made it back to the Sylvanians' kingdom, 3 more tech gobs had succumbed to meaning loss, death. As expected, stopping the bleeding alone wasn't enough. 3 lives were lost. I had worked alongside the Sylvanians to administer emergency treatment, pressing down on their wounds to slow the bleeding. Their bodily fluids were thick and white, almost viscous. But those who had sustained injuries to their vital parts were beyond saving. How were we supposed to treat them when we didn't even know the structure of their internal organs? Now, what do we do? The once peaceful kingdom, where mourning rituals had been held without incident, had turned into something resembling a battlefield hospital. Those who had a chance of survival were being treated by the Tech Gob's surviving medics, while the bodies of the dead had been gathered in one place. And now, their kin were attempting something akin to craniotomy. What are they doing? They're extracting the crystal that holds their life/essence/soul. The one who answered my question was the Tech Gob's leader, the one clad in body armor, with a single yellow optical camera eye. Seen up close, He looked even more unusual. Was he on the larger side for his kind? He stood about 122 centimeters tall and likely weighed a little over 60 kilograms, considering the metal parts embedded in his body. Among the group, he was by far the most robust, making it easy to understand why he was in charge. His name was difficult to translate into the standard language, but if forced into phonetics, it sounded something like Reincarnation. Though he now led the Tech Gobs, he had originally served as deputy to their head warrior. Come to think of it, the Sylvanians had no custom of names, identifying each other by scent instead. I'd been managing their identities through our tags. Maybe it was time to start assigning them names myself. Tissy had done the same when she was around. If I suggested it, they might actually appreciate it. I'd gone off on a tangent there. Reincarnation, tears streaking down his face, their tears were clear, gestured toward his kin's exposed skull, explaining as he went. We all return to the Great Mother in the end. When that time comes, the crystal that holds our life/essence/soul is needed. Given the mood, I couldn't exactly barge in and say, "Hey, mind if I take a look at that?" But still, the thing seemed familiar. It resembled a photon crystal, the computational core where mechanized humans transferred our consciousness and home of mathematical consciousness entities. Compared to the standard issue 10-sided crystalline form, this one was rough and irregular, barely the size of a fingernail. But I'd know it anywhere. I was a soldier, after all. I'd extracted these from fallen comrades so they could be revived back at the mothership. I'd also seen shattered fragments succumb to meaning loss. Yet here, inside the Tech Gob's skull, there was also a photon crystal. The mystery of their biology only deepened. Could it be that these small photon crystals naturally formed in their bodies to control their mechanical components? No, that didn't make sense. It wasn't something that could just slip in during cell division. Seriously, what were these people? Strangers/green friends, welcome. What brings you here? As I silently watched over their solemn funeral rites, the elder finally emerged from his burrow. I felt guilty for dragging the old man out so many times in a single day. Once our factory became less busy, I'd used Tissy files to make him medicine for his knees. He spoke through both gestures and footsteps. By comparing the two, my real-time translation accuracy kept improving. At this rate, maybe I'd soon shake off this archaic way of speaking. Blessless came. Spell Knights of the City/Sky Capital/Holy City. Spell Knights? Why? They arrogantly/cheekily/excitedly claimed they'd retake the Great Mother, and broken bar, huh? What was that blanked out part? Was that some heavy slang that triggered an auto-censorship? Come to think of it, Tissy had made a note about this in her files. Tech Gob language had 50 times the number of curse words compared to Sylvanian. I'd better be careful not to mispronounce anything and accidentally start a war. But why is there a Blessless here, too? Last time, there weren't any. He is different. He is the consort/guardian/great protector of the god. You can tell by his scent, can't you? Blessless, that term had been popping up for a while now, but I still didn't know exactly what it meant. Even Tissy had left a cryptic note, saying it didn't apply to her. Sorry to ask, but what exactly does Blessless mean? One who does not possess the crystal of life/essence/soul in their head. Broken bar. Auto-translation had censored something again. Tissy, you had logophobia, didn't you? I'd heard that mathematical consciousness entities who worked as interpreters or diplomats often developed a phobia of offensive language. Maybe she had experience in one of those roles. Well, it wasn't like I could say a word I didn't know anyway. But now, it was clear. The Blessless were beings without a photon crystal in their brains. If that's the case, Reincarnation, then I am not Blessless. Look here. This is an ancient terminal. I crouched down, pulling back my collar to reveal the port on my neck. His single eye shrank, pupils contracting sharply in shock. He rushed over, running his hands over it, pressing, rubbing, as if trying to determine if it was a fake. I had to stop him. That spot was sensitive. It was protected by micro-machines, but still, I'd rather not risk it. How can humans have terminals? Even among us, children are rarely born with them anymore. You mean all of you used to be born with them? Yes. I have one, too. Our ancestors all used them to connect with the Great Mother. Then, suddenly, He slumped. If only it hadn't happened 200 years ago. His murmured lament was full of static and distortion, with about a third of it lost to censorship. But what remained was enough to tell. He was cursing those grotesque hawk drone creatures we'd fought earlier. The Tekgobs had once lived near what they called the Great Mother. Tissy files confirmed that much. It was their sacred land, forbidden to all outsiders, even her. But one day, abominations started pouring from the Great Mother. The Tekgobs were driven from their homeland, forced to take refuge in the forest. According to their mythology, a degenerate god had raped the Great Mother, resulting in the birth of these aberrations. The way he said it was so blunt. It made me unsure how to react. Those broken bar creatures started pouring into the forest. The blessless spell knights provoked them. Our tribe scattered. Because we were nearby, we came to warn you. Unfortunately, they found us along the way. Rydell boldly let out a heavy sigh, shoulders slumping. The elder, upon hearing this, became visibly alarmed. He muttered about sealing the tunnels, preparing the warriors for battle, which meant those abominations weren't limited to flying ones. Some might burrow, others might crawl along the ground. This was bad. If they had reached the forest's edge, there wasn't much time before things got really bad. Not just for the Tekgobs, but for the Sylvanians as well. And more than that, the Tekgobs being manufactured seemed increasingly likely. If some massive factory was still operational, producing them by chance, that could be a lead to a way to improve our quality of life. Maybe even a path back home. But still, weaponry was an issue. The flying abomination should be the most vulnerable kind, due to their very nature of flying, but it still took 3 high-power mode cold gun shots just to take one down. What if we had to face something like a heavy tank? I'd rather not be flattened into the ground and get a game over, and poured meant there must be at least several hundred of them. Even with all my ammo, it wouldn't be enough. I could try upgrading my weapon, but still there was a limit to how much it could do. I'm drawing blanks. PRA Chapter 6.2. Any good ideas, Celine? Shall we arm the surviving Tekgobs and Sylvanians? If we design a simplified cold gun based on yours, defense would become much easier. It was a reasonable proposal, but the idea of suddenly distributing advanced weapons left me feeling uneasy. See, there was this incident a long time ago in some star system. An old human nation gifted a primitive planet a nuclear bomb as a gesture of trust, or so they claimed, wanting to signal that they wouldn't just beat them into submission. But the locals ended up using it in their own internal conflicts, wiping out an entire intelligent species in the process. The whole galaxy responded with a resounding "Are you idiots?" and imposed economic sanctions. It even turned the intergalactic conference into an unintentional do not laugh challenge. Of course, those of us watching from the sidelines got a good laugh out of it. The Sylvanians were a peaceful and energy-efficient species, so they probably wouldn't misuse it. And, then again, we already had Tekgobs running around with charged particle cannons on the planet's surface. At this point, what difference did it make? The enemy was using railguns, too. Honestly, 1,000 or 2,000 cold guns weren't about to bring about the end of the world, but do we have the resources to produce them? We've been allocating most of our factory output and energy to maintaining you and producing your body, so we actually have quite a bit of leeway now. If we keep it simple, single-shot models with basic designs, we can manage about 20 per day, along with 500 rounds of ammo. Alright, that would do. And if we told them it was a gift from a friend of God, they'd probably treat it with due respect. It should be fine. Yeah, good. Add it to the production queue. Understood. That settled our policy for now. The next issue was that bandaged human. Their main injury seemed to be a deep laceration across the torso. It had been treated with remarkable care. When I asked the Tekgob medic about it, they explained that the intestines had ruptured, so they had cleaned and stitched them up. Back in old Earth, there was an era when internal injuries were a death sentence. They used to test for it by giving the patient onion soup. If the wound started smelling like onions, that meant their insides were leaking, and they were as good as dead. Compared to that, these people were practically advanced medical pioneers. Setting aside my astonishment, this old human-looking individual was apparently the sole survivor of a group the Tekgobs called the Spell Knights. The others had all fallen in battle under the Great Mother or succumbed to their injuries before they could be treated. The sole survivor had warm brown skin, reminiscent of fine honey. Their hair was short and unevenly cut, their large, round eyes had a feline quality, and their slightly pointed teeth were a distinct feature. But no matter how I looked at them, they were a Homo sapiens female. I pried open her eyelids to check her eyes, clear green irises, no cameras. I touched the exposed skin beneath her damaged armor, warm, soft flesh. Her body structure was nearly identical to my Type D synthetic body. She was, without a doubt, an old human, a true first Terra standard human from old Earth. And then there was her armor. The interior was lined with artificial muscle tissue. It looked crude, almost primitive, but it was definitely a type of exosuit. Rather than enhancing strength, its design suggested it was meant to allow the wearer to move while clad in armor so thick that an ordinary person wouldn't even be able to walk in it. Though the system had failed, the front plating still looked to be at least 20 millimeters thick. What kind of enemy was capable of smashing through this? And more importantly, how was this person still alive after taking a hit like that? I placed my fingers on her neck to check her condition and felt a small, firm lump. What was this? A tumor in her blood vessel? No, the placement seemed off. Wait. This. I've seen this in emergency medical manuals. A passive jack under the temporal bone, inside the carotid artery. For us mechanized humans, even after full body mechanization, humanoid forms were still the standard. The reason was simple: we spent our formative years in virtual spaces, living in old human standard bodies. Having a head and limbs felt natural. Because of that, our synthetic bodies typically retained necks, and given their importance and vulnerability, that was where connection ports were installed. Exposed ports were prone to damage, especially in combat, so standard-issue synthetic bodies had auxiliary jacks embedded under the temporal bone. The logic behind placing them there was simple: if that part of the body was blown off, you had bigger problems than just a broken jack. And yet, this woman had one. Was there a chance for a direct link? Hey, Celine, take a look at this. Lieutenant, I may be a multitasker, but I have my limits. What is it? This. Isn't this an emergency use passive jack? I just scanned it. You're right. There's even a faint photon crystal signature. You've got to be kidding me. The thing we struggled to create was just naturally occurring in an organic being born through normal reproduction? Even if it was incomplete, this went beyond a mystery. This was downright unfair. She's unconscious anyway. Might as well try linking up. Lieutenant. You can't just connect to a complete stranger, and a woman at that. That's indecent. It's a medical procedure. Watch your words. I am a certified Class B cyber-neural technician. I had considered using the terminal, but processing lag and bandwidth limitations could be an issue. A direct neural link between our cyber brains would be more efficient. Celine, however, was having a fit over it. To be fair, direct linking meant lowering one's mental barriers and the making contact at the core of one's consciousness. It was essentially a physical connection between souls. Compared to that, physical intimacy, which had long since devolved into a mere pleasure-seeking act, was trivial. In fact, doing the deed in the consciousness domain was even more stimulating, as there were no limitations. For an intelligence like Celine, which existed as sequences of numerical consciousness, it was an especially profound act. So, as my partner, it made sense that she'd be uncomfortable with me doing it. Still, this could hold vital clues about the mysteries of this world. She would have to bear with it. As I said that, a small icon popped up at the edge of my vision. It was an animation of her old frame, puffing up in protest. The design was really cute. I couldn't shake a vague sense of guilt even though I was performing a perfectly legitimate medical procedure. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Passive jack, a concealed emergency connection port, typically embedded directly into the neuroshell. It is primarily used for emergency medical procedures to prevent meaning loss in heavily injured mechanized humans, such as those with severe neck trauma. Because the port is not externally exposed, accessing it carries certain risks, and non-certified personnel are generally prohibited from making direct connections. PRA Chapter 7.117. The moment I connected to the passive jack and unlocked her consciousness domain, an intense sense of discomfort hit me. It was as if I had been thrown into a house made entirely of glass. No consciousness barriers. You and I are different. The fundamental distinction that separates individuals, the primal divide that defines personhood, remains valid even in the cyber world. Any mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses with common sense would put up layers of defenses in their consciousness domain. Typically, we create something akin to a social entrance, connecting to each other only through these controlled spaces to interact in cyberspace. But here, there wasn't even a single restricted access zone, no barriers whatsoever. It was as if a single door separated me from the depths of her soul, her consciousness domain laid bare. Heck, the photon crystal only contained an OS. I've never seen this OS before. Structurally, it's closer to an subbrain directly linked to a biological one. As I probed the virtual space, all I found were vast records and a minimal control system. It resembled subbrains used by high-ranking military officials, non-volatile memory storage meant to store critical, irreplaceable data. This one contained only her experiences and the OS used for interfacing with machines through a terminal. But she lacked a terminal port, and hardly any software was installed. That meant the subbrain was just sitting there, unused. No, worse than that. Depending on how it was accessed, it was nothing more than a backdoor straight into her biological brain. This level of vulnerability, one that could allow someone to manipulate an individual's very soul and consciousness, who in their right mind would design something like this. Still, the sheer amount of raw data I had gained was invaluable. It seemed her kind had almost never reached this far before, and there was no record of her species in the TISI files. Her language system was a complete unknown. However, if I created a copy of her memory data, I could make communication possible. That said, peering into a lady's inner thoughts felt improper. I had to limit my intrusion to the bare minimum. Delving into someone's consciousness domain was, in some ways, an act even more intimate than sex. Doing so without consent wasn't just an ethical violation, it was outright criminal, punishable by consciousness suspension at worst. I had to be careful and extract only what was necessary. Yet, the more I learned, the clearer it became, she was just a normal old human. Why did she have a subbrain? Why was she living on this planet? I had no idea. But the fact that she was a naturally born biological organism, birthed through natural delivery, only deepened the mystery. We, on the other hand, had to labor near black holes, painstakingly gathering photons to shape a single photon crystal. And yet, her kind could produce something like this through mere metabolism. If the Higher Federation Engineering Division saw this, they'd probably go insane from the sheer absurdity of it. Regardless, I had acquired the necessary data. It was time to take my leave. A gentleman does not trespass into unconsciousness domain any more than necessary. Wait. What was that image just now? A vision appeared in the blank space, surfacing like a nightmare. She was dreaming, and I was witnessing it in real time. Within that vision stood an enormous silhouette, surrounded by a swarm of grotesque creatures. The terror of their attacks, the horror of having her armor stripped away, the despair of watching her comrades fall one after another, none of that struck me as much as the shadowy figure looming in the background. It was too distant and hazy to be certain, but was that a massive interstellar warship? Since this was a memory stored within her consciousness domain, I couldn't enhance the image or measure its scale, but it was definitely larger than a scout ship or an escort destroyer. And given that it was continuously spewing out hordes of grotesque creatures, tech gobs included once, it had to have a massive onboard production facility. I needed to hear what she knew. Immediately manipulating her physiological functions, I induced her consciousness. According to the subbrain's records, her body wasn't suffering from any life-threatening issues. A small tweak to her neurochemicals wouldn't do any harm. After injecting a stimulant to wake her, I withdrew from her consciousness domain. My vision returned to the physical world just as her eyes fluttered open. "Saint," she murmured deliriously as she regained awareness. Perhaps the dream, coupled with my brief contact with her consciousness domain, had caused some kind of mystical experience for her. Now that I thought about it, I'd gone through something similar myself. The first time I dived into cyberspace, the sheer volume of information overwhelmed me, and I collapsed. Back then, The data density wasn't nearly as high as a wide-area information layer, so I only suffered mild hallucinations. But with a sub-brain like hers, she'd never be able to handle accessing a shared network. Honestly, what did it feel like to live with such an incomplete sub-brain embedded in her body? How do you feel? Curiously, the language format her people used closely resembled old Earth's English. Converting my binary compressed wave language back into it took some effort, causing a slight delay, but since it was already in our database, the translation process was relatively smooth. Where is everyone? I'm sorry, but you're the only one who survived. I see. No. She covered her face, letting out a choked sob of despair. I understood the feeling. I, too, had been thrown into reckless operations before. I still remembered when my synthetic body had been completely destroyed, earning me the dubious honor of a total body loss wound medal. I had lost so many comrades back then. At times like these, the only thing one could do was stay silent and let them grieve. Who are you? I remember retreating toward the goblin settlement. That settlement was attacked by the grotesques as well. You were rescued and brought here, to the kingdom of the rabbits. Rabbits? You mean the bipedal ones? But they never allow humans inside their settlements. She seemed to calm down slightly and tried to sit up, using her arms for support. I pressed a hand against her neck and forced her back down onto the bed. Her internal organs had suffered extensive damage, and she had lost a massive amount of blood. She wasn't in any condition to be moving yet. Wait a minute, Celine. Based on the data I just gathered, she should be compatible with my body's nano-repair units, right? Affirmative. Type D synthetic bodies share nearly identical specifications with old humans. Given her genetic sequence and cellular structure, there should be no issue with adaptation. Then, I might as well speed up her recovery. We'll talk more once your body is stable. I'm going to administer some medicine. Hold still. From a multi-purpose pouch on my belt, I pulled out a slim cylinder about the size of a marker. This was an emergency needle-free injector, loaded with bio-nanomachines used for synthetic body repairs. It was a multi-use model, compatible with Type D synthetic bodies, meaning it should work just fine on an old human like her. Pressing it against her shoulder, I heard a faint hiss, like the fizz of carbonated liquid, as the nanomachines flooded into her system. Inside her body, they would begin replicating using waste and dead cells as material, sealing wounds and temporarily replacing lost blood. Some would even interact with her nervous system to suppress pain. The pain. It's gone. Could this be the legendary elixir of the ancients? Call it what you want, but it's effective. That said, you still can't move. This only numbs the pain. The wounds themselves haven't fully closed yet. Rest for at least half an hour. Half an hour. For those wounds. It truly is an elixir of the ancients. Leaving her staring in disbelief at the ceiling, I turned and made my way to Ride Elpoldi. PRA Chapter 7.2. Leaving her staring in disbelief at the ceiling, I turned and made my way to Ride Elpoldi. Ride Elpoldi. Do you have a moment? What is it? Blessless? No, blessed strange kin. It seemed the tech gobs had finally accepted that I possessed a photon crystal, as they now treated me as one of their own. That made things much easier, just how I liked it. We needed the Great Mother. If she could still churn out modified organisms and drones, then there had to be a functioning factory inside her. If we could get our hands on that, it might make investigating what happened to Terra 16th much easier. For reasons of my own, I wish to lend you my aid. I want to assist you in reclaiming the Great Mother. The Great Mother? But no, with someone as strong as you, maybe. He must have been watching me throughout the battle, seeing how I kept cutting down the grotesques while his allies fell one after another. As he rubbed his chin in hesitation, I pressed on with negotiations. The key in situations like this was to keep presenting benefits before the other party could overthink things. I have my own business with the Great Mother. I can provide weapons just as powerful as the one I used to take down those creatures. That thing? That would be a great help. But how many warriors do you have left? Including myself, who was made interim war chief. Just 3. But there are hundreds of kin scattered throughout the forest. If we rally the warriors from each tribe, we could gather 10 times that number. So they had lived separately after being driven out of the Great Mother. That meant we actually had a chance. I pulled my cold gun from its holster and showed it to him. This is the weapon that brought down those creatures. That tiny thing? You're saying this is what killed them? It's a cold gun, just a small, personal defense model. If you agree to my proposal, I can supply 20 stronger ones per day, with 500 rounds of ammunition. Is that true? With that much firepower, we might finally be able to end our 200-year struggle. I'll have a sample ready within a day. Will you cooperate if I deliver? If you truly have weapons that is able to fell chimeras, then convincing the scattered chieftains should be easy. Chimera? I tilted my head. So that was what the tech gobs called those creatures. Apparently, the term referred to an abomination forcefully birthed by the strange being that had violated the Great Mother. In their language, it meant a cursed amalgamation. The flying ones were known as Harpier and had been their greatest threat, as their attacks had never been able to reach them before. Now that I had taken down 6 with these, I was probably seen as some kind of ace marksman among them. Until now, we couldn't bring them down without the Holy Lance. But if we can do it with weapons usable by all warriors. Riedelbold clenched his fist in determination, and something clicked in my mind. That so-called Holy Lance, the charged particle cannon, where had it come from? It was a gift from the Great Mother. It has protected our tribes for generations. Even you, our savior, will not be allowed to lay a hand on it. That was unfortunate. I had been deeply curious about it. It wasn't built to any standard High Federation specifications, and even from a distance, I could tell it used an entirely unfamiliar design. Studying it could have helped uncover the truth about what had happened to this planet. But I couldn't go trampling on something sacred to them. If they grew to trust us more, perhaps they'd let me examine it one day. Still, how did it even function? Its output was supposedly 50 gigawatts, something only a compact fusion reactor could generate. Even if I linked multiple magazines from my cold gun, it wouldn't come close to supplying that much power. I had seen them dancing around it, seemingly to provide its energy. Just what kind of principle powered its shots? Ever since coming here, I had witnessed multiple phenomena that laughed in the face of conventional physics. It was bizarre. You said you're heading for the Great Mother. Wait, you should still be resting. As I gazed at the Holy Lance, my motion sensors picked up movement. What? How was she even standing? It hadn't even been 5 minutes since the injection. No matter how advanced the nanomachines were, they shouldn't have been able to heal her that quickly. A Magius Gear Knight does not fall so easily. If this is about avenging my comrades, I won't sit idly by. Now that I took a closer look, the dark-skinned woman's appearance was rather provocative. Her diamond-shaped breastplate had been half shattered, exposing her navel, part of her left breast, and even her groin. I had been operational for nearly 300 years and wasn't exactly inexperienced, so I wasn't about to lose my composure, but it was still quite the sight. Ah. Miss, perhaps you should cover yourself first. Cover what? Hearing her shriek, I found myself idly fascinated by the fact that, even after what was essentially an another world reincarnation, women in this world still felt embarrassed about exposing their skin. Some things really were universal. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. For mechanized humans, direct contact within cyberspace has long held deeper significance than physical touch. Reaching past the final barrier of another's consciousness domain is akin to touching their very soul. PRA Chapter 8.118. I am Galita, a Magius Gear Knight of the Celestial Dome Holy City. Now that she had covered herself with fabric again, I'd give her a spare jumpsuit later. She introduced herself using 2 unfamiliar terms. The Celestial Holy City was likely a place name, and Magius Gear Knight seemed to be a title. But based on linguistic structure, Magius implied magic, while Gear suggested machinery, 2 seemingly contradictory concepts. Why were they combined into a single title? Did this world classify advanced machines like the Holy Lance as magic? Or maybe, like the tech gobs with their strange rituals, they relied on mystical elements to operate technology? Now that I thought about it, her exosuit didn't seem to have any obvious power source. If I brought this up to a scholar, they'd probably chuckle at my logic, but maybe my reasoning wasn't entirely off the mark. Well, there was also the possibility that I had just been too immersed in fantasy-heavy VR games. Nice to meet you, Galita. I hesitated, unsure of how to introduce myself. Calling myself part of the Higher Federation or the integrated military wouldn't make sense here. It'd probably just make me sound crazy. The civilization on this planet was still confined to its surface. If I claimed to have come from deep space and helped make this world habitable for humans, I'd be sent straight to a hospital. And not the kind for physical injuries. I'm Nozomu Matsui. Right now, I'm living among the rabbits. I kept it vague, stating just my current situation. I wasn't lying. So it was fine. You said you planned to reclaim the Great Mother? That you'll arm the goblins and fight? Yeah, about that. How can you understand goblin speech? Their language contains frequencies beyond human hearing. She reached up, stuck a finger into her right ear, and peeled off a flesh-colored sheet. I have a translator. As Magius Gear Knights, we are granted permission by the Holy Cathedral to use this sacred machine. Sacred machine? I had so many questions, but I decided not to push. So, it was a translation device worn inside the ear canal. That was something we, with our integrated cybernetics, never even considered. Between the exosuit and this, their civilization might be more advanced than I initially thought. If they had anti-gravity units, I might be able to reach space and search for any surviving ships. Sacred machines are reserved for Magius Gear Knights alone. But you have too many strange things, like that elixir. Where exactly did you come from? Damn. That was a tricky question. I couldn't exactly tell her I'd been sleeping underground for 2,000 years. Better to bend the truth a little. Considering the name Celestial Holy City and the slight misalignment in their scientific understanding, they were probably living in the wreckage of a crashed Higher Federation ship. If that were the case, I could claim to be in a similar situation. After all, it's a familiar story. Civilization collapses, leaving behind ruins, and humans cling to the remnants. That's just how things work. At least, in games. I grew up in some ruins far from here, using the relics left behind to travel from place to place. Sacred machines are supposed to be under the cathedral's control. But considering you saved my life. Good. Looked like she was more reasonable than I expected. She lowered her cat-like eyes, scratched at her short, uneven hair, and seemed to talk herself into accepting the situation. Still, if all machines were controlled by the cathedral, that meant her organization had an incredibly arrogant worldview. I'd need to tread carefully. I was a soldier. If necessary, I would resist. But shooting human-shaped beings was something I hesitated to do. Sure, I had killed countless enemies in VR, but in reality, my kill count was only in the triple digits. I had no interest in increasing that number unnecessarily. I'd handle this carefully. Besides, you used a precious elixir on me. I'll make arrangements with the cathedral in your name. Thanks, Galata. Since I grew up in the ruins, I don't know much about the outside world. Could you tell me more about this celestial holy city? You don't even know about the holy city. This really is the middle of nowhere. It is the land where our creator descended 1,000 years ago, the only true sanctuary, protected by the celestial dome. There, we worship the machine god and live alongside machine spirits. Machine spirits? That was another odd term. Did they actually believe spirits or fairies influenced their machines? If so, that was terrifying. I could already imagine them dancing around a degraded reactor, praying for it to work properly. And if it didn't? Well, next thing you know, an uncontrolled micro-black hole swallows the entire planet. No thanks. As Magius Gear Knights, we protect the holy city and gather the scattered works of the divine. This time, our battalion was dispatched to secure Great Mother, but tears welled up in her clear green eyes as memories of her fallen comrades surfaced. I placed a hand on her shoulder in comfort, and she broke down, sobbing. It might have been her first real battle. Everyone. They're all dead. Battalion Commander, Vice Commander, Emile, Domitia. So everyone except her had been killed in battle? I had no words of comfort. For us, death had become an abstract concept. As long as our photon crystal remained intact, we could return again and again. I had lost entire bodies in past wars and returned to base with nothing but my extracted brain shell. My comrades had similar experiences. Even in large-scale battles, true fatalities were rare. Many had died due to the comms contamination, but it still didn't feel real. I had no time to dwell on it, too much was happening. Still, I could at least offer some words to a grieving soldier. Don't cry, Galata. You are a knight, aren't you? And your fallen comrades. They were knights too, weren't they? I placed a hand under her chin and gently lifted her face. Meeting her gaze, I spoke with measured words. Soldiers die. That is their nature. But as long as there are comrades to avenge them and uphold their honor, they are never truly gone. Revenge. Yes, that's right. I want revenge. Give me one of your weapons, Nozomu. She reached impulsively for my sidearm, but I caught the wrist, stopping her. I can't give you this. Only I can use it. Watch. This is a gun? But guns shouldn't even work against exosuits, and this one doesn't have trigger or sights. I handed her the cold gun, and her reaction and words took me aback. They knew about guns. But they had developed armor so strong that firearms had become obsolete. Not even in our long history had there been an era where protection outmatched firepower. This was going to take a lot of time and effort to bridge our understanding. But this gun took down those flying aberrations. If you don't believe me, ask the goblins. It really works against them? Yes. And I have something even stronger for you. Then, I can take revenge? Yes. I'll make sure you can. Ugh. You are ugh. She clung to me, sobbing uncontrollably. I gently rubbed her back. I wasn't sure if it had any effect through the armor, but I felt like it was the right thing to do. PRA Chapter 8.2. Lieutenant, I hate to interrupt your fun, but that's a rather thorny way to put it, Celine. I answered the incoming transmission, only to be met with my partner's sulking voice. I had no idea why I was being accused of anything, and as I stood there confused, she coolly informed me that the draft for the mass production cold gun was complete. That was fast. Sure, the structure was primitive, but to have a full blueprint ready this quickly. She really was brilliant. All I did was extend the barrel and make it bolt action. The grip is a pistol type, and the stock is a straight design with recoil absorption. It's as bare bones as it gets. The 3D blueprint projected onto my retina was just as simple as she had described. Honestly, it looked more like a one-handed walking cane than a firearm, with a mechanism awkwardly attached to a steel pipe. It had no decorative elements whatsoever. If not for the iron sights on top and the bolt extending from the right side, I wouldn't have even recognized it as a gun. Rather than a magazine, it uses disposable rounds, each one integrating a fuse, battery, and projectile. The added weight keeps the recoil mild enough that even the Sylvanians should be able to handle it. Of course, that does make it less portable. How's the firepower? It's tuned to output 3,300 joules, same as your cold gun's high power mode. But since I didn't design it with the same level of precision as your gun, the barrel will wear out quickly. 1,000 shots, tops. If it can last that long, that's more than enough. Taking back the Great Mother is going to be a short campaign anyway. I doubt we'll even fire half that. Ever since we acquired advanced 3D printing technology, engineers had been relegated to fine-tuning for perfect fittings, and the concept of manual mass production had essentially disappeared. As long as we had the facilities and raw materials, manufacturing costs had become negligible. In this era, a single button press could produce nearly perfect spheres, aerodynamically optimized armor, and even antimatter warheads. Now that 2,000 years had passed, our homeland likely had advanced beyond this. Durability was no longer a major concern. As long as a weapon worked when needed, that was enough. If it broke, we could just recycle it back into raw materials. Truly, we lived in convenient times. Which made me wonder why we had been forced to take crafting classes in our virtual education. Were they preparing us for some kind of extreme survival scenario worse than this? That brief distraction aside, weapon production seemed to be progressing smoothly. As I reviewed the blueprints, a thought crossed my mind. No bayonet. You mechanized humans really like those, don't you? Even in the age of space colonization, mechanized soldiers of Far Eastern descent still carried swords with pride. And we, too, had an undying love for bayonets. The reason was simple. Space was filled with things you really shouldn't break. As a result, melee combat had become far more common, Firearms powerful enough to pierce enhanced exosuits and reinforced armor could also punch holes in warships and colony hulls, making them risky to use in certain environments. Thus, bladed weapons and bayonets had made a comeback, proving invaluable in CQB, close quarters battle. My military blade and Class A melee combat insignia weren't for show, they were practical necessities. That was why this gun needed a bayonet. For some reason, though, mathematical consciousness entities never seemed to like them. Close quarters combat is always a useful option. Besides, the tech gobs use spears and sasumata, spear fork. A bladed weapon should feel more natural to them. Fine. I allowed a bayonet mount and design a dedicated bayonet as well. Thanks, Celine. If you really want to thank me, stop giving me ridiculous requests and take better care of yourself. I understand why this is necessary, but for the record, I still don't agree with you going to the Great Mother. When I asked why, she fell silent. A few seconds passed. For beings like us, capable of exchanging gigabytes of information in a single second, that was an eternity. Then, with a sullen huff, she muttered something under her breath and abruptly cut the transmission. I hate a lieutenant who don't understand a delicate girl's feelings. Did I screw up somehow? My decision hadn't been out of arrogance, I was simply the strongest asset here. Choosing the path that best solved the mysteries and secured our path home was just logical. Why was I getting scolded for that? Sure, this body of mine was fragile, and there were no backups. If I died, that was it. I knew I was pushing the limits of recklessness. But avoiding all risks simply wasn't an option. As I pondered how to make it up to my partner, I continued rubbing Gileta's back while she wept in my arms. PRA Chapter 9.119. I wasn't sure how long it took for Gileta to stop crying. Probably not even 30 minutes. Even so, my right shoulder, where she had rested her forehead, was completely soaked. She must have shed a considerable amount of tears. Now, with puffy eyes, she averted her gaze, looking embarrassed. That was embarrassing. There's nothing shameful about crying, Gileta. It's a way of mourning. Something very precious. I gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and her cheeks flushed as she turned her face away. I stroked my chin, realizing something. I had offered to help her with revenge, but I knew almost nothing about her. Once again, nice to meet you, Gileta. Feel free to call me Nozomu. Oh, got it, Nozomu. Just call me Gileta. Just Gileta, please. Understood, Gileta. First things first, let's get you changed. I couldn't just leave her wandering around wrapped in a tattered cloth, so I led her to the section housing the central control room, where Tissy had been sealed away. Besides the control room itself, the area also contained the private quarters of the chief administrator and their assistant, that is, the now deceased Tissy and her partner. There were also guest rooms meant for visitors, one of which I had been using. Walking all the way here every day from my base would have been exhausting, so I had borrowed room. This is my room. I'll lend you some clothes. That really helps, Nozomu. I never thought our gear armor would be destroyed this badly. As we talked, the translation gradually got a better grasp of her language. It seemed that they used the word gear to refer to highly advanced machinery, something that required talent to operate. They made a clear distinction between these and ordinary machines. And, much like the ritual-activated Holy Lance used by the Tech Gobs, this gear armor likely functioned on principles beyond my comprehension. It's pretty dark in here, isn't it? The people who built this ruin probably had better eyesight than us. The lighting is all external. I flicked on a lamp that Celine had made for me. The room was so barren that Gileta looked slightly taken aback. Do you really live here? I try not to keep too many things. The room had only two objects. One was a bed, actually, a maintenance bed for synthetic bodies, also known as a cradle, with a cloth draped over it. Since it wasn't uniquely designed for Type D prosthetic bodies, it lacked any embellishments and was nothing more than a plain, rectangular slab. The other was a gray, multi-purpose storage container, about the size of a large box. I had found it in the facility. The ARTAG identified it as an empty consumables supply case, so I had repurposed it for my belongings. Not that I had many possessions, just a few changes of clothes, some towels, and spare magazines for my Colt gun. After all, Everything I needed was stored in my internal neural database. That was why the room was so empty. If I wanted, I could make it look baroque or rococo using our overlays, so there was no need to decorate the real space. But still, not even a single painting? That's a little too bleak. Well, this place was originally just a home for the rabbits. I gave a vague excuse while rummaging through my things, eventually pulling out a grey work jumpsuit. It should fit her well enough, given our similar builds, but it was designed for men. Would the chest area be an issue? Also, what about underwear? I only had men's shirts and shorts. Well, it was better than nothing. Here, some underclothes and a change of clothes. They're clean, don't worry. Thanks for everything. Do you know how to put it on? Don't underestimate me. I'm not that sheltered. I had asked just in case she wasn't familiar with jumpsuits, but she seemed oddly offended. Considering how she insisted on just being called Gilita, maybe she had a complex about her family. More importantly, can you take off that armor by yourself? Oh. It's broken, so I can still move. But barely. I see. The suit's functions had completely shut down, leaving her to carry its immense weight with pure strength. So she wasn't just relying on her equipment, she had trained her own body too, huh? She was a true warrior. Got it. I'll help. As a gentleman, I swear I won't look at anything unnecessary. Stop teasing me. As she flustered, I asked her how to remove the armor, then used a multi-purpose tool to loosen the bolts holding it together. Normally, the rear structure would open automatically at the wearer's command, but with it broken, I had to manually pry it apart like a costume, revealing her back down to the tailbone. Her skin was flawless, smooth and honey-toned, free of any scars. It had a supple sheen, the kind that looked like it would yield effortlessly at the touch. Beneath it, her muscles were well-defined, the ridges of her spinal and latissimus dorsi muscles standing out clearly, a testament to rigorous training. Lieutenant, I was just observing from a purely military perspective, Celine. I responded to the pointed message over the comms while casually stowing my tools. The back is open. Thanks. I can handle the rest myself. All right. I'll leave the towel and clothes here. The door opens when you say open. I'll be waiting outside, so let me know when you're done. I stepped out of the room, leaning against the door and waiting. Celine, run a scan. Pervert. Hey, just kidding. Just kidding. Cut it out with the risque jokes. What I actually wanted scanned was the removed armor. At a glance, the suit had no visible power source. It was like a car that moved without an engine. The joints had servo motors for enhanced strength and some basic sensors, but those shouldn't function without an energy source. If it were our exosuits, a short-term model would use a battery, while a long-term one would have a low-temperature fusion reactor. There should have been a designated compartment for that, but this armor was unnaturally smooth, shaped entirely to fit the human body, leaving no space for such components. It was as if it had been designed to function without any power from the start. Lieutenant, the scan is complete. As expected, there's no detectable power source. Knew it. Celine's analysis confirmed my suspicions, and I found myself wanting to hold my head in my hands. No, seriously, what the hell? A powered exosuit with 20mm armor plating and an estimated weight of 200 kilograms. Moving without any kind of energy source. If she could barely walk in it, I could accept that. But being able to fight in it? This world was hella bugged. PRA Chapter 9.2. Could it have something to do with their subbrains? That's highly likely, but my sensors haven't detected any related wavelengths. Fine. I could accept, if I stretched my reasoning 1,000 times over, that there were humans born with photon crystals embedded in their bodies. The universe was already filled with countless inexplicable intelligences, so this was hardly the most shocking thing. I could even understand that they interfaced with machines via wired or wireless connections for control. But what I couldn't fathom was where their energy came from. It made no sense. It felt as if they were mocking the painstaking centuries of refinement our kind had invested in solid-state batteries and low-temperature nuclear fusion technology. As if they were sneering at our desperate struggles to develop power transmission circuits and contact-based energy transfer. Damn it, this was like watching someone in a VR game abusing infinite energy cheats. Meanwhile, I had to allocate a percentage of my cognitive resources just to maintain logical consistency. Was there a microscopic chance that I was still trapped in an advanced VR simulation, completely unaware? Lieutenant, such tasteless VR scenarios are prohibited by treaty. Just like surprise wake-up pranks, they were banned under the Intergalactic Virtual Space Accords. I know. I'm not the kind of person who'd enjoy that sort of thing, either. Then let's focus on the real issue. Did that Gilita have a power reactor of her own? If you count her heart as a reactor, then yeah, she had one. So, unlike Type B or higher synthetic bodies, she didn't have a built-in fusion reactor. This level of absurdity is making my logic processing circuits throw errors. Yeah, same here. As I mulled over the sheer irrationality of this world, the door creaked open. A flustered-looking Gilita peeked in hesitantly. I know I'm the one who borrowed it, but... Do you have anything bigger? Sorry, I live alone, so that's the only human-sized one I've got. With her face flushed red, she stepped fully into the room, and she looked so normal. She had probably used a towel to flatten her chest, but it was far from effective. The fabric of the black shirt stretched taut over an unnatural bulge, and her coverall's zip refused to go any higher than just below her chest. Did she realize that, if anything, this only emphasized her full curves? It was undeniably a provocative sight, but was it really something to be embarrassed about? Honestly, it looked more like a deliberately crafted design, almost like a fashion statement. No. If she was embarrassed, then it wasn't right for me to stare. I quickly averted my gaze and promised to find her a better-fitting outfit soon. So, there's a lot I need to ask, being the country bumpkin that I am. I already apologized for calling this place the middle of nowhere. My questions were answered calmly one after another. First, I learned that she came from a theocratic nation called the Celestial Dome Holy City, which was located 2 months' travel away via high-speed transport. That country worshipped both its capital, Celestial Dome, and the machine god that had created it overnight. Its people believed they were born to maintain the machine god's sacred domain. The nation had been established about 1,000 years ago, along with the machine faith, Gear Religio. From the start, it had been structured around individuals with a special affinity for controlling gears. These individuals formed its core personnel. So, beside Magius Gear Knights like you, there's also Gear Priests. We operate Magius Gears, gears that move using what we call magic. Meanwhile, Gear Priests control Sanctus gears through prayer. Magius gears, these so-called magic machines, functioned simply by being worn or wielded, but only by those with the talent for it, about 10% of the population. The most exceptional of them earned the rank of knight. On the other hand, Sanctus gears required special prayers and incantations to function. Only 1 in 10,000 possessed the ability to control them, and those who did were elevated to the priesthood. They could also control some functions of the Celestial Dome. All other machines fell into a category called machini, essentially regular tools. However, because they were considered remnants of the machine god, they still fell under the cathedral's jurisdiction. I could feel a headache coming on. Was this a religion or an engineering discipline? Pick one. I had the talent for both, but I wanted to fight for my country, so I chose to become a Magius Gear Knight. I see. And the principle behind how these machines move with talent is, it's the machine god's blessing. Through that blessing, we work in harmony with the mechanical spirits and fairies inside the machines. Right. Of course, I felt a strong urge to throw in the towel on this conversation, but instead, I decided to conduct a small experiment. I pulled a flashlight from my belt and removed the battery. What's that? A light. Try pressing the switch. Like this? Gilita pressed the button, and the battery-less flashlight turned on. What the hell? What's wrong, Nozomu? Why are you shouting? I flopped onto my bed, overcome by sheer absurdity. Nope. This was bullshit. Absolute bullshit. There was a time when fiction that mocked fantasy settings with "don't underestimate science" style narratives was all the rage. But I never expected to be on the receiving end of a "don't underestimate fantasy, you geeky tech nerd" rebuttal. I'm done. I'm going to sleep. I'm sulking. Huh? Nozomu, did I do something wrong? Gilita sounded completely bewildered, but I didn't have the energy to explain. I just wanted to sulk in peace. I'd leave the elder to clean up a room for her, but she could use this room for now. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Currently, the primary energy sources of the Higher Federation consist of solid-state batteries, low-temperature thermonuclear fusion reactors, and, for large-scale spacecraft, zero-point engines. However, the existence of machines that operate with absolutely no power source remains an impossibility. PRA Chapter 10.1 110 The preparations for the expedition progressed steadily. Relay drones for long-distance communication with Selene's drones, coal guns, and various other equipment were being mass-produced at an astonishing rate, with Sylvanians ferrying them in non-stop. Seeing that, I shuddered at the sheer amount of resources that had been required to construct my body. It was inevitable, given the situation, but at this point, my body probably had cost more than a military-grade synthetic body. Take aim. Setting aside the absurd cost of my own creation, I gave the command, and the warriors who had gathered in the open field in response to my call raised their coal guns. At one point, the number of combat-ready tech gobs had dwindled to just 3, but thanks to Reincarnation tirelessly running through the forest and rallying the various tribes, that number had now risen to 25. It might seem like a small gain considering all his efforts, but the tribal leaders still in hiding were already pulling as many fighters as they could spare. Many had likely fallen in battle before they could escape, and even now, they had to protect their non-combatants from the rampaging chimeras. The fact that each tribe managed to send even a handful of warriors was already an impressive show of support. This was largely thanks to Reincarnation's efforts and the gift of several coal guns I had let him take along. And then, there were the Sylvanians. Even though they typically had little interest in fighting beyond self-defense, 15 of them had volunteered to protect me. That alone was reassuring. On top of that, we had formed a defensive garrison of about 100 warriors to safeguard the kingdom. With that in place, I could leave the kingdom Tissy had left behind without worry. More barrels meant more firepower, and greater firepower was the very essence of military strength. And behind every gun, there needed to be a strong support system to sustain it. Steady your aim. Training was being conducted not underground in the Sylvanians' kingdom, but on the vast plains. The Tech Gobs, the Sylvanians, and even Galata, who had insisted on joining despite my preference for her to rest a bit longer, formed a firing line and raised their coal guns. Their targets stood 50 meters ahead, wooden stakes placed at even intervals, each with a simple paper target fluttering in the wind. Fire! The moment I gave the order, the triggers clicked in unison, followed by the layered sounds of electromagnetic pulses and bullets breaking the sound barrier. Without gunpowder, coal guns were relatively quiet upon firing, but the sonic boom of the bullets tearing through the air had a distinct, almost pleasant quality. More importantly, they had remarkably low recoil. While there was still some kick, the shock-absorbing mechanisms built into the stocks made it nearly negligible for the shooters. On top of that, their simple design allowed them to withstand rough handling, making them ideal weapons for this group. Indeed, fewer parts and easy maintenance were the keys to efficiency. Reload. However, coal guns also had a major drawback. Unlike traditional firearms, they didn't produce gas, meaning they couldn't use blowback mechanisms for automatic reloading. As a result, they either required a more complex internal system for automatic cycling, like mine, or had to rely on manual actions such as bolt operation. The shooters lifted the bolts, pulled them back, and ejected the spent casings, which housed both the fuse and battery. Then, they inserted a fresh round into the chamber and pushed the bolt forward again. Despite their lack of rapid-fire capability, their low recoil and smooth reloading process made them exceptionally accurate. After only 3 days of training, nearly every shot was hitting its mark. Hit rate, 89.24%. Quite impressive. Selene reported. They were already used to bows and crossbows, so they seemed to handle lead compensation well, I remarked. Even with only basic iron sights and no optical scopes, they were landing 9 out of 10 shots on targets 50 meters away. At this rate, we could easily repel those grotesque hawk-like drones, the Harpier, or whatever they were called, just by blanketing the sky with gunfire. The real concern was that, unlike before, we were the ones advancing into enemy territory. That meant we also had to be prepared for ground-based threats. Prepare for the second volley. It would take 3 days to reach the abandoned village of Riedelboldi's kin, and another 20 days from there to reach the Great Mother. Combat along the way was inevitable, and some of the enemies we would face were troublesome, to say the least. According to what we had learned from Galata and the tech gobs who had fought these creatures firsthand, the land-based chimeras fell into 3 major categories. First, there were the Minkolion. These grotesque hybrids had the segmented bodies of giant ants, each about 50 centimeters tall, fused with the heads of wild beasts. Their primary weapons were their meat grinder-like fangs, housed in their gaping maws. They weren't particularly sturdy, but they made up for it with sheer numbers. Killing one often led to an endless wave of reinforcements. Riedelboldi said he once had to deal with over 40 of them just from a single stray wandering in from the Great Mother's territory. Near our destination, there could easily be hundreds. Fire. The second type was known as the Hob. These creatures bore a vague resemblance to tech gobs but were covered in grotesque tumors, their fingers and eyes randomly numbered and misplaced. Mindless and utterly savage, they were greatly feared. Towering at 180 to 200 centimeters, they were massive, and fighting them in close quarters was considered a death sentence, though somehow, Riedelboldi had managed to take one down with a spear. Reload, and, the last type didn't even have a name. And there was a reason for that. No one had ever encountered one and lived to tell about it. The only reports were of distant thunderous footsteps and vague outlines. No one who had gotten close enough to see the details had ever returned. Out of fear, no one dared to name it. Even Galata hadn't seen it clearly, leaving us with absolutely no information. If it turned out to be some kind of multi-legged war tank, we'd be in serious trouble. Even in high-power mode, I wasn't sure if my cold gun could pierce its outer armor. Fire at will. Hoping that this unknown enemy wouldn't be as terrifying as it was rumored to be, I gave the next order. PRA Chapter 10.2 Fire at will. Hoping that this unknown enemy wouldn't be as terrifying as it was rumored to be, I gave the next order. The gunfire rang out even more vigorously, filling the air with a steady rhythm of shots. The tech gobs, prioritizing speed, laid down a thick barrage. The Sylvanians, on the other hand, were slower due to their rounder fingers but made up for it with impressive accuracy. Then there was Galata. Her shots barely grazed the targets, with almost none landing direct hits. I supposed it was to be expected. The tech gobs and Sylvania had prior experience with crossbows, which required similar aiming techniques. But Galata was a complete beginner. Galata, keep your elbows in. You're pulling the trigger too hard. Like this? Now that I took a closer look, the guns were designed for the smaller tech gobs, so in Galata's hands, they looked tiny. Actually, now that I was really paying attention, wasn't she kind of huge? She was nearly as tall as me, about 180 centimeters. Judging by her broad shoulders and muscle tone, she probably weighed close to 80 kilograms too. A tomboyish, fang-toothed, cat-eyed, and busty, towering girl. That was way too many character traits packed into one person. Missed again. You're still too tense. I can't help it. Magisk knights use swords and bows. Without a holy sword or holy bow granted by the cathedral, we can't even pierce exosuits, so I've never had a reason to use something like this. She frowned, struggling to handle the gun properly, and muttered that it might be better to just attach a bayonet and use it as a spear. A holy sword and a holy bow, huh? Apparently, she had lost both on the battlefield, but I wonder what kind of weapons they were. If the sword could cut through 20 mm armor, it was probably a monomolecular blade or a vibrating edge made of ultra-high compression alloy. But as for the holy bow, I had no clue. A bow that could pierce through that thick composite armor, what kind of nonsense was that? Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, those tech gobs' mechanical bows had no trouble piercing through Harpier armor. Judging by the remains, they were made of lightweight alloy, so normally, they shouldn't have been able to penetrate. Don't tell me there's some mysterious force at work affecting the weapons too. If a bow and arrow could take down military-grade heavy combat exosuits, I might actually cry. Anyway, using an unfamiliar weapon in an unfamiliar size did sound like a pain. Maybe I should ask Celine for a custom order for her instead. Still, the basics were important. Could at least use this one to teach her for now. Alright, let me show how to do it. Hiya? Nozomu. I moved behind her, supporting her body as if embracing her, and adjusted the position of her arms. At the same time, I placed my hands on her waist to correct her shooting stance. This is how you hold a gun. Keep your elbows tucked in, press your cheek against the stock, and set your stance to absorb the recoil. See, could you not whisper in my ear? Once I confirmed her stance was solid, I overlapped my hand with hers and gently guided her index finger. Pull the trigger slowly, gently, like touching a newborn's cheek. All right. I got it, I got it. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. There's no room for embarrassment in training. I'll stay with you until you get the hang of it, so just bear with me. Look straight ahead. Can you see the target, the rear sight, and the front sight all lined up? Why yeah. I adjusted her aim, making sure the rear sight, front sight, and target were perfectly aligned. At this range, there was no need to worry about air resistance or gravity, so no need to overthink it. I gently pressed down with our overlapped fingers. And fired. The light recoil passed through her body, and in the distance, the paper target burst apart. I hit it. Guns are designed to hit what you aim at. Watch this. Galata seemed more stunned than surprised that she had landed her first shot on target. But I couldn't have her getting satisfied with just that. I set my cold gun to low power mode and demonstrated a quick draw shot. Firing from the hip was tricky in VR games since aiming was difficult, but after countless hours of practice, I had learned to compensate. And with a synthetic body equipped with fire control system, it was no issue at all. I aimed for the right edge of the fluttering target and, with each pull of the trigger, gradually shifted my aim left, carving a precise line as if drawing a picture with dots. The paper target split clean in two, the lower half drifting away on the wind. That was amazing. Was that magic on the gun? No, just technique. Here, let me borrow yours for a second. There was no magic on my gun. It was just an ordinary firearm. If anything, it was inferior to standard issue models, with only basic electronic controls to link with FCS. And even with an even worse gun, skill alone could make up for the difference. Watch closely. I placed a bullet in my mouth, held one between my pinky and ring finger, and another between my ring and middle finger. Then, I raised the cold gun and aimed without using the FCS. From here on, it was pure, VR-trained skill. Well, not like I had a choice. This gun didn't even have a built-in control system, so I had to rely entirely on manual aiming. From stance to aim, it took about 0.6 seconds. I squeezed the trigger, sending the first round dead center into the target. Without hesitation, I cycled the bolt, loading the next round. Anticipating the brief lull in the wind, I fired again, sending the second shot straight through the first hole. Then the third, also dead center. I spat the final bullet into my palm, loaded it, and prepared to fire the last shot. But damn it! The wind shifted mid-shot, and instead of a single, perfect hole, the shot widened the gap. Now it looked like a double-layered ice cream scoop, or maybe a snowman. Damn it! I was trying to pull off a clean pinhole trick. If I had my military-grade synthetic body, I could pull off a rapid-fire pinhole trick even from 200 meters away, hitting a nail head every time. Well, with enough practice, you can do this too. I retrieved the target and showed it to her. Seeing how the edges of the hole were repeatedly worn away, she realized that every single bullet had passed through the same point. Her eyes widened in amazement as she looked at me. Amazing. You're like an archer from a fairy tale. It's nothing that special. If you keep at it, you'll get there soon enough. I gave her a pat on the shoulder and was about to check on the other shooters when a sudden communication alert popped up from Celine. It wasn't a voice call. Just an emoticon, a cute, puffed-up cat icon, pouting. What's up, Celine? Oh, I was just wondering when you converted to another faith. Curious, I connected to the voice call. Her tone was flat, one she only used when suppressing annoyance. Huh? Did you enjoy handling such a soft body? I wasn't dense enough to ask. Are you jealous? We had been together for 150 years, at least in my waking time. She had been with me through everything, back when I was an infantryman in the Homeland Defense Forces, when I transferred to the military academy, and when I joined the Armored Corps. I knew exactly what she meant. My partner is you and only you, Celine. If only my frame were intact. I could have outperformed 1,000 of her. I know, I know. You're the most reliable one in the world. Did she think I'd replace her just because I was training someone else? Smiling to myself at her adorable jealousy, I shifted the conversation to logistics. Rifles are fully stocked, including extra supplies for the allied tribes. Each soldier will receive 250 rounds, with 5,000 more in reserve. The canteens are also ready, thanks. The preparations for our expedition to the Great Mother were nearly complete. The Sylvanians were gathering the necessary food, though, being herbivores, they struggled to find things suitable for the omnivorous tech gobs. The biggest issue, water, was handled with canteens that condensed moisture from the air, just like mine. The only thing missing was transportation for everyone, but that was asking for too much. I didn't want the three saints scolding me with people must not take more than what they have paid for. So, we'd just have to make do with what we had, namely, our own 2 legs. Now, I could only hope that our monster hunting would go as smoothly as it did in VR games. PRA Chapter 11.121 The greatest threat during a march was an ambush, but that was a problem we had completely solved. Lieutenant, 13 Memcolians spotted 250 meters ahead. Got it. We'll take a detour. Yes, we had the eyes of the sky, Celine's drones. Once she had finished producing the coal guns, she used the surplus to manufacture surveillance drones, each about the size of a softball, equipped with 2 pairs of wings. These drones were designed exclusively for reconnaissance, forming a surveillance network that kept watch over our surroundings. They constantly scouted ahead, gathering optical and thermal data from gaps in the canopy and areas beyond our line of sight, feeding it back to Celine. Through my partner, this information allowed us to avoid unnecessary combat. All units, halt. We're taking a detour. I raised a fist as I relayed the order through the radio, calling the squad leaders together to instruct them on the new route. Thanks to our ability to produce small communication devices, we had divided our forces into squads of 5, each equipped with a silent communication system. Because of this, we had managed to avoid enemy encounters entirely for the past 3 days. But we might be reaching our limit. We're nearing the former site of Reincarnation's settlement, but enemy density is increasing. The deeper we pushed into the forest, the more chimeras we encountered. Up until now, we had managed to avoid them, either by taking detours or waiting in silence until they passed, minimizing both personnel and resource losses. But that was becoming less feasible. Harpier scouts were now patrolling the skies, likely dispatched for reconnaissance. The number of Memcolian swarms had also increased, possibly search units. If we tried to avoid every single one, we'd be forced into endless detours, making it impossible to reach our destination. At some point, we'd have to fight, to punch a hole through their encirclement. Fortunately, their sensors weren't superior to human eyesight. Our continued success in avoiding detection was proof enough. Their communication range also seemed laughably inadequate. If they continued blocking our path to the Great Mother, we'd have no choice but to launch a preemptive strike, wipe them out, and maneuver our way through the gaps in their formation. It reminded me of VR games. Those worked because enemy coordination and vision were intentionally lax for balance reasons. If we were up against a high-level integrated military's force on full alert, we wouldn't have made it 10 meters. After all, our vitals were under constant surveillance. The moment an anomaly appeared in even one person, an alert would be triggered. If there was no immediate response, an entire company's worth of reinforcements would be deployed to encircle and eliminate the intruder. To make matters worse, high-grade Type 3 reconnaissance synthetic bodies had 360-degree vision, along with ultra-high-performance sensors capable of detecting heat, electromagnetic signals, and even sound signatures. They were also equipped with spatial radar that could see distortions in the air, making it practically impossible to sneak past, even with advanced optical camouflage. Given all that, the fact that we could crush an enemy force in a single blow and continue unchallenged made this whole situation feel way too easy. Still, while I could handle it, the tech gobs and Sylvanians were starting to wear down under the constant mental strain of waiting for an attack. It was about time we took a long break to let them recover. We had a long way to go. We had already covered the distance to the occupied Reincarnation's settlement, But it was still another 20 days to reach the Great Mother. Since we were prioritizing stealth, we had to factor in an extra week's travel time. Once night fell, the chimeras became less active, probably due to sensor limitations, which allowed us to set up camp under Celine's protection without worry. I didn't need sleep, thanks to my cyber brain, but the others weren't so fortunate. They needed to rest properly, eat meals over battery-powered stoves, and sleep through the night, or they'd collapse in no time. Honestly, I couldn't believe how some nations still clung to old human bodies. How did they even manage to reach space with such inefficient forms? Hey, Nozomu. I'll take over the watch. You need to rest, you're at your limit. Glitter, who had been chewing on a nutrition tablet, called out to me. I had been keeping watch from a treetop, prepared for a surprise attack. It was convenient that her body was the same as my Type D synthetic body, we could share the same food supply. Her thoughts on the taste? Apparently, it was slightly better than expired rations. Glowing review. I'm fine, but thanks, Glitter. You should rest, you must be exhausted. You've been keeping watch for 3 days straight. You're going to die at this rate. Her words reminded me of an old saying, what's normal for mechanized humans is insanity for old humans. Come to think of it, even non-Type D prosthetic bodies had blinking functions and simulated sleep motions. Those features were added to avoid unsettling organic allies. I had figured I didn't need sleep, my body could rest while still, and my cyborg brain didn't fatigue as long as I restricted its functions. But maybe I should be more considerate. I have an artifact that lets me stay awake indefinitely. Wait, you have the sleepless eye? Oops. I'd made something up to brush her off, but apparently, they had something similar in the Celestial Dome Holy City, and she was completely shocked. Though, judging by her tone, she sounded more worried than surprised. That artifact has turned countless gear priests into husks. Unless you have an extremely high affinity with machine spirits, you'd go insane using it. When traveling alone, sleep is the most dangerous time. Maybe the spirits like me, because I've never suffered any side effects. Ah, I see. It was an artifact that forcibly stimulated the organic brain to keep the user awake. No wonder it drove people insane. Hell, even we needed the occasional reboot and cache cleanup. Of course an organic brain certainly couldn't handle it. And she had said countless, implying that they had actually experimented on people until they found someone who could adapt to it. That was downright terrifying. More and more mysteries kept piling up. Why did they have sub-brain with the body of old human? Why were some of them even able to interface with mechanized humans' equipment? I was growing more intrigued by the second. Even so. Alright, how about we take turns sleeping tomorrow? I compromised to calm down the ever-worrying Glitter. You're really kind. Huh? Me? Kind? You're a Magius Gear Knight. To you, I should be nothing more than a relic thief. And yet, you still worry about me. That makes you a truly good person. Stop treating me like a kid, Nozomu. I'm already 23. Oh? She was younger than I expected. Wait. Actually, when did old humans reach adulthood again? For us, 60 years in virtual education space, about 6 months in real time, was standard before rolling out into the world. By those standards, 23 was still well within mandatory education. Why you want to talk? You look like an Easterner, but aren't you even younger than me? Hey. No, I've lived many times longer than you. PRA Chapter 11.2 Shout out to Hong Huyen Guyen for becoming a patron. Why you want to talk? You look like an Easterner, but aren't you even younger than me? Hey. No, I've lived many times longer than you. Strictly speaking, I was more than 10 times older than her, over 100 times, if I counted the time I spent asleep. I muttered that to myself as I patted her head, watching her tan face flush red. Well, for today, just rest. You've been good. Ugh. I told you to stop treating me like a child. She swatted my hand away with a smack and retreated to go back to sleep. So, 23 years old was the age where getting patted on the head was enough to get angry. I should keep that in mind. Though, the fact that a kid like her was being sent to the battlefield. Some countries were really brutal. Anyway, I had to ground myself in the present, or I'd end up doing something out of line. Celine, I'm lowering my performance for 5 minutes to process my cache. Can you cover me? Understood. Rest easy. Gotta say though, moments like this make me miss cigarettes. In VR, I used to smoke during breaks all the time. I could calm myself down just by running a program, but after spending so much time immersed in VR, doing everything with a simple command felt unbearably dull. It was more natural for me to settle down by actually lying down or smoking, just like in the game. Maybe that was another side effect of spending 2000 years inside one. When I was in active service, I never had the time, or the luxury, to indulge in such thoughts. If Great Mother can work something out and we get the factory up and running, should we try making them? Ones with nanomachines that actually stimulate Type D synthetic bodies? That sounds amazing. My quality of life would skyrocket. Look into it. Understood. Have a good rest. Not that I was actually sleeping. Cache processing left my consciousness intact. And so, without a moment of true sleep, morning came, and we resumed our march. At this rate, we'll have no choice but to turn back. On the sixth day, by noon, we had finally hit a situation where there was no way forward. 500 meters ahead, a group of 15 Minkolians, including Hobbs. 700 meters to the 3 o'clock direction, 3 Harpiers were circling. To make matters worse, 3 more Hobbs had flanked us from the 8 o'clock direction. We had to take one of them out. Wasting time wasn't an option, and the Tech Gobs and Sylvanians, who still needed food, were running out of supplies. We had no luxury to haul resources from afar, and without the means to produce high-capacity transport drones, we had little choice but to take some risks. All units, prepare for combat. Move to attack positions. I gave the order to advance quietly, and we set our plan in motion. Our first target was the Harpiers. With their ability to move at high speeds through the air, we had to take them down first. Otherwise, they'd tail us relentlessly. Moving in a crouch, we closed in, using the bushes and branches as cover. At 75 meters, I signaled my troops to take their shooting positions. They were trained well enough to land shots from this range. I trusted them. Load first round. Safety off. Each soldier steadied their rifles against tree trunks or lay prone for better accuracy. I divided them into squads and assigned targets, preparing for a synchronized volley. Even if our aim wasn't perfect, sheer numbers would make up for it. When a squad of trained marksmen all fired at once, something would hit. Fire. The Harpiers were shredded mid-air, blasted apart by the overwhelming barrage. The gunfire echoed through the forest. And just like that, the battle had begun. Reload, quickly. Lieutenant. The Hobbs and Minkolians have reacted. They're charging at full speed. Contact in 25 seconds. Rear Hobbs also detected. 67 seconds until contact. Of course, I knew. That's why I'd already positioned my troops accordingly. All units, aim at the 10 o'clock direction. Prepare for my signal. Synchronized fire. The enemy's reaction speed was impressive. The moment the attack began, they sprinted toward the predicted engagement points at full force. I had assumed they weren't data-linked, but maybe they had a weak connection, allowing short-range coordination. Fire without a proper clock, using a watch face to designate directions had taken some getting used to, but by now, my soldiers had it down. Their sights were already locked on target before the enemy arrived. As soon as the first Minkolion's head emerged from the brush, I gave the order to fire. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, and the grotesque hybrid of beast and ant was torn apart mid-leap. Fire at will. Many of the Minkolians were wiped out, but 6, including the Hobbs, remained. While my troops handled the front, I turned my attention to the Hobbs flanking us from the rear. I gripped my sword and dashed forward. Gunfire erupted behind me, the chorus of battle roaring in full swing. I sprinted at full speed, closing in on the rear Hobbs before they could reach my troops. Ugly creatures. Their entire bodies were riddled with tumors, grotesque camera eyes protruding at unnatural angles. It was as if someone had deliberately made a mockery of the Tech Gobs, turning them into monsters. I flicked my thumb against the mouth of my sword scabbard, pushing the sword out before drawing it in single, fluid motion. With that same motion, I cleaved straight through the first Hob, bisecting its torso and arms in one clean stroke. White blood splattered, but the sheer momentum of my slash sent it flying, keeping my blade from getting coated. Without stopping, I twisted my wrist, bringing my sword around in a horizontal sweep. Before the first corpse even hit the ground, I had already cut it into thirds. No matter how tough they were, nothing was surviving that. Seeing its comrade collapse in pieces, the second hob raised a fist to strike, but I dashed past it, slicing it cleanly in two at the waist. Much easier than dealing with mechanized humans. If they had been mechanized humans like me, they would have fought back even after losing their lower halves. The last hob lowered its shoulder and lunged forward, a surprising level of coordination. But I sidestepped half a step left, avoiding its charge, and sliced its knee off as it passed. White blood sprayed as it lost balance, tumbling to the ground. Before it could react, I closed the distance and beheaded it in one final stroke. Total time elapsed 25 seconds. I'd already burned through half the monoatomic blade's durability, but the results were acceptable. Even though no blood stuck to my weapon, I still made a habit of flicking it off before carefully sheathing it. That's when I noticed everyone's eyes on me. Unbelievable. He took down 3 hobs with just a sword. Riedelboldi muttered in awe, and the Tech-Gob warriors erupted into cheers, praising my skill. Apparently, the swordplay I had honed in VR had earned their recognition. And with that, despite being an outsider, I was granted the title of Honorary Warrior among them. PRA Chapter 12.122. A colossal figure loomed beyond the horizon, several days' journey away. The Great Mother. It's the Great Mother. I never thought I'd witness the Great Mother in my lifetime. Riedelboldi and the other Tech-Gobs were so overcome with emotion that tears streamed from their camera eyes, though it was probably just cleaning fluid or something. What lay beyond the horizon was the very thing they revered as the Great Mother. A single interstellar warship stood there, its stern embedded vertically into the ground. The Tiamat 25, a Type B Model 3 Special Foundry ship of the Galactic Higher Consciousness Federation's integrated military. Measuring 2.6 kilometers in length, 400 meters in width, and weighing in at a massive 200 gigatons, it was a giant manufacturing vessel responsible for producing general supplies for the fleet. Inside, countless 3D printing plants churned out essential goods and expendable weaponry, packed to the brim with resource blocks to sustain production. While it lacked any real combat capabilities, a single ship could supply an entire detachment fleet of 300 vessels, second only to a flagship in importance. And yet, here it was. It looks like they tried to soft land, I muttered. Indeed. The stern thrusters are completely destroyed, and about a fifth of the hull is buried. But considering it's a ship that isn't designed for atmospheric travel, I'd say it did remarkably well. Celine replied. The truth was, most of our fleet's interstellar battleships weren't built for atmospheric flight. In space, weight wasn't an issue. Well, inertia still mattered, but it wasn't something we had to engineer around. That meant ships were designed on an enormous scale without concern for how they'd handle gravity. There were exceptions, assault landing ships equipped with large-scale anti-gravity systems, but those were typically carried inside or towed by motherships until they reached a planet. Even then, they were small, averaging around 500 meters in length and 50 gigatons in weight. For a ship 5 times that size to land without completely disintegrating was a feat in itself. Hell, even if it had crashed 2,000 years ago, the fact that it was still standing was unbelievable. Even under a 1G environment, its hull remained intact. As expected of the Higher Consciousness Federation's Design Bureau, or whatever it was called. Still, there sure is a lot of those aberrations. Looks like the Tech-Gob's legends were right. Those things are definitely pouring out from there. Tiamat 25's manufacturing capacity would certainly allow for that. But I must admit, I have no idea why that ship would produce the Tech-Gobs in the first place. We won't know unless we ask the mathematical consciousness controlling the ship. All of our ships were managed by mathematical consciousnesses. They were capable of operating a vessel by themselves. If Tiamat 25 was still functional, then somewhere in its systems, a mathematical consciousness just like Celine existed. Of course, if they were still alive. Hey, Riedelboldi, there are a bunch of new aerial type flying around. Any idea what they are? Getting close to Tiamat 25 would be easier said than done. The area around it was swarming with harpiers, and among them were unfamiliar flying aberrations. If I had to compare them to something, they looked like fantasy griffons. but their heads had been replaced with massive rectangular visual sensors. Wires jutted out from their bodies, and their legs resembled aircraft landing gear. Oh, and they had triple-barreled electromagnetic projectile cannons mounted on their undersides. We've never seen those before either. If they're flying, that means they probably aren't the nameless monster either. Damn it. I had known we'd be dealing with large threats, but fighting those things was a different story. No matter how you looked at it, there was no way a coal gun could take them down. Even if we hit them with concentrated fire, our rounds would just bounce off their armor, and we'd get annihilated by their much faster and stronger counterfire. Worse yet, while only one of them was nearby, several more were circling Tiamat 25. If we couldn't figure out a way to take them down, sneaking into the Great Mother would be impossible. Wait a second. Celine, switch to thermal sensors. Huh? Okay. Understood. I linked my vision to one of Celine's drones via wireless connection, switching its sensors to thermal mode, and confirmed my suspicion. Those griffin-like aberrations had compact fusion reactors inside them. In the higher Federation, low-temperature nuclear fusion reactors were a fundamental power source. Advances in technology had made them safer and more compact over time, eliminating the risk of critical failures. They were so efficient that they'd even become standard in cybernetic bodies. I had suspected that Harpy's batteries wouldn't be enough to keep those things afloat, and I was right. And if they had fusion reactors? Reincarnation, you've used the Holy Lance before, haven't you? Think you could fire it? Are you insane? I can interface with it, yes, but it takes 5 priests praying just to power it. Reincarnation cursed at me, outraged by my absurd suggestion. So that was how it worked. They were literally generating power through prayer. If that wasn't straight-up magic, I didn't know what was. Did they even realize how insane that was? I mean, 5 people dancing around could generate 50 gigawatts, the output of an actual nuclear reactor. That was enough to power an entire city. Maybe magic did exist in this world, just in a form I couldn't perceive, which meant my best bet was something tangible, a product of science. Celine, sorry, but I'm about to do something reckless. What? Lieutenant, what are you? I ignored her and pulled out my multi-tool, dismantling my cold gun to expose the battery connectors. Then, I started linking battery packs together using cables and spare magazines. Cold guns could increase their power output by raising the voltage. Normally, their size and durability limited their performance, but if I ignored safety protocols, I could push the output as high as the batteries allowed. My FCS, fire control system, screamed at me, throwing up a cascade of not recommended, danger, and critical overload warnings. I bypassed them all using my admin privileges. Everyone, back away. Lieutenant, this is reckless. I only need one shot. I jammed my multi-tool, switched to knife, into the ground and braced my arm against it. Then, I dug my feet in for stability. Nozomu? What are you doing? Glitter, get back. The blast's going to be rough. I waited until everyone had retreated to a safe distance, then pulled the trigger. A hypersonic round tore through the air. At the same time, my cold gun exploded. The barrel ruptured. The grip melted. The batteries ignited. The recoil flung me backward, sending me flipping through the air. The world spun, once, twice, until I caught a glimpse of the round piercing the aberration's head, penetrating its armor. But that seemed to exhaust its momentum as it failed to pierce through the back, ending up ricocheting inside and obliterating its internals, sending out sparks. Finally, the griffin-like aberration lost control and spiraled downward. Ha ha. Nailed it. Lieutenant. That was reckless. It's a miracle you're still alive. Oh, praise be to T. Osamu's divine protection. If I hadn't taken it down, we'd have had no choice but to turn back. This was the only way. PRA Chapter 12.2. Celine desperately shouted at me as I finally came to a stop after tumbling 3-4 times and crashing into the underbrush. In the corner of my vision, a window displayed a humanoid figure representing my body, its edges glowing bright red as a damage warning. My palms were in shambles from burns, some flesh scraped off, and various pieces of the ruptured cold gun were embedded in different parts of my body. I could see Reincarnation and Glitter rushing over, their voices filled with concern, but I couldn't hear them. Ah, My eardrums must have ruptured. I waved a hand to signal that I was fine, then pulled a revitalizer from the pouch at my waist and injected it into my neck. That should take care of the physical damage soon enough. Lieutenant. What were you thinking? Do you realize we have no spare body for you right now? Oh, ow, ow. I get it, Celine. I'm not planning on leaving you alone. In fact, I'm doing this so we can be together longer. With my eardrums shut, the only voice I could hear was Celine's, transmitted through compressed radio waves. She worries too much. Well, I understand how she feels, so I'll let her scold me for now. Ah, man, it's been a while since I felt pain like this. Usually, I can filter and suppress it, but this particular cybernetic body isn't capable of such fine-tuned adjustments. Pain may be proof that I'm alive, but it's still a damn nuisance. I picked up my multi-tool, which had been sent flying by the impact. Tough little thing, makes me jealous, then dashed toward the downed abomination. My balance was off due to my ruptured eardrums, but I forcibly adjusted with my cyborg brain stabilizer and reached my target. After confirming that the heat signature was still intact, I pried open the creature's abdomen, and there it was, the long-awaited low-temperature fusion reactor. Roughly the size of an apple, it was a grotesquely misshapen sphere, its tangled cables resembling actual organs. It was functioning perfectly in what would be the heart of a biological creature. Suppressing my excitement, I disconnected the cables, hooked it up to my terminal to override the controls, and claimed the reactor for myself. By the time I was done, my eardrums had healed, and external sounds were filtering back in. Are you okay, Nozomu? You're covered in blood. No need to worry, Galata. The wounds are already closed thanks to the elixir. But it still hurts, doesn't it? Pain is just something you endure, isn't it? Galata fussed over me, patting my body to make sure my wounds had really closed. I let her do as she pleased while making my way to Reincarnation. I pointed at the holy lance that several warriors were painstakingly carrying over. Reincarnation, if you truly see me as a warrior, may I touch that holy lance? I swear on the honor of the warrior title you bestowed upon me, I will not damage it. He'd claimed it was too important to leave behind, so we might as well put it to work. If I could get it operational, even a swarm of those abominations would be no problem. Ah, all right. But Nozomu? That noise just now agitated the harpy ear. Don't worry. Leave them to me. With permission granted, I sat down next to the holy lance, a small charged particle cannon, yanked out a mass of spare cables, and began connecting it to the fusion reactor. The tech gobs had apparently been charging it through some kind of ritual, loading ammunition while dancing around with their bodies connected to cables. Even up close, I saw no actual power source, truly bizarre. But with this infinite energy fusion reactor hooked up, the weapon could finally unleash its full potential. This thing is heavy. He lifted the holy lance by himself. Reincarnation and the other tech gobs stared at me in shock. It was 80 kilograms. Give or take? Its hexagonal shape made it awkward to hold, and the short tripod was useless for me. With no proper grip, I had to carry it in my arms, but I managed to get it into position. And wouldn't you know it, this thing actually had a fire control system. The OS was slightly different, but I rewrote the code to force a connection and synchronize it with my targeting display. The FCS now showed charge levels and the blast radius. Alright, clear the way. I aimed the holy lance at the harpy ear flocking in the sky and checked the charge rate, 45%. Not even half, but more than enough. I adjusted the fire control to lower the output to 30% and set it to fire for only 2 seconds. Judging from the firepower the tech gobs had previously demonstrated, that should be plenty against the harpy ears. Here we go. I pulled the virtual trigger, awakening the charged particle cannon. Inside the barrel, 2 electron accelerators spun in a circular motion, propelling heavy metal particles in a spiral, compressing them into an invisible mass of energy before unleashing them. Though affected by the planet's magnetic field, the charged particles flew straight, accelerating to near light speed with the output of a 15 gigawatts accelerator. The beam sliced through the harpy ear swarm, vaporizing them instantly. Immediately after, the cannon's heat dissipation panels clanked open, releasing excess energy. Around me, my allies stared, dumbfounded. at the sight of the harpiers being obliterated in a single blast. Unbelievable. The Holy Lance, which takes 5 priests to operate, was fired by just one person. He's not just a warrior. Nozomu is a hero, chosen by the Holy Lance itself. The tech gobs erupted in excitement, and even the Sylvanians, sensing they had witnessed something extraordinary, began dancing in joy. Nozomu, you have a gift for becoming a gear priest. You could easily become a high priest. No, a hero, a gear priest? I just used the tool as intended. Even as I shouted, the enthusiasm showed no sign of dying down. Celine's remark, see? This is what happens when you get carried away, didn't sit right with me, but in the end, I had gained an embarrassing new title and a weapon powerful enough to counter large-scale threats. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Charged particle cannon, one of the close-quarters attack options in space combat. Primarily used to shoot down high-speed ships that get within 1 light second, incoming missiles, or large debris. Due to its susceptibility to planetary magnetic fields and geomagnetism, it is generally not deployed on planetary surfaces. PRA Chapter 13.123. Just as expected, the closer we got to Tiamat's feet, the denser the swarm of aberrations became. Lieutenant. New enemy group at 2 o'clock. Nozomu. They're coming from behind too. Don't let them get near the Holy Lance. Watch the skies/above/heavens. May the blessings/miracles/protection of the god be with us. By now, we had finally gotten close enough to make out the ship's name inscribed on the side of the Great Mother, but the aberrations scattered throughout the forest must have detected us. We were under relentless waves of attacks, leaving us no time to rest, just an all-out battle for survival. Damn it! I'm sweeping the front. Everyone in my way, move. Fall back/run. The Sylvanian soldiers assigned to escort duty scrambled away, clearing the front. I fired the charged particle cannon blast at 15% output, sweeping through the opening. Hobbs and Mimkolians caught in the blast were instantly reduced to molten slag, dissolving as they fell. After multiple test shots, I had determined that this output was sufficient to destroy the enemy. The internal fusion reactor of that large flying type, we were calling them Griffs going forward, was barely the size of a clenched fist, making its power output relatively modest. It seemed to prioritize sustained fire over instantaneous bursts, and combined with the Holy Lance's subpar specs, it meant rapid-fire capabilities were out of the question. No, to begin with, charged particle cannons weren't even meant to be used on a planetary surface. They were designed as close-quarters combat options for space battleships, meant for shooting down small debris, intercepting enemy fighters, or countering mobile weapons. On the ground, the energy consumption was absurdly inefficient, with too many operational drawbacks. Setting aside that tangent, we didn't need firepower that vaporized enemies outright. I had adjusted the output and compression rate so that the blast would roast them instead. Cooling sequence initiated. The Holy Lance is cooling down. Hold the line at all costs. Stand your ground. Even with reduced power, firing for just 5 seconds forced the system into an automatic cooldown, making sustained fire impossible. I had just melted 100 of them, but there was no end in sight. Given the sheer number of losses they'd sustained, I doubted the production facilities of Tiamat 25 were running at full capacity, but there was no question that it was still churning out aberrations at an alarming rate. Damn it! We were deep in enemy territory with a force less than 50. Did they really not know the meaning of holding back? I reached for my cold gun with my left hand, pulling it from the holster. Since this was a long-range expedition, I had 2 spare magazines. Switching to normal mode, I unleashed suppressive fire on the Mimkolian swarm closing in from behind. Each shot was fired with a slight delay in succession. To an observer, it might have looked like I was just spraying bullets wildly from side to side, but within my heightened perception, overclocked to the limit, each round found its mark. 1 shot per target, piercing through their heads, shutting them down instantly. Yet, the rear ranks trampled over their fallen comrades without hesitation, pressing forward relentlessly. No matter how many I killed, the tide never ceased. My 25-round magazine ran dry in moments, and the empty battery pack was automatically ejected. DMNT. I clenched the gun in my teeth momentarily while I pulled out a fresh magazine and reloaded. The auto-loading mechanism chambered a new round, and I immediately resumed firing, slowing their advance. But it wasn't enough. The closest enemies were already within 30 meters. A hob carrying a fallen tree as a makeshift battering ram was charging forward, sweeping away the corpses of aberrations. A group of tech gobs stood their ground, bracing their cold guns fitted with bayonets. Aim for the head. Take out their heads. Don't use the bayonets yet. A symphony of gunfire and bolt-action mechanisms echoed across the battlefield. The hob collapsed under the barrage, but the tech gobs, slipping into panic, were wasting far too many rounds. Their accuracy was suffering, and efficiency was plummeting. Damn it. If this keeps up, we're going to burn through our entire ammo stockpile. Cooling complete. Celine. Where's the biggest cluster of enemies? 9 o'clock. Firing. Get clear. I ordered the tech gobs to withdraw and unleashed another heavy particle blast on the fearless horde. Even as they burned and melted, they continued staggering forward before collapsing, a sight that eerily reminded me of the undead armies I'd fought in VR games. Damn it. When the hell did this turn into a Draugr-infested dungeon raid? What, already in cooldown again? Did I overuse it? I had fired continuously for 2 seconds toward 9 o'clock, completely melting the vanguard and liquefying the ones right behind them like ice cream in the summer sun. But in exchange, the Holy Lance had overheated, now searing hot like asphalt under the midday sun. It entered another cooldown sequence almost immediately. Fuck. Did I fire too much? Cooldown time is 180 seconds. Too long. In an idle moment, it would pass in a blink, but on the battlefield, that might as well be an eternity. No matter how strong an ultimate ability was, there was no way I could afford to wait that long. Damn it, setting a timer, 180 seconds. Celine. Where's the densest enemy cluster? You're being reckless again. 6 o'clock. Galata is holding them off. No time to waste. I abandoned the Holy Lance on the spot and sprinted forward at full speed. I'm going in. Watch your fire. Nozomu. At 6 o'clock, Galata, along with 2 tech gobs and 3 Sylvanians, had set up a defensive line, using a fallen tree as cover while maintaining suppressive fire. She was effectively commanding the troops. Each shooter fired in sequence from right to left, minimizing wasted rounds. As expected of a night, but they were at their limit. The enemy was only 30 meters away, 1 reload away from breaking through. Leaping over the fallen tree, I drew my cold gun midair and fired. My trajectory was locked into the FCS, automatically adjusting my aim. With a slight manual correction, a skill honed through VR gaming, I put a round straight through the head of the leading hob. Double tapping to ensure a kill, I landed on its collapsing body. The next hob was right behind it. I fired into its knee joint in high power mode, causing it to trip, creating an obstacle that made the ones behind it stumble. As they collapsed atop each other, I finished them off with precise shots to the head. Then, my ammo counter flashed empty. Holstering the cold gun, I glanced at the cooling timer, 145 seconds remaining. TCH. Still 35 seconds? No way. That was less than a minute. The clock doesn't lie, Lieutenant. Ah, right. That weird time dilation effect when you're desperate for time to pass faster. This wasn't just my overclocked perception, this was the real deal. I remembered feeling the same way during my mandatory education in the virtual space. Night shifts at my part-time job back then felt like they stretched on forever. With a nostalgic sigh for the idyllic virtual world that recreated the 1990s ad, I drew my blade. PRA Chapter 13.2. With a nostalgic sigh, I drew my blade. The micro-mechanical sharpening swarm gave it a gleaming, almost unnatural sheen as I lunged at the hobs and mimcolians. I cleaved torsos, severed heads, and crushed the skulls of those that got too close. Cutting, slashing, kicking, unstoppable. Amazing. He's like a berserker. I never relied on any software when it came to sword fighting, only the techniques I had ingrained into my body through VR. Rigid melee combat protocols, bound by textbook instructions, were utterly useless. Against someone like me, who had internalized my skills through first-hand experience, they were easy prey. A blade was the ultimate tool, turning the entire body into a weapon. I wielded it freely, fluidly, adapting as needed. There was a reason those with the melee combat badge were nicknamed samurai enforcers. Yeah, with a fierce battle cry, I swung my blade, slicing a hob clean in half. Taking a half step to avoid the spray of blood, I pivoted, slashing toward another enemy while aiming to blind it before the timer I had originally set even had a chance to go off. The automatic warning for my mono-atomic blade's usage limit blared first. Damn, already? No choice. But as long as I kept my blade aligned properly, it could still cut as well as any ordinary weapon. I could keep fighting. Besides, back in VR, I had never relied on luxuries like mono-atomic's blades. Whether in fantasy settings or Sengoku-era games, I had always played on the highest difficulty, where an improperly aligned blade wouldn't cut a thing. Don't underestimate me. Shouldn't you be bragging about your class A melee combat badge instead? Shut up. Wait, was I thinking out loud? As Celine quipped at me, I lopped off a Mimcoleon's head. Now that I looked closely, its features resembled a feline more than a lion. 5 steps away, another hob's skull shattered. Whatever you do, don't hit Nozomu. Open fire. Fire at will. God's consort. The Lord is so reckless. Don't let the Holy Lance hero die. Cover fire rained down. Reassuring. While my allies picked off enemies at a distance, I focused on carving through the biggest threats, cutting down foe after foe. And then, the timer went off. Celine. 12 o'clock. Over 200 incoming. Damn it, that's too many. I sheathed my blade as I ran, leaving the dwindling enemies at 6 o'clock to Gillette's squad and charging toward the Holy Lance. I'm leaving this to you. Got it. As I passed a Tegob warrior, I shouted, and they responded with unwavering confidence. Military personnel, warriors were always dependable, no matter the world. Their resolve was unwavering, their nerves of steel. There's too many. Maximum output. Burn them all. If you fire at max, the next cooldown will take over 300 seconds. I don't have time to pick them off one by one. The Holy Lance was fully charged. Inside, the particle accelerator roared to life, charging heavy particles with electrical energy and forming an intangible spear. Frontline, fall back now. As my allies withdrew from the 12 o'clock position, I fired, vaporizing everything in its path. Shit, I was exhausted. Sprinting at full speed for over 2 minutes, then lifting something that weighed over 80 kilograms? My overworked muscles protested with a deep, aching fatigue. Damn those engineers. This was just a diplomatic synthetic body, there was no need to replicate muscle fatigue this accurately. I let the now overheated and cooling Holy Lance drop to the ground with a hollow clang. Wiping sweat from my forehead, I caught the scent of iron, white, blood-like residue clung to me in patches, pungent and unmistakable. The smell of the battlefield. It had been a while. It was different from the simulated scent I'd experienced for 2,000 years in VR, more raw, more real. I reloaded my cold gun, only 2 magazines left, not enough, and scanned the area. The enemy force that had surrounded us was nearly wiped out, with only a few stragglers remaining. One by one, they fell to cold gun fire, painting the battlefield white with blood. Phew. Looks like we won, somehow. Lieutenant. It's not over. High heat signature approaching. Wow. Before I could even react, a massive shadow leapt into the streaming trail left behind by the charged particle beam in its wake, landing with a thunderous crash, churning up the ground and releasing a foul, putrid breath. It was a grotesque mass of flesh, resembling an arthropod. 8 legs fused with armor plates and grotesque tumors, oozing pus. Its bloated torso was fused with its head, forming a monstrous, crusher-like maw. It stood about 2.5 meters tall, with a total length, excluding its legs, of just over 5 meters. Oh, come on. Give me a break. Faced with the hulking multi-legged tank, I broke into a sweat, this time, not from exertion, but from something far stickier. So this was the nameless monster. Its overwhelming presence was enough to make everyone freeze in fear. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Automated combat protocols, pre-programmed combat routines that execute preset movements exactly as dictated. Highly effective in ranged combat, but utterly ineffective against mechanized humans skilled in swordplay. especially those with Class B or higher melee combat badge, known as samurai. Because of this, attempting melee combat against mechanized humans aboard a ship is considered tantamount to suicide. Conversely, mechanized humans, despite their advanced technology, have a marked preference for close-quarters combat within ship corridors. PRA Chapter 14.124. I pushed my clock speed to the limit, stretching each second as I processed my thoughts. What's the best course of action? Run? That thing closed the distance with a monstrous leap from who knows where. The moment I turned my back, I'd be crushed. Fight? That's not an option either. The charged particle cannon was in cooldown, and if it couldn't take down a more fragile Mimkolion in low-power mode, there was no way it'd work against this behemoth, even in full-power mode. Its armor was too thick. My monomolecular blade might be able to cut through it, but I had no confidence I could take on something this massive alone. Tubes extended from various parts of its body, looking suspiciously like weapons, and the holes dotting its surface suggested its arsenal wasn't limited to brute force. Who knows how many people would die before we could put it down? That left only one option: all warriors. Run toward the Great Mother. We had to buy time. Luckily, Tiamat 25 was within reach. If they ran full speed, they'd make it. While they escaped, I'd hold this thing off, then disengage once everyone was far enough away. With its size, no way could it follow us inside the ship. It was risky, but this was the best way to minimize casualties. Nozomu? I'll fight too. No. You don't have any effective weapons. You'll just slow me down. Get out of here. I knew I sounded harsh, but I couldn't afford to lose Gluta, not when she was our best link to valuable intel after the Great Mother, the Celestial Dome Holy City. More than that, I was the only one who even stood a chance against this thing. But if you want to help, fire from a distance. I don't want anyone dying. The monster was still watching me, hesitating, and I used the chance to shoo Gluta away. After a moment of indecision, she glanced between me and the nameless monster before finally making the rational choice. She turned and sprinted toward Tiamat 25. Don't worry. I'll take it down for you. Don't you dare die. If you do, I won't be able to repay you for the elixir. That's already long repaid just by you being here with me. Good. That should keep the casualties low. Now then. Just you and me. What's your move, Lieutenant? Heat signature rising. It's preparing to attack. Got it. I braced myself, and the creature unleashed a deafening roar, followed by a storm of arrowhead-tipped wires shooting from all over its body. Shit. The sheer density made dodging impossible. I crouched low, drew my blade, and hacked through the incoming wires, forcing open a path through sheer brute force. Damn it, these wires are guided? They weren't just steel cables, they had some kind of internal propulsion, making them twist and chase me even after I cut them down. Many of the initial barrage buried themselves in the ground, but some continued driving and following me. Even when I severed them, they kept moving. Worse, the impact when they struck was more than enough to send me flying. If I wanted to neutralize them completely, I had to destroy them at the source, but this thing had no intention of letting me get close. Fuck. What kind of flawless defense is this? Even the VR bosses built from salvaged data of the legendary corporate from beyond were more forgiving than this. I kept cutting and dodging, weaving through the relentless assault, but my squad was still nearby. Shit, I had to hold out for at least another few minutes. Could I last that long? At that moment, the wires stopped. Had I stepped out of range? The monster's 8 legs moved busily as it tried to close the distance, so I bolted in the opposite direction. It chased after me with everything it had. Did it have no ranged weapons? If that's the case, I just had to keep dragging it along. Lieutenant. Watch out. Incoming fire. Dash. In an instant, my entire vision turned red. The secondary function of the FCS had kicked in, highlighting the predicted danger zone based on the enemy's weapon aim. If it weren't for Celine's warning, I might end up full of holes. I threw myself sideways, and a storm of ball bearings shredded the air where I had just been, tearing up the ground in their wake. Those tubes, it's using them as cold gun barrels? I'm so fucking stupid. I had let my guard down because I didn't see a main cannon, but of course it'd at least have machine guns. Its whole body was basically a multi-legged tank. Cursing my own stupidity, I sprinted away, dodging the continuous fire. But the rate of fire was too fast. I'd reach my limit soon. In that case, trying to put distance between us was the wrong move. If I had a military-grade Type A synthetic body, these pea shooters wouldn't even scratch me. But with my current fragile body, even one hit could be fatal, which meant my safest bet was actually close combat. I closed the distance, dodging bullets as I rushed in. The monster stopped firing and switched back to its wires, which were already replenished. Seemed like its FCS was garbage. It couldn't handle firing while moving, and it had to stop every time it did. Not only that, but it couldn't use multiple weapon systems at once. This was my opening. I kept slicing through the wires, but then, my blade got heavier. Damn it! The monoatomic blade had long reached the time limit. And the constant cutting, combined with overexposure to atmospheric matters, had eroded the monoatomic edge, leaving it duller with each strike. Now, it was barely sharper than an ordinary sword. The only reason I could still cut through was pure skill. But I couldn't afford to sheath it for the 20 seconds needed to restore the blade. If I did, I'd be diced to pieces by those tentacles, wires. And yet, if I kept pushing it, the blade would snap. Which meant, I switched my grip, grabbed my scabbard, and slid the blade inside, then started swinging the whole thing as a makeshift club. My scabbard was made of ultra-hard metal, tough enough to knock the wires aside if nothing else. I mentally congratulated myself on my genius. Then immediately retracted that thought. This was really bad. I wasn't cutting the wires down anymore, I was just deflecting them, so they immediately readjusted their trajectory and flew right back at me. It was a bit easier than handling them with bare hands, but just a bit. Could I really hold out for 20 full seconds like this? PRA Chapter 14.2. Just as I started to panic, the thing moved its 8 thick legs and closed in. It must have realized that its wire attacks weren't having much effect and decided to crush me with its overwhelming mass instead. That works in my favor. Or so I'd like to say. The steel wires were still dense enough to occupy the space around me, even if their precision had dropped. Its attacks were sloppy, but if I got greedy and rushed in recklessly, I'd die just as easily. Getting in close to sever its legs wasn't an option. Then I'll go under it instead. The moment I thought that, its tumor-riddled flesh burst open. The explosion came from the bottom of its main body. For a second, I had no idea what had happened, until I saw what emerged. A series of circular saws, packed together in 30-centimeter intervals, spinning and spewing sparks. I instantly abandoned the idea of slipping beneath it. So Nuvarbich, you really covered all your bases, huh? Not even the main battle tanks of the Higher Consciousness Federation have that kind of built-in gimmick. As I turned on my heel to maintain mid-range distance, a sharp beep sounded, my timer going off. Yes. My monoatomic blade was finally ready for reuse. I unsheathed it, slashing away stray wires as I considered my next move. Oh, right. The cooldown on the Holy Lance should be over soon. No, wait. There's no way it'd give me time to charge it. Holding that thing while maneuvering to evade? Impossible. If I tried, I'd either be turned into Swiss cheese or diced into ribbons. Wait. Wasn't this a deadlock? My effective attacks couldn't reach, and the one that could, I had no time to charge. And in another 5 or 6 seconds, I'd have to sheathe my blade and sharpen it again. It reminded me of when I was fighting an enormous flying dragon. This was as bad as it gets. On top of that, my fragile body was reaching its limit. My breath was ragged, the smell of blood creeping into my lungs. That raw, stinging sensation pressing in on my mouth and nose, the kind that comes when your mucous membranes are completely dried out. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Fire! A sudden barrage of gunfire rang out from the distance, tearing through the monster's flesh in a cascade of rupturing tumors. Galata and the others were providing covering fire. Damn it, I had told them to head for Great Mother, and they weren't even 250 meters away. If they stay put, they'd get turned into mincemeat by the monster's coal guns. But I wouldn't lie. I was grateful for the support. The enemy hesitated for just a moment. It was probably struggling to decide, with its limited brain power, which of us to prioritize. I considered using that opening to rush in and try severing a leg, But before I could act, my cyborg brain blared an urgent alert, a warning about friendly fire. My IFF, identification of friend or foe, system had detected a friendly FCS's targeting wavelength overlapping with mine. Before I could process why, Celine's voice rang out. "Lieutenant. Fall back." "Celine?" I looked up, and sure enough, her drone had descended to low altitude. Not only that, but at some point, she had used its manipulator arms to grab the Holy Lance and was now lifting it with the help of a COM relay drone. Of course, on its own, her drone could only carry around 40 kilograms, nowhere near enough for a charged particle cannon. But with a support drone assisting, it could manage. And since the power supply was an external unit, it could fire the Holy Lance. The grotesque tank seemed to realize reinforcements were incoming. I could see it panicking. Its list of targets had just increased to 3, and it was struggling to decide which one to prioritize. "You idiot." The smartest move would have been to eliminate the biggest firepower first. But lucky me, you're an idiot. The barrel vibrated. Inside, the particle accelerator was running at full capacity. A shot at maximum output would have an absurd blast radius. Even if I were just grazed by the outer edge, this body would evaporate instantly. Evaporate? Wait, shit. Celine's drone had protective barriers against magnetic fields and thermal radiation, but that weapon's blast radius was wider than she probably realized. A Type D body like mine would be reduced to burnt meat. Firing. Wait. Just wait a damn second. I slashed through the wires at full force, desperately sprinting to escape the blast radius. A deafening roar erupted behind me. The force sent me flying. The explosion wasn't from the nameless monster itself, it was from the violent expansion of moisture in the air, superheated by the beam. Even the residual heat was enough to singe my hair. I tumbled across the ground, bouncing 2-3 times like a rubber ball thrown carelessly by a child. A warning flashed across my vision. Danger, failure to break fall may result in critical damage to cybernetic body. Yeah, no shit. On the fourth impact, I twisted my body to land on my shoulder, springing into the air on purpose. On the fifth, I caught myself with my hands to slow down. On the sixth, with my momentum finally reduced, I let my body roll, shoulder, waist, knee, dispersing the impact across my entire body. Somehow, I managed to stop without slamming into a tree or rock. I thought I was dead. Thank God. If I hadn't obliterated half the trees earlier with the Holy Lance, I would have slammed into one and turned into a bag of meat, bones, and ruptured organs. "Lieutenant. Are you all right?" "Somehow. I'm alive, Celine. Cheers to your quick thinking. And the blessings of the 3 saints." "Oh, thank you. T. Osamu. May your works shine eternally." Praising the AI saint, she quickly apologized to me for her inability to retrieve the Holy Lance without me distracting the monster, for struggling to pick it up, for taking too long in linking up with its FCS due to its uniqueness. She kept rattling off apologies, but there was only one thing I had to say. "Thank you. You saved my life." Tips. Multi-legged tanks, a tank with multiple legs, just as the name suggests. Typically designed with either 6 or 8 legs, they offer superior mobility and terrain adaptability compared to tracks. In the Higher Consciousness Federation's integrated military, these tanks have become the standard due to their ability to operate effectively in both urban and wasteland environments. Advances in self-repairing nanomachines have also resolved their historical maintenance issues. PRA Chapter 15.125. In the end, considering the number of enemies we had fought, the fact that I got away with just 2 broken ribs was nothing short of a miracle. Recovering from my injuries and investigating the wreckage of the nameless monster took some time, though. In the end, the Holy Lance's firepower had been too overwhelming to leave anything useful behind, but finally, I made it to the foot of the Great Mother. "Osamu? Are you okay?" "As you can see, I've still got both legs." "Your legs? Did something happen to them?" "Oh, right. I forgot, Higher Federation ghost jokes don't land here." Ghost stories still existed, even in an age where a person's entire consciousness could be digitized into binary. There were always people claiming, "I saw a ghost." Of course, the usual response was that it was just a cache-related visual bug or a defect in their optical sensors, and they'd be told to go see a doctor. but there were still scholars who took the subject seriously. After all, no matter how advanced we were, science had yet to conclusively prove the non-existence of gods, demons, or even ghosts. And so, out of habit, I had let slip a joke that only people who had returned from Mia would understand. "What about you guys? Any casualties?" "None. Everyone made it out safely." "Then what's that?" I pointed without thinking. The tech gobs were all lined up on the ground, fully prostrated. For a second, I thought they might have been injured from the aftermath of the battle, but that didn't seem to be the case. As soon as the battle ended, they started praying to the Great Mother. It's been a while now since we took out most of the enemies, the rest escaped, so it's been peaceful. "Oh, so that was a prayer posture. Good." I couldn't check the time because my watch was busted, but apparently, they had been like that for at least 30 minutes. I accepted it without much thought, but then it hit me. Why was Gilita using standard planetary time? This planet had been terraformed to match 1G conditions. When it was moved into the habitable zone, everything was adjusted to mirror Earth, axial tilt, even a moon for tidal effects, so a day was exactly 24 hours. But how had they figured it out? Ugh. Now I couldn't stop thinking about unnecessary details. I debated what to do next, not wanting to interrupt their religious ritual, when I felt a light impact on my chest. Gilita had leaned against me. "Thank goodness. Thank goodness." "Gilita, you're alive. You avenged everyone. I didn't know what I'd do if you had died too." She had been holding back, but now that she saw I was truly alive, her emotions spilled over. She started crying, her words dissolving into sobs. So that really was the enemy she had spoken of. It made sense. If their battalion, outfitted with reinforced exosuit, had lost, it had to mean they faced something overwhelming. It must have been a surprise attack from above. No wonder they barely stood a chance. She was lucky to have survived. I had a general idea of how to console someone in moments like this, but would the same approach for a mechanized human work for her? After finishing my compulsory education, which meant 60 years in virtual space, I had enlisted in the Homeland Defense Force, then moved on to officer school, military academy, and finally straight to the front lines. I never really learned how to interact with carbon-based humans. For now, I decided to do what felt right. I placed a hand on her head and wrapped an arm around her. "I'm alive. And I took your revenge. That nameless monster was your enemy, wasn't it?" Sniff. "We made it this far. To the Great Mother." "Yeah." But in the next moment, the sun suddenly darkened, and then, sniff. I blacked out. The next thing I knew, I was on the battalion commander's gear caliber. A surprise attack shattered their formation, followed by a barrage of wires slicing through them. Then, as they tried to flee, cold gunfire rained down, wiping them out. The ones who bravely fought back were likely turned to mincemeat. A handful survived and managed to escape to the Tekgob's settlement, but even then, most of them died from their injuries. Gilita was only alive because her wounds had been treatable with basic field care, washing and stitching her abdomen. A string of miracles had kept her breathing. They were all good people. Many of them had been sanctified together with me. I understand. Let yourself cry. That's the best way to honor them. Ugh. You. As I held her, I looked up at the sky. The Tekgobs were still deep in prayer. The Sylvanians were watching us curiously. And another sulking face stamp had just arrived from Celine. What was I supposed to do? In the end, the full prostration prayers continued for another 30 minutes, and Gilita cried just as long. By the time we were finally able to begin exploring Tiamat, the sun had dipped low. "Oh Great Mother, embrace us in your bosom. Heal us with your warmth." With those sacred words, Riedelboldi finished the prayer and stretched up to plug a cable from his neck. Was that a fully internalized connection? Was his security even safe like that? Into the terminal beside the door. The door groaned before halting, barely open wide enough for one person to slip through. An alarm buzzed. Something must have gotten stuck. Well, considering the last proper access had been 200 years ago, it was a miracle the place was even standing. Ships like this were built to withstand fleet battles, but maintaining an upright posture on planetary surface was another story. Probably only possible because some of the anti-gravity systems were still functional. It's dark. The tech gobs had no problem seeing. Most of them had camera eyes equipped with night vision, but my optical sensors weren't nearly as good, so I switched on my flashlight. Just like in my base, there weren't any hallway lights. This ship had been designed for mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses, after all. Reincarnation. Do you know the way? Most of our high priests died in the initial emergence of the abominations, so much knowledge was lost. But the location of the sacred door has been passed down orally. When I asked what the sacred door was, he explained that it was a heavily sealed room at the ship's core, one that must never be opened. Apparently, the Great Mother had been slumbering there for ages. I didn't have a detailed map of Tiamat 25, but if it was at the core, it was either the central control room or the combat command center. Since this class of ship wasn't designed for frontline combat, it was probably the former. Lead the way. Understood. Once we reclaim that place, the Great Mother will have truly returned to us, won't she? That should be the case. That corrupted dog, the degenerate god, you spoke of should be the 2. Chapter 15.2. However, he tilted his head in concern. But, my blessed strange kin, even a high priest couldn't open that door. Can you? It was a fair question. However, standard protocol dictated that in the event of a large vessel making an emergency landing, security clearances would be drastically lowered across most areas to allow rescue personnel swift access. After all, it would be absurd if help arrived only to find the locks too secure for anyone to get inside. My military credentials held a classified security clearance of level 3, meant for officers. But if an emergency declaration had been broadcast before the crash, the ship's security would have been lowered to level 2. In that case, even doors that typically required level 4 clearance, reserved for the captain, or level V, which only fleet commanders possessed, should now be accessible to me. I happen to have a special key. I see. Then there's a chance. As I spoke, I showed him the connector at my neck, though in truth, I intended to use my terminal instead, wary of any contamination in the communication network. The chief warrior clapped his hands in understanding and gestured for me to follow. The path ahead, however, was far from ideal. This ship was designed as a long, elliptical vessel, meant to travel horizontally through space. But now, it had crash-landed vertically, leaving the ceiling as a wall and the walls as the floor, making traversal anything but straightforward. To counter this, the tech gobs had driven iron stakes into various points and hung metal chains as makeshift climbing aids. Fortunately, the Tiamat 25's interior wasn't built with excessively long corridors, meant to prevent enemy boarding parties from gaining too much ground in close-quarters battle, so fully vertical sections were relatively short. But those stakes had been there for ages, and their structural integrity was questionable. For the lightweight Sylvanians and tech gobs, this setup posed little issue. But for someone of my height and weight, not to mention Gilatus, it was going to be a challenge. Well, climbing was an adventurer's bread and butter. VR gamers, used to dashing, jumping, and scrambling up terrain never meant to be traversed, would find this a familiar exercise. Glitter, I'll assist you. You're not used to this, are you? After making it to the top, nearly dying when one of the stakes gave way due to age, I turned my multi-tool into a rope and lowered it down. Glitter grabbed hold but hesitated for a long while before making any attempt to climb. What's wrong? I'm heavy, so. Before she could finish, I yanked the rope hard, practically dragging her up. This body of mine might not compare to a military-grade synthetic body, but it was still far stronger than an average old human. A woman or two was nothing to lift. You're small and adorable. Just hold on tight. I'm adorab. No, wait, Nozomu. Don't be reckless. This is terrifying. Ignoring her protests, I pulled her all the way up. She must have been truly shaken because, upon reaching the top, she collapsed onto her knees, panting heavily. And next time, be a little gentler. Of course. I'll be the gentlest in the world. Now, let's move. Just as I was musing over her unexpectedly delicate side, the tech gobs came to a halt. A thick bulkhead loomed before us, and they scratched their heads in frustration. There was no mention of this wall in the legends. Ah. An emergency bulkhead. Since spacefaring vessels traveled through the vacuum of space, even a small breach could be catastrophic. Bulkheads like these were installed throughout the ship to prevent decompression, limit fires, and guard against gas attacks. As a result, they were incredibly thick. I knocked on it with my fist, gauging the sound. Roughly 30 centimeters thick, I estimated. The surface was rough and corroded, meaning its protective monoatomic blade-resistant coating had worn away. Most likely, the ship's nanomachine reserves had long been depleted, causing the protections to degrade over time. Normally, these walls were designed to resist cutting attacks, but even reinforced materials couldn't stand against the passage of time. I guess the control panel, now positioned on what had become the ceiling, was completely wrecked. No chance of opening it conventionally. Guess I'd have to force my way through. Stand back. I lowered my stance, drew my blade, and with a single powerful slash, carved a square hole into the bulkhead. Of course, I wasn't some legendary swordsman capable of slicing a perfect circle in one stroke. That kind of precision took absurd skill. All right, let's move. As I cast my light into the darkness beyond, a multitude of crimson reflections gleamed back at me. I sucked in a sharp breath. A swarm of grotesque drones stood on the other side, resembling a smaller version of Hobbs, or more precisely, hideously deformed tech gobs. They hadn't been doing anything, just loitering by the door. But as soon as the bulkhead opened, they activated, turning their mechanical gazes toward us. Then, as if drawn by some unseen signal, they seized jagged, serrated weapons and began to surge toward the opening. A small gasp escaped my lips as I yanked my cold gun from its holster. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Type B Model 3 Special Foundry Ship, a mid-sized standard factory vessel of the integrated military. Designed to accompany fleets of fewer than 300 ships, typically deploying 1 to 3 per detachment. Among foundry ships, it specialized in manufacturing consumables, including missiles and mass projectiles, serving as a vital logistical support vessel responsible for fleet supply chains. PRA Chapter 16.126. Pulling the semi-electronically controlled trigger all the way down, I fired at full force. I knew these tech gob knockoffs were tougher than they looked, so when the first one tried to climb over, I unloaded a round in high-power mode. Its head caved in but still held its shape as the body was sent flying. No one said there were survivors inside. That's not one of our tribe. That's one of the degenerated ones. For a second, I panicked, thinking I had just shot a survivor in a blind scare. If something like that was in there, they should have told us from the start. But if that thing was just another abomination drone knockoff, I didn't need to hold back. Safety off. Got only 11 shots left. I signaled my companions to get ready and fired at the head of a tech gob knockoff trying to climb over the hole. Since I'd kept the opening small, only 2 of them could jump out at a time, making it easy to handle. But I was out of extra magazines. Aside from the one currently loaded, I only had one left. Since energy-saving mode wouldn't be enough to take them down, I had to switch to melee combat or used single-shot mode. I fired the last bullet from my current magazine, taking out a solid dozen enemies, but the flow from inside didn't stop. A Sylvanian soldier closest to me stabbed a bayonet straight into a knockoff's neck the moment it showed its face, then fired to blow its head clean off. Wait. That was weird. I'd had those bayonets made because they'd be useful, but they were just 3D printed replicas of a forged structure, not sharper than an ordinary blade. So why did it pierce the skin of a knockoff tough enough to withstand high-power rounds? Was the surface soft, while the bones were ridiculously hard? Fire in sequence. Don't waste your shots. But now I think I got why there weren't any Mimkolians or Hobbs inside. Their program must have been to let them handle the outside while the knockoffs guarded the interior. Makes sense. The smaller knockoffs could move around more easily in tight spaces and overwhelm us with their speed. Out of ammo. Someone share. I don't have much left either. Take this. But I'm almost dry too. We kept taking down the knockoffs charging at us, but most of us were nearly out of ammo after the earlier battle. There were a few spares in our packs, but barely enough to matter. After all, the Tiamat 25 was a medium-sized foundry ship. Normally, it only had one mechanized human captain and one mathematical consciousness in charge of systems on board. but it could carry hundreds of thousands of people if needed. If the interior was packed with just as many knockoffs, it wouldn't be surprising. Damn it, if only we had some grenades right now. Shit. In that case, we're charging in. What? I bit down on my flashlight and reached for my sword. With an unknown number of enemies ahead, our options were limited. These things probably didn't have individual consciousness. They had been idle inside the ship, only reacting when we opened the door. That meant they were receiving commands from central control. If we hijacked the control system, we could shut them down. We're cutting straight through to the control room. I'll take point. Cover me, Nozomu. Why do you always pull this kind of reckless things? Because we'll die otherwise. Stop acting like I do this for fun. I confirmed one enemy trying to climb over had been taken out by the tech gob's gunfire, then planted my foot on the edge of the hole. Another one popped up at the same time, so I sent it back down with a heel to the face. Right Elpoldi. Next is right, yeah, that's right. Then up the passage, left twice, right once. That'll get us there. Got it. I'm counting on you, Holy Lance. Beyond the bulkhead, illuminated by my flashlight, countless crimson eyes gleamed. There were too many to count. Let's do this. Cheese too. I roared, though, technically, this wasn't quite the style I trained in, and dove into the hole, hacking and slashing like a madman using the dim light as my guide. Anything that came into range, I cut down to carve a path forward, heading right as directed. Running, slashing, and cutting down everything in my way, I kept moving. The monoatomic edge of my blade sliced through molecular structures with barely any resistance, but with so many enemies, I wouldn't have time to resharpen it. The real fight would begin once the monoatomic edge dulled. As I cleared a space, the Sylvanians and tech gobs charged in behind me, desperately fending off attacks from the rear. Those who ran out of bullets resorted to stabbing with bayonets and finishing enemies off in close combat. If I didn't push forward fast enough, they wouldn't last. Melee combat was far deadlier than ranged fighting. If possible, I wanted to bring everyone who had followed me on this reckless mission back alive. Even knowing that was a foolish, impossible wish. I had less than 10 meters left before reaching the corridor's end when my monoatomic edge finally gave out. I felt the increased resistance as the blade lost its unnatural sharpness and cut like a normal sword again. Alright. This is where a classic VR gamer like me shines. I'd killed hundreds in games without using fancy high-tech weapons. Time to do it for real. Even without its molecular slicing power, the blade was still sharp. Screaming like some kind of war beast, I slashed my way forward. If I could, I went for the neck. If not, I cut through the torso to kill instantly. Thank God they weren't wearing armor. I charged ahead like a rabid dog, relentless in my advance. Then, as I turned a corner, I spotted a low vertical wall. Taking a gamble, I decided to wall jump my way up. I leapt at the wall, planting my foot against it just long enough for my traction soles to hold, then launched myself upward again. A single mistake would send me crashing down on my back in utter humiliation, but thanks to my past as an assassin-class parkour in VR, I pulled it off. Using the momentum from my landing, I swung my blade in a wide arc to secure the area. Heads and torsos went flying, tumbling down into the crowd below. Good. Still going. Keep moving forward. I could feel my exhaustion setting in, my swing slowing, but I pressed on. Compared to Inferno mode in those VR war games, where Earth's defenders had faced impossible odds, this wasn't so bad. Hell, even my own faction had once caused a mini ice age by dropping high-mass projectiles during a conflict. No time for complaints. Focus. I sprinted down the hall, my boots splashing through white blood. I no longer cared much about dodging, so long as nothing hit a vital point, I could take it. My suit was reinforced with stab-proof and bullet-proof fibers, offering decent protection. My throat was raw from shouting, but I didn't stop. If I faltered, my allies holding the rear would die. Gunfire kept following me. They were using the path I carved, picking off enemies as they advanced. The sound strengthened my resolve. Ignoring the pain, I charged forward. Then, as I rounded the last corner, almost at the control room, I heard something ominous. It wasn't a voice. It wasn't the sound of battle. It was a compressed radio wave, A warning tone meant only for mechanized humans and mathematical consciousness entities. Warning. This vessel is currently in lockdown. Please provide your control designation and identification code. PRA Chapter 16.2. Warning. This vessel is currently in lockdown. Please provide your control designation and identification code. Damn it. Why the hell is the security system only half functional? If it's working at all, it should deal with these knockoffs first. Lieutenant Matsuo Ozomi of the Galactic Higher Consciousness Federation Integrated Military, 22nd Seed Fleet. Identification code: broken bar 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 broken bar. If security was active, then the door should open too. Clinging to that hope, I shouted my credentials over the comms and swung my blade, only to be met with a devastatingly final beep. Error. This vessel is in lockdown. Authentication is restricted to senior officers and above. You've got to be shitting me. What happened to standard emergency protocols? Cursing at the top of my lungs, I drove a kick into the face of one of the shambling knockoffs between my strikes, pinning it against the wall and crushing its skull. As its body collapsed, the sharp hiss of compressed air filled the corridor. Wait. Hold on. What? The thick, reinforced door, clearly to a control room, easy to identify thanks to the intricate paintwork, no doubt a ritual marking from the tech gobs, slid open with a heavy thunk. From within stepped two bulky, featureless security automatons. They weren't true mechanical consciousnesses, just programmed drones running on simple AI. These were standard-issue security units, present on every ship, with broad, reinforced shoulders and multi-purpose sensor heads embedded deep in their chest plates. Under normal circumstances, a military-grade Type A synthetic body could crush these mass-produced models like an empty soda can. But in my current state, they were nothing short of a nightmare, because both of them had chain cold guns mounted on their arms. Oh, you've gotta be kidding me? Without so much as a warning, the security units designated me, and the horde of knockoffs crowding the corridor, as hostiles and opened fire. The rounds had just enough firepower to avoid damaging the ship's hull, but the rapid fire rate was brutal, so fast that the shots blended into a near-continuous roar. I grabbed the nearest tech gob knockoff, using its neck as a makeshift handle, and hoisted it in front of me as a shield. Bullets tore into its body as I bolted down the hallway in a desperate retreat, narrowly escaping being turned into a fine paste. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I'm an officer, damn it. What the hell happened to the IFF? The emergency lockdown must have messed with the identification system. The security units weren't pulling their punches at all. While it was great that they were cutting down the knockoffs, their relentless barrage was a major problem. I clicked my tongue and pulled out my own cold gun, peeking the barrel just slightly around the corner, only to be met with an infuriating beep and a locked electronic trigger. Right. My IFF was still active, which meant my weapon wouldn't fire on recognized allies. I hurriedly overrode the settings, activating the protocol for when a rebellion broke out on board. A distress signal was automatically sent to fleet headquarters, but, obviously, there was no response. At least the override neutralized my IFF restrictions. Too bad it didn't make my cold gun any stronger. The moment I fired, my rounds harmlessly ricocheted off the security unit's mounted cold gun's sensor. Yeah. Should have seen that coming. I aimed for their sensory modules next, hoping they were a weak point. No luck. The transparent visor protecting them deflected my shots with ease. God. These things were an absolute pain in the ass. Still, if it could at least slow them down, that was better than nothing. I switched to energy-saving mode, firing calculated bursts to interrupt their movements. Whenever one of them tried to advance, I shot at its feet, forcing it to pause. The moment it hesitated, I shifted my aim to the other unit. If they pushed forward through sheer volume of fire, I was dead. I needed the Holy Lance to take them down, but carrying that thing up here, especially with the tech gobs and Sylvanians in tow, was practically impossible. And how long until they got here? The gunfire still sounded far away, should be somewhere near the corridor where I had pulled that wall jump earlier. GHH, that scream, glitter. I turned toward the source and saw her sprinting down the hallway, carrying that insanely heavy Holy Lance on her shoulder. Did she climb up here with sheer force of will, Nozomu? There was this really loud noise. What is happening? Did she hear the gunfire and bring it because she figured I needed it? Glitter, are you an angel? Bring it over. Quick! For the second time, a goddess had delivered me the holy lance in my time of need. My adrenaline spiked, and with renewed vigor, I emptied the last of my rounds to halt the security unit's advance. Then, just as Glitter staggered toward me, completely drained, I grabbed the charged particle cannon from her hands. Fully loaded. Barrel cool, everything was ready. Alright, fall back a little. Ha, ha, wait, what? I stepped back, bracing myself in the blood-stained corridor. The charge in the barrel whined as the particles accelerated, crackling with lethal energy. The rhythmic thud of approaching footsteps grew louder. 3 more steps. 2. 1. The moment the security units rounded the corner, I fired the holy lance without hesitation. Because, as history has proven time and time again, there's nothing deadlier than a high-powered weapon waiting just around the corner. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Standard security drones. These automated units are installed throughout the vessel to neutralize intruders, serving as a delaying measure until ground troops arrive. Armed with low-power cold guns to prevent damage to the ship's interior, their design prioritizes durability above all else, earning them the affectionate nickname Meat Shields among higher Federation combat personnel. PRA Chapter 17.127. Since I wasn't an idiot, I didn't let my excitement get the best of me and fire the Holy Lance at full power. Even with the output dialed down to 10%, though, the hallway still ended up partially melted. I hoped the tech ops would forgive me for that. If I had fired at 100%, the shot wouldn't have breached the outer hull, but it would have punched through multiple sections of the ship. So, really, I had exercised restraint. Damn it, cool down again? I was getting irritated with the Holy Lance as it vented steam and opened its cooling panels. I had been pushing it way too hard over the past half day, so the heat sink was probably shot. Still, if it kept forcing cooldowns even at low output, it was basically useless. What happened? There were big ones waiting by the door. I'm opening it now, just hang on. Riot Elboldy came up a little after me, completely drenched in stark white blood. Judging by that, things had been hell up front, but the rear was just as bad. The Sylvanians followed, pulling back while fighting off pursuers, but there weren't enough of them. Only a dozen or so made it up. Where's the rest of you? Ascended/honored/led. I turned to the warrior leading the rabbit folk and asked, but the only response I got was a sorrowful stomp. A look at the blood-soaked bayonet affixed to his cold gun made it clear, he'd been through some brutal close combat. They'd run out of ammo. And yet, despite being a species that lacked natural combat instincts, they had followed me onto the battlefield without hesitation. 3 of them had given their lives for my sake. May Tissie's blessing be upon them. I offered a prayer to the Sylvanians Prometheus and felt an urge to curse my own powerlessness. But there was no time for that. I clenched my fists, smacked my knee, and forced myself to focus. Morning could come later. According to Sylvanians mythology, the Tissie files had a ridiculously whimsical retelling of it. Their people believed that after death, they would be welcomed into a cradle of green pastures, where they would forever be caressed by the steel fingers of their god. If they had fallen in battle for their home, then even their gentle Prometheus would surely recognize their sacrifice. Damn it, I'll have to force this open. Sorry, everyone. Wiping away my grief, I drew my mono-atomics blade. A single slash from its honed edge could cut through the protective coated doors of the central control room. This wasn't going as planned. I had hoped I could make use of Tiamat 25's defense systems, but the fact that it had attacked us instead meant the comms network was completely corrupted. Its code was beyond salvation. A direct connection would be risky. I hesitated for a moment, glancing at the console beside the door. But there was no helping it. I slashed through the door and kicked it open. The heavy, double-layered door crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. It had to be close to 30 centimeters thick. That was way too heavy. I nearly twisted my ankle just from kicking it. Right. This was the central control room. Of course, it had blast-proof doors. I should have just pushed instead of trying to show off. Limping slightly, I stepped inside. The space was stark and barren. There were no sci-fi-style control panels, just smooth, featureless metal walls and floors. In the center sat a single chair with a connection terminal. This setup wasn't unique to this ship. All ships operated the same way, with control handled either by a directly linked mechanized human or an onboard mathematical consciousness. There was no need for analog gauges or monitors that had to be read manually. That was why our ships were always so bare bones. As someone used to old-school VR space simulators, I found it disappointing. I wanted mysterious, round dials everywhere. But the damn utilitarian space fleet officers had to make every bridge this boring. Would it kill them to add some extravagant, unnecessary columns, big enough to look like they'd crush you if they fell? Get inside. Hurry. I was wasting time with pointless thoughts. Making sure the room was clear took 3 seconds in baseline reality. Then I ushered the remaining warriors in. Help me out here! Exclamation mark. Got it. I jammed my fingers under the fallen blast door and tried to lift it. It was way too heavy, so I got the tech gobs to help. Despite their short statures, they had ridiculous strength. With their help, we managed to prop it up as a barricade. I could feel the knockoffs closing in from behind it. Barricade it. Redistribute the ammo. I'll check Great Mother's status. We were completely trapped, but there was no other option. Still, if my guess was right, securing Great Mother would turn everything around. Eek. What's wrong, Lieutenant? Ugh. Disgusting. What the hell? The captain's seat was positioned near the wall, with its back to the entrance, so I hadn't seen it while checking the room. But when I reached out to check the connection terminal, I let out an involuntary shriek. A grotesque mass of flesh clung to the chair. It was tumor-like, vaguely humanoid, curled up like a fetus with what looked like its head pressed against the headrest. Something about it felt fundamentally wrong, like it was mocking the very concept of life itself. It made me sick to my stomach. Right. The tech gobs had mentioned that Great Mother had been raped by the degenerate god. Was this it? The name fit so perfectly I almost wanted to praise the ancient tech gob who had come up with it. A mechanized human corpse. No, that's not right. Lieutenant, synthetic bodies don't rot. I know. The grotesque thing pulsed. It had fused with the terminal, almost melded into the captain's chair. I wanted to cut it out. But forcibly disconnecting something in this state could end up destroying whatever was still intact, which meant I had to link with it. I had no choice. I connected my terminal to the open port next to it, and then, pop. My device shut off. Battery dead. At a time like this? No, that wasn't it. The processor had burned out. It had lasted 0.06 microseconds. In that time, a tidal wave of corrupted data had overwhelmed it, destroying the hardware. The logs barely salvaged before the failure confirmed as much. The device hadn't been hacked. It had been asked a single question, "Who are you?" And that alone had fried it. Lieutenant, this is no doubt about it. It's running a quantum processor with a photon crystal. That computational speed. The logic behind its corrupted processes. It was operating at the same level as me. As Selene. Which meant the only way to shut this grotesque degenerate god down was to link directly. Never thought I'd be stuck doing cyber warfare at a time like this. Lieutenant, that's insane. You don't even have a sub-brain in that body. If I don't, we're all dead. I'd say it's worth the risk. All you've done lately is take reckless risks. I pulled out a cable from storage, along with a drone relay unit, and let it hover in the air. I'll back you up. But do you have any idea how far away I am? There's at least a 2-second delay in transmission. Not much choice. Light's the only thing we've got, even if it's slow as hell. It wasn't exactly a recent revelation that light is too slow for interstellar comms. Even back when our predecessors were nothing but flesh and bone, people complained about it. After all, even with wired connections, playing a fighting game between opposite sides of Earth caused a few frames of lag. Enough to ruin a match. That's why we developed quantum communication and built an FTL network spanning the galaxy. But now? We got no quantum links, no relay satellites, nothing. Even getting a basic signal through was a luxury. I had no idea how well my partner could perform under these conditions, but she was a mathematical consciousness entity, a born expert in cyber warfare and a literal fairy of the virtual world. All I could do was pray she could somehow keep up. Galata. What? Nozo. Gross? That's the degenerate god. Galata. What? Nozo, grows? That's the degenerate god. I managed to restrain her as she instinctively tried to aim her gun and stopped her, warning that if we destroyed it physically, Great Mother might be destroyed as well. I'm about to take this thing down, but it's going to be dangerous. If I squeeze your hand tightly, pull the connection out, no matter what. You have a terminal? No, wait, that doesn't matter right now, but are you sure? The gear priests always say that if you forcibly disconnect a linked machine, it usually breaks. Better that than losing my mind. I'm counting on you. When I held out my hand, she hesitated for a moment before gripping it firmly. Good. The emergency shutdown prep was complete in case things went south. Alright, time to dive into the corrupted code. It's like jumping into a storm. But I'm with you. Sorry about this, Celine. May the three saint, the three A's, watch over you. And may T. Osamu and A. Ken watch over you, Lieutenant. I took a deep breath. Then, steeling myself, I connected the terminal's cable. PRA Chapter 17.2. A flood of madness surged in. But in the end, it was still just a program. No matter how corrupted it was, as long as it was coded, there had to be some kind of pattern. A completely nonsensical sequence wouldn't function at all. And since it was actively consuming Great Mother and producing aberrations, it had to be generating something with meaning. This is sickening. It's a mix of ternary code, base 15 code, and old command prompts and software. No, this isn't an aggressive data stream or a virus. It's trying to burn your identity and overwrite it. A relentless barrage of the same simple question, who are you? Gnawed away at my mental barriers. Just that alone was enough to keep my processing power occupied, blocking the corrupted program's infiltration, while I struggled to shield my consciousness from its madness. My brain felt like it was boiling. Damn it! Compared to the insanity that once flooded the communication networks and eliminated everyone, this was probably nothing, just one single entity emitting corrupted code. But even so, the sheer pressure was overwhelming. Closing contaminated ports 23 through 44. Deploying deception fields. Decoy barriers, compromised. Switching to multi-layer defense. I'll leave defense to you. I'm diving into the ship's control systems to try and reboot it. I could feel the mental barriers and decoys around my consciousness burning away layer by layer. The entity was transmitting fully corrupted code through high-frequency waveforms, trying to scorch my consciousness. It wasn't even a virus, which made it even worse. Antibody programs and defensive firewalls were completely useless against it. Routing through this terminal to connect with DMAT 25. Where the hell is the control system? Damn it! The internal programs have been rewritten into complete gibberish. Closing ports 67 through 89. Severing decoy barriers 1 through 22. Deploying new deception fields. It was invading too fast. It was a race. Could I decipher this corrupted program before my mind was burned out? I briefly reactivated control over my body and reached into my waist pouch, pulling out 3 needleless injectors. Combat stimulants, also known as cyber accelerators. They forcefully override safety limits, pushing the mind into an overclocked state, a kind of emergency override. At normal speed, I'd lose. Even if it meant sacrificing parts of my memory, I had to outpace this madness. Osamu, what are you? Stay sharp. I tore open the seals and injected all 3 into my neck in one go. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, and my vision turned blood red. The sudden overload overheated my cyber brain, and the excess heat made my synthetic body's systems struggle to cope. Blood gushed from my nose, but I didn't care. Got it. Beginning code conversion. I found the pattern in the corrupted numerical sequences. I unraveled the overlapping who is it? Inquiries, tracing their structure, and forcefully converted them into binary, the standard code we used. Riding the data stream of Tiamat 25, I pressed deeper toward the central control system. Are you done yet, warrior? The pressure from outside is increasing. Stronger / more / excessively suppressed. Meanwhile, the situation outside was deteriorating. Perhaps the enemy knew how critical this point was. Swarms of abominations were ramming against the door, trying to pry open the breach we had carved. Shit, that it was close. It had almost executed the door's unlock command. Not happening, Lieutenant. It's dangerous. The deception fields have been breached. Mental barriers 1 through 3 are damaged. The decoy barriers are being ignored. Just a little more, just a little longer. I could hear the shell of my consciousness groaning under the strain. Fighting through the suffocating weight of insanity, I corrected the corrupted code bit by bit, slowly regaining control of Great Mother. There. Connected to the ship's control system, initiating emergency procedures. Bypassing security clearance. Overriding authentication codes. I'm in. Emergency shutdown protocol, now. Barriers 4 through 6, contamination at limit. Severing connections. The final barrier is under attack. I have to keep rewriting the program. Buy me 12 more seconds. That's unreasonable. The moment I fixed a section of code, the corruption rewrote it again. I had to keep rewriting over it, otherwise, the emergency shutdown would get cancelled. System override. Authorized. The virus blocker accepted my command as a legitimate order, and the final approval process was initiated. Tiamat 25, initiating emergency shutdown protocol. All the rogue software running across the ship started forcibly terminating. The functions of Great Mother began shutting down. The faint vibrations I had sensed since entering the ship ceased. The main and auxiliary reactors powered down. The production machinery went silent. Please, don't collapse before you reboot. Tiamat 25, shutting down. Thank you for your service. Galata. The final barrier. The last line that defined me as separate from you was being clawed at. But at the exact moment the shutdown executed, I grabbed Galata's hand and had her yank the cable out. Then, the world went black. Lieutenant. Lieutenant Nozama. I pulled it out. Nozama. My cyborg brain had reached its limit. It was shutting down to restart. An expected process, so at least I wasn't worried. Strength drained from my body as the monotone voice of my system echoed. Reboot in progress. Purging cache. Cleaning contaminated data. Even the sound of pounding on the doors was gone. Just as expected, the abominations had been controlled by Great Mother's drone systems. Now that the ship was offline, they had stopped moving. We won. As my consciousness faded, I let out a triumphant battle cry into the silent, darkened world. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Direct neural connections between cyberbrains allow for unparalleled efficiency compared to using external terminals, as they enable direct interference. However, since this process inherently exposes one's soul to another, it is considered an extremely risky act. It is only performed in highly secure environments or between individuals with absolute trust in one another. PRA Chapter 18.128. A sharp discomfort surged through my chest, followed by excruciating pain. The moment I became aware of it, I coughed up blood and woke up. Nozama. Incredible. He really came back to life. He really returned from the land of the dead / broken bar. Praise be to the Great Mother's grace, Lord / Divine Consort, Guardian. Praise thee, O slumbering God. I was lying on my back, with Galata pressing her trembling hand against my chest. Around me, the tech gobs and Sylvanians were in a complete uproar. Ah, I see. Since my body had temporarily shut down all functions to reboot, I must have looked dead. That explains why they did emergency resuscitation procedures. Not that I would actually die just because my breathing stopped for 10 minutes or so. Old humans typically suffer irreversible brain damage from oxygen deprivation after about 8 minutes of cardiac arrest, but I don't have brain cells. What I did have was a photon crystal imprinted with my consciousness, a binary transcribed consciousness, derived from the fully integrated data of the nerve cells that once made up my living body. As long as my cyberbrain and photon crystal remained intact and unshattered, I wasn't going to die just because my breathing stopped or I lost a little blood. Thank goodness. You're alive. You weren't breathing, and there was blood pooling in your mouth. To the old human standard, though, I must have looked like I was at death's door. I'd really scared them. I owed them an apology. Thank you, Galata. But something like this won't kill me. You need to stay still. I'm fine. Ow. Ow, ow. Moving hurt like hell. Whoever had done chest compressions had gone all out. My sternum and ribs were completely shattered. I gritted my teeth through the pain, pulled out needleless injector of cellular revitalizer, Galutta's face flashed with sudden realization, as if thinking, "Oh, right!" Then pulled open the front of my jumpsuit and pressed the device to my chest. If I stayed still for about 3 minutes, my broken bones and the internal injuries they'd caused would heal completely. "Welcome back, Lieutenant. It seems T. Ozama's blessing was upon you." "I'm back, Celine. Sorry for making you worry. And just so we're clear, the one I revere most is Saint Heinlein." As I steadied my breathing, a transmission came through. Celine must have been anxiously monitoring me. She immediately began a remote, full-detail search through my cyborg brain's cleanup logs. She was deeply concerned, wanting to confirm that I was still truly me, with no corruption or compromise. It wasn't necessary to worry so much just because someone had almost breached my final firewall. It was like an egg that had been carefully packaged and then had its protective casing removed. Sure, the shell got touched, but that was all. I'd already scrubbed away any contamination. Treating me like a fragile newborn was just embarrassing. "All systems are green, Lieutenant. The damaged firewall has been successfully reconstructed." "Appreciated. That was a close one." If that so-called degenerate god had fully taken control of Tiamat 25, hijacked the photon crystal of the mathematical consciousness that controlled the ship, and turned them into a deranged, self-replicating malware hub, we would have lost. Large battleships typically had one mathematical consciousness per vessel, but some carried 3 or 4. If the enemy had been smart enough to exploit that, well, I was grateful for their ignorance. Speaking of which, what happened to the degenerate god? Well, the moment I unplugged your cord, it started convulsing and I looked over. The grotesque mass of flesh still clung to the captain's chair, but it had turned into a bluish, congested lump, silent, unmoving. It seemed to have relied entirely on the Great Mother to sustain itself. When she shut down, it was expelled, losing the ability to maintain homeostasis. Damn. I wasn't planning to dive right into its systems, it was too dangerous, but I could tell just by looking, its data was completely scrambled. I had hoped to reclaim Tiamat 25, build specialized analysis tools, and take it apart safely, but that was no longer an option. Had it been fully digitized, with its consciousness stored in a photon crystal, I might have managed. But in this state, that was impossible. I'd still crack open its skull just in case, but I doubted I'd find anything worthwhile. Wait. Was this intentional? Sacrificing mechanical reliability for organic vulnerability meant one thing: it couldn't be easily hacked. Even if an enemy captured it, they wouldn't be able to extract its data. In other words, whoever made and deployed this thing had planned for it to self-destruct rather than be interrogated. TCH. What a cowardly move. I'd find whoever was behind this one day, and when I did, I'd beat the hell out of them. Once I peeled away the grotesque flesh, the captain's seat beneath was surprisingly pristine. The disgusting thing was likely maintained by a swarm of nanomachines, breaking down dead skin cells and recycling them as nutrients, an old trick used by those who clung to flesh-bound, old human body and refused to be mechanized. "Warrior, what are you doing?" Rydell approached as I took the captain's seat, clearly worried about what I planned to do with his sacred god. "I'm waking up the Great Mother." I was just rebooting Tiamat 25, nothing more. If anything, I needed to hurry and reactivate the anti-gravity systems before the whole place collapsed. Truly? Oh, Great Mother. In my generation, at last. I cleared the main port where the flesh had been connected and linked up with my neck terminal. I had suspected as much from the forced shutdown response, but there were no survivors. In an effort to prevent military intelligence leaks, almost all data had been wiped, leaving behind only the preset OS and a few scattered fragments. Like a final will, the crew had consisted of a single mechanized human and a mathematical consciousness. The mathematical consciousness had gone insane during early COM disruptions, taking the ship's core systems down with it. The lone mechanized human barely managed to stabilize the ship before losing their mind as well. Their names were Lieutenant Commander Koichiro Teramoto and Albert 24560. May their souls find peace in the presence of the three saints. Amazing. Both the main and auxiliary engines are intact. Lieutenant Commander Teramoto must have activated a protection protocol to switch the ship's systems into maintenance mode. Looks that way. The ship's factories and core functions are mostly offline, but he must have deployed a massive number of nanomachines to prevent complete degradation. We owe him for that. Now, time to bring the Great Mother back online. Initiating boot sequence. Authorization code. Confirmed. OS booting. Initial setup progress, 12%. 45%. 89%. 100%. Honestly, this was the most nerve-wracking part. Restarting old machines always carried the risk of killing them for good. I had to do this with extreme caution. Come on. Hold on. Show me the resilience of high-tier mass production tech. PRA Chapter 18.2. We reactivated the control systems that had been shut down and converted the corrupted code back into binary as much as possible. We were just part of an observation outpost, and while I did have a Type A EVA badge, I wasn't a shipwright. There was no way we could restore everything to its pristine state. Even so, we managed to patch up the damaged sections enough to get things running again. Auxiliary engine, startup sequence initiated. Fusion reaction confirmed. Beginning warm-up for the main engine. We're still within the planet's atmosphere. 15% output should be more than enough. Keep it dialed down as low as possible. Understood. Main engine, BH engine, entering critical state. Restarting anti-gravity units simultaneously. The unsettling, womb-like vibrations we had felt since our infiltration resumed. This time, however, the main engine's startup was under complete control. The tremors were weak and steady, almost like the gentle rhythm of breathing. Tiamat 25, reactivated. Yes. The moment I announced that the Great Mother had reawakened, the tech gobs burst into tears, cheering and dancing in ecstatic celebration. And of course, they would. For 200 years, their revered deity had been taken from them, defiled, and forced to spew out monsters endlessly. They had endured that torment for generations. Not only had we resolved the crisis in their generation, but we had also brought the Great Mother back to life. Their joy was immeasurable. Glory to the Great Mother. We give thanks for the merciful Great Mother's return. We did it. The hero of the Holy Lance has saved us. May his name be honored forever. Some of the praise was a little embarrassing, but I quietly focused on checking the rebooted ship. Tiamat 25, also known as the Great Mother, was a mid-sized foundry ship. At full capacity, it could repair scout crafts with its built-in shipyard unit. However, most of its facilities had been destroyed in the crash, rendering them useless. What remained operational were the synthetic parts manufacturing division, a simple consumables production line, and a general-purpose fabrication unit. But most of those had been repurposed into a biological unit production facility. What is this? A cultivation tank? Most likely where the abominations were manufactured. Lieutenant, hold on a moment. There are unauthorized logs and fragments of official data still intact. Logs? Before I could even ask, Celine reconstructed the data remnants left within Tiamat 25, translating them into something we could comprehend. The footage revealed something unexpected. Terraforming efforts had continued even after the collapse of the comms network. Most likely, the ship's passive observation sensors had remained active for some time, automatically gathering information. So the network hazard that contaminated the comms wasn't just an accident, it was deliberate. And someone continued the planetary terraforming on purpose afterward. This doesn't seem like mere terrorism. We have a lot of enemies, but none of them would go through such elaborate trouble. I hated to say it, but the Higher Federation had more hostile civilizations than allied ones. Our way of existence was simply too alien to others. Even with old humans from our own home planet, relations were strained. The only nations we maintained diplomatic ties with were those that, like us, had chosen to mechanize their bodies or genetically modify themselves into higher forms of existence. Not exactly an optimistic situation. At first, I assumed our enemies had attacked the Seed Fleet out of spite. But something didn't add up. If their goal had been to disrupt the Higher Federation's large-scale economic activities, incidentally, this 16th Terra was meant to be sold to the neutralist-told humans, there would be no reason to terraform the planet, let alone repurpose production facilities to manufacture the tech gobs. Whoever had created them, for whatever reason, had intentionally designed and released a new species upon this planet. Tiamat-25 hadn't glitched and accidentally produced biotic drones. No, someone had deliberately designed the tech gobs and seeded them across the world. The proof was undeniable. The past logs of the facility that had produced abominations also contained blueprints for the tech gobs. And most likely, the Sylvanians had been manufactured the same way. Their genome data was stored within this facility, alongside templates for designer animals, a trend that had once been popular, but was ultimately banned due to their excessive intelligence. Terraforming hadn't been some random occurrence. It had been a deliberate process. And the seeding of new intelligent life wasn't done haphazardly, but with clear intent. What's wrong, Nozomu? Nothing. Yet, one question still nagged at me. If their goal had been to play God by creating new humanity, then why design so many wildly different species? The Sylvanians. The tech gobs, who fused with machines and wielded their holy lance through prayer. The old humans living in the Celestial Dome Holy City, technically distinct due to their sub-brains. Their appearances were too varied. Their technological and cultural levels were all over the place. It was like one of those fantasy VR worlds I had loved, where countless species roamed, each following their own mythos. In those worlds, the explanation was simple: multiple gods had created different races in their own images. But this, if a group of like-minded individuals had wanted to play God, then the world-building was completely incoherent. The Sylvanians lived in idyllic peace. The tech gobs merged with machines, practicing rituals to wield divine weapons. And the old humans were nearly identical to their ancestors, except for their sub-brains. It was like a chaotic shared world where the authors had failed to communicate with each other. And why use a real planet for this? If they had just wanted to create a new world, there was no need to antagonize the Higher Federation. They could have easily done it in virtual space. After all, countless enthusiasts gathered online to create new VR worlds every day. So, they weren't exactly working as one. And then, there was the matter of the degenerate god. Its sole purpose seemed to be harming the tech gobs. That alone was baffling. Could it be that the factions responsible for terraforming this planet had turned on each other? For now, all we had were theories. But at least we had gained some insight. The planetary terraforming and the genocide of the 22nd Seed Fleet were connected. And the creation of new humanity had a purpose. We just didn't know what that purpose was. Even so, reclaiming the Great Mother was a major step forward in our exploration of this planet. PRA Chapter 19.129. The news of the Great Mother's recapture didn't spread quite like lightning, but considering the lack of long-range communication technology, it traveled surprisingly fast. The surviving warriors wasted no time returning to their respective tribes to deliver the news. Most of the abominations lurking in the forest had fallen silent, some were still twitching due to bugs. But with the area secured, many tech gobs would soon return to reclaim their home and pay homage to the Great Mother. Riedelboldi also promised to hold a feast in my honor, so at least I wouldn't be sent packing the moment the job was done. That was a relief. That said, I politely declined the title of pure and righteous god consort. Being called Hero of Holy Lance was embarrassing enough. There was no way I was letting them unilaterally decide I was Tiamat 25's consort. If that happened, Lieutenant Commander Teramoto would be rolling in his grave, biting his handkerchief in frustration. Regardless, with the mission successfully accomplished, we remained on site while the messengers went ahead to spread the word. There was still cleanup to do. Inside the Great Mother, many knockoffs were on the verge of death due to system failures, and outside, the ground was littered with countless fallen abominations. Given that many of them incorporated organic components, leaving them unattended would lead to decomposition. If that sparked a plague and wiped out Tech Gob's population after we had gone so much trouble to recapture the Great Mother, it would be a disaster. To handle this, I got permission from Riedelboldi, who, thanks to this victory, would no doubt be promoted to chieftain, and secured access to the standard equipment section of a surviving factory facility. And the first thing I made there was, Nozomu, Lord/Divine Consort, Nozomu, Sir. Galato arrived on the bridge, accompanied by 3 Sylvanians, their footsteps clanking with mechanical precision. They were all clad in reinforced exosuits, rigs that braced the shoulders and waist from a spinal support, extending along the arms and legs. These weren't full suits of armor, but open-rigged engineering gear that left most of the body exposed, mainly used for heavy labor. These light-duty exosuits amplified physical strength many times over using artificial muscles and fluid motors. They could also be fitted with various attachments to expand their functionality. Or at least, that was the idea. Unfortunately, the ones I managed to produce were just downgraded versions that only boosted brute strength. Materials were in short supply, and besides, the proper models required a cyborg brain like mine to handle control inputs. Instead, I had Celine Jury rig an old-school version that synced to neural pulses. Galata's exosuit was built to her standard size, while the Sylvanians were custom-designed to fit their smaller frames. They lost some of their usual cuteness in the process, but I still found them rather charming. Adjusting the designs wasn't difficult, we only had to tweak joint clearances and limit output to match their physique. It was a relatively simple task, and the rabbits were thrilled to finally be able to handle heavy labor. If the factory had more capacity, I'd make a mobility aid for the Elder as well. The bodies are mostly taken care of. We trust the obvious ones outside. Thanks, that helps a lot. Still, this thing is amazing. I've never worn armor this comfortable before. It doesn't feel awkward at all. And I can carry 3 knockoff corpses in one hand without any strain. Galata flexed her arms slightly, her exosuit stained with white knockoff's blood, marveling at its power. And well, she wasn't wrong. Her original exosuit had been wrecked, so I never got a good look at its specs. But even though this one was a downgraded version, it was still a proper Higher Federation model. It wasn't military grade, but it could lift up to a ton on its own. If it were a full-spec model, it would have 50% more output, 6 articulated manipulator arms, and even an aerial mobility anchor. Much more convenient. Of course, I could use that version, so I printed one for myself. I would have preferred a combat exosuit, but the ship's weapons manufacturing section had been repurposed into a micro-scale maintenance factory, likely a high-priority restructuring ordered by the Lieutenant Commander for security reasons, so I had to make do. I'd modify it later, adding armor plating or whatever else was needed to make it combat capable. So, Nozomu, what were you working on? Making legs. Legs. This. I held up a small model. It was a Type C Model 1 multi-legged all-terrain vehicle, commonly known as Packwolf. Basically, a 4-legged motorbike. 2 pairs of animal-like articulated legs extended from either side of the sleek body, except they had wheels instead of hooves. The wheels could shift into 3-toed feet, allowing it to grip terrain securely and climb steep slopes up to 75 degrees. It was designed for mechanized humans to traverse rough terrain and was also widely used for deep reconnaissance in areas where air superiority wasn't guaranteed. Naturally, it was a crucial piece of equipment for planetary development, so it was included in the standard equipment manufacturing lineup. At 2 meters in length, it was large, but when folded into travel mode, its height dropped to just 80 centimeters. Even when fully extended, its canine-inspired leg design only reached 1.4 meters, making it highly stealthy. The size was mainly to ensure cargo capacity. It could carry 3 large pannier bags at the rear and 2 at the front. With proper packing, it could operate for 6 months without resupply. And on top of that, it had multi-jointed manipulator arms built into the chassis, which could be equipped with personal firearms to provide a degree of self-defense. I couldn't build them here, but there were support models equipped with recoilless rifles and mortars that had served as silent cavalry on many battlefields. Being able to manufacture pack wolves was a huge stroke of luck. Getting back to the Sylvanians' kingdom would take more than 20 days on foot. With these, we could make the trip in a single day. I'd wanted them for a long time, and with a few tweaks to the control system, even Galata and the Sylvanians would be able to ride them. G-Gear Caliber. What? This is the beloved steed of Magius Gear Knights. The steel steed forged only in the Great Saint Mother Foundry in the Celestial Dome Holy City. How can you possibly make it here? Galata trembled with emotion as she grabbed my hand, model and all. Come to think of it, I'd heard that the Holy City was absurdly far from here. I'd assumed they rode actual horses, but apparently not. Now that I thought about it, it made perfect sense. With their exosuits included, their gear easily exceeded 300 kilograms. No normal horse could handle that weight. And if they were operating on a battalion scale, Even if their nightly order wasn't a full 1,000 strong, the supply lines wouldn't hold up. Pack Wolves were powered by small fusion reactors and didn't need fuel, so if they were using the exact same machines, it explained how Galata's group managed to travel such an extreme distance. But that raised another question. Why did they know about Higher Federation's equipment? PRH Act 19.2. Their exosuit was clearly a crudely designed, inferior product. And yet, they could produce the real deal Pack Wolves? That just didn't make any sense. Or could it be that an even more advanced Higher Federation ruin lay dormant in the Holy City? Yeah, that's right. It's a gear caliber. We lost all of ours in the battle, so I was wondering how I get back. In that case, I'll give you one. The factory's production capacity can handle it. You're not just lending me such rare equipment, you're giving it to me. There was nothing urgent that needed manufacturing, so I had the capacity to produce an extra unit or two. While most of Tiamat 25's resources were allocated to maintaining self-sufficiency, personal equipment was easy enough to spare. Besides, I was planning to have both the Tech Gobs and the Sylvanians running all over the place from now on. We were already set to produce dozens of Pack Wolves. We could just chalk this out as a rounding error. I'd hate for you to be stranded far from home. I'll make sure you get a top quality one. After all, we've fought together. That makes us comrades in arms, right? I wasn't used to acting like this, but I tried giving her a wink, though I wasn't entirely sure if it translated well. Either way, her cheeks flushed faintly. Still holding my hand, she locked eyes with me, seeming to deliberate for a moment. Then, as if making up her mind, Galata spoke. I have a request, Nozomu. Will you come with me to the Holy City? Huh? That was sudden. I'll explain why we came all the way to the Great Mother. Before I could stop her, she started speaking in a quiet, deliberate tone. According to her, the Holy City was in crisis. It was under constant threat from enormous lifeforms known as dragons and grotesque creatures resembling the chimeras. Their territory was shrinking by the day. To turn the tide, Magius Gear Knights had been dispatched across the land, scouring ruins in search of weapons capable of driving the dragons back. I know it's shameless of me to ask for this. It's not that big a deal. But if you want to laugh at me for clinging to your kindness, the same kindness that saved the rabbits and even the goblins, then go ahead. I really wouldn't. Please, Nozomu. Someone like you could save the Holy City. Come with me. I can't let the sacrifices of my fallen comrades be in vain. I'll do anything I can in return, anything. This was a problem. I hadn't expected such a passionate plea. Not that I needed convincing. I had already planned to go to the Holy City. Humans with inactive photon crystals. The unnatural circumstances of them appearing 1,000 years after the planet's terraformation had been completed. And most of all, the city said to have descended from the heavens. If my suspicions were correct, it could be a facility even larger and more critical than Tiamat 25. For instance, an operational interstellar battleship. I had to investigate it, so I had to go. All right, Galata. I was already planning to head to the Holy City anyway. Really? I caught her as she threw herself at me, gently patting her back to calm her down. And now that I know people are in danger, I can't just sit back and do nothing. I'll see what I can do to help. Still, losing all her comrades had clearly left Galata emotionally unstable. I should probably consider helping her recover. Thank you. Thank you, Nozomu. By the way, Galata, what's the Holy City like? Oh. That reminds me. At my question, she pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket. Apparently, one of her fallen comrades had given it to her before they parted, so she wouldn't forget their homeland. When I took it, I realized it contained handwritten notes and, of all things, a photograph. It showed a city, taken from a distant hillside. Judging by the blank space on the back for a message, it was probably a kind of postcard. But this wasn't just any city. A colossal lid-like structure loomed over the land, reminiscent of a cracked eggshell. It had to be at least 160 kilometers in diameter, and I recognized it. Even if part of it had broken away, I could never mistake a segment of a quasi-satellite class interstellar vessel. The Second Seed Fleet had traveled with numerous large ships, including satellite class vessels, and several of this quasi-satellite class as well. Gulata, let's leave as soon as we're ready. Are you serious? There was no doubt in my mind. This was the Inanna 12, a quasi-satellite class interstellar carrier, a special vessel entrusted with autonomous authority, one meant to carry advisors who weren't mechanized humans. And if I remembered correctly, it had once belonged to the Ecliptic Republic Union. The very same old humans we were supposed to sell the 16th Terra after its terraformation was complete. If they had descended to the planet's surface and repopulated humanity, then they must have played a significant role in the massive network hazard that had occurred. Clutching the postcard carefully, I made sure not to damage its precious paper, because right now, in the palm of my hand, I held a crucial fragment of the truth.